Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day of the Western European qualifiers for the International 2025. I'm Odie Pixel. I'm here with Misery. We're getting ready for another exciting day of action. A few less series today. We've got 3 for you rather than 4, but they are 3 fantastic ones. Misery, how are you doing? Looking forward to another day here?
Of course. Doing great. Yeah, more great Dota. I was just finishing off the C game on the other channel, and yeah, we got Nemesis qualifying. I think pretty much underdog of that region, right? Saw them celebrate. That was great. So yeah, we see it here. Team Nemesis confirmed at TI. I believe only Raven from that team has actually played at TI. Everybody else are new. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, at least from the names that I saw, yeah, I believe so. So, yeah, looking forward to see how they're going to be able to do it at the main event at the International. As you can see, we've still got 3 slots left to fill. I believe one of those still being one of the other SCA's teams, and 2 obviously coming from this region that we're following today and tomorrow. I believe we're going to be able to show you as well the games that we've got going on in the brackets, the situation. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can see, at the moment, up in the upper bracket, you've got Na'Vi Jr. waiting to play against OG. The winner of that will take the first spot. I believe that is our last series today. The first 2 we're going to be starting down the lower bracket to see who's going to get to continue on towards that second spot, as we've got those 2 games, 4 Pirates versus Nigma, and first of all, 1W versus Yellow Submarine. So indeed, here's today's games. First 2 series you see at the top 2 there are the lower bracket games, and that bottom one, the winner of that will go to the International. That's about up in the upper bracket there. Na'Vi Jr. versus OG Esports. Misery, what are you most excited about seeing today here?
Not sure if I have any particular series, but I would say that I think there are pretty clear favorites in every series here, right? We have one W team going up against Yellow Submarine. I would say 1W, clear favorites there. You have the Nigma versus 4 Pirates, right? Nigma clear favorites there. And then I would also consider Na'Vi Jr. a significant favorite up against OG, but you never know. I mean, OG has won their last 2 series and are looking better. I think they have some unique drafts as well. So I think maybe that series in particular, because obviously there's a little bit more on the line, because you actually go to TI if you win that series, right? So yeah, looking forward to seeing that one.
Yeah, that's going to be a crazy one for sure. And I mean, these lower bracket games as well, right? We've already had these big teams getting knocked out on this road to the road to the International. It's and the games. Some of the losses have been pretty brutal. Today's series, as you say, the first one we've got coming in, 1W versus Yellow Submarine. Because us ourselves, right, we've been following a lot of the Yellow Submarine's moves through the lower bracket. 1W, that's been, I believe, mainly happening in the second half of the day. But as you said, right, 1W just as a squad, in terms of the players as well, these are just names that and a team that you would say in this matchup, it should be coming in with the upper hand. We'll see some of those stats here.
I would say so. I think they have more experience, right? They have players with having played in multiple teams in the past. So I think they are favorites. On the other hand, though, we have seen Yellow Submarine yesterday. We saw Bottega go ham on his Lina and on his Troll. I feel like their players are kind of underrated, and I would not be surprised if they took a game or at least gave a very hard time for 1W. I mean, who knows? They can maybe even take the whole series.
Yeah. I think one thing that stands out for sure here out of this page is I'm looking at this Death Prophet, right? And I'm looking at Jakoda, right? This guy on his support DP, I think it's got to go. I think, if you're 1W and you've been watching the replays of Yellow Submarine and this lower bracket run that they've been having, you got to consider this DP very much so, to the point where maybe you're taking a first pick or you're banning it out, because they will first pick it, Jakoda will play it, and he will just crush whatever lane he gets put against, right? So the way that he uses this hero to harass the enemy lane, it's pretty disgusting.
I agree. I would be surprised if they got it, or at least if they just ignored its existence. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they can give it away and then try to counter it somehow, but just showing no respect to that from what we've seen, it would be a mistake, because he has been dominating and winning the lanes hard for Yellow Submarine. So yeah, I think this team is no joke. I mean, they made it all the way here for a reason, right? So yeah, looking forward to see what they might bring today.
Yeah, always with these sort of teams, these newer players, definitely makes it a little bit harder for a team like 1W to draft against, because you don't know everything about them, right? These players might have some sort of tricks up their sleeves, some picks that you least expect. Talking about picks that you do expect, we can see overall here right now in the qualifiers what the most picked and most banned have been as the days have gone on. Yeah, nothing too surprising here, right? In terms of the bans, obviously TA still stands out the most there. A ridiculous 24 bans. That hero still very much just as a group, the teams have decided this hero, it's got to go.
Yeah. I guess the most surprising thing for me is to see the puck with that many games, right? I think maybe 2-3 weeks ago that hero was not really popular at all. So, but seeing that hero back in the meta is it's definitely it's nice. It kind of fits the so much history with puck being in it, Dota history, right? So it's not bad. By the way, one thing that I want to mention is the Enchantress that 1W has been playing a lot. That's why we see it banned out here. People really don't want to play and deal with this hero if they can avoid it. So it makes a lot of sense. 1W also get their hands on the Doom, which is a very scary hero as well to be playing against.
Yeah, I think because kind of at least the teams we've been watching, it feels like Doom and DP have been the more preferred ones for kind of that sort of solo opening pick. And yeah, 1W, of course, yeah, banning out that Death Prophet. They've done their research. They know that this hero, I mean, obviously the hero is good anyway, but in particular in Yellow Submarine's hands, you do not want to let them get to play at Yellow Submarine. So they'll open up with the Pangolier.
Surprised they ignored the Bat Rider here. Because Bat Rider is actually still in the pool, right? And yeah, but they choose to go with the core hero first, because there's also heroes like Dark Willow that could be an option to take. A hero that we've also seen rise to the top of priority. I think we talked about it yesterday a little bit. How I feel like the position 4 hero is the hero pool of the position 4 is a little small right now. So getting your hands on that early, but in this game actually none of it is banned. There's Willow, there's Shaman, there's the Bat Rider like we talked about. The Tusk is in the boot as well, so maybe that's part of the reason why they choose to go with the Pangolier, because there's a lot of the strong force left.
Yeah, and it seems like 1W, they're very much considering some of the picks that we have seen Yellow Submarine show off. You know, again, we're getting this Lena ban. We know that Yellow Submarine, they're more than happy to play that as the carry, so very much making sure that as a team, 1W with this draft could try and push Yellow Submarine into having to play something a little bit different.
I imagine they would just pick up Bat Rider here on Yellow Submarine on 9.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know if 1W has some kind of way to deal with it that we have not seen that much of. But I imagine this hero, if not, somebody is going to be picking it soon, I believe. This hero looks so incredibly strong. There is also the Shadow Shaman, right? Which we've also seen a lot. People prioritize this hero very highly.
Yeah, I feel like that hero rarely sort of gets through to this stage as well, so definitely going to be interesting if both teams do end up leaving that hero be, but yeah, as you say, with the fact that we've still got many supports to show, it's going to be there. And I think, Yellow Submarine's going to be quite happy with that. I feel like most of the time, if in the previous series that we've seen, this qualifiers, if you did want the Shaman, you kind of had to first pick it. They get the luxury of picking it now a little later in the draft. So very strong, solid pickup for them there. Win rate's not been too great, though. I mean, look at that, actually. That's kind of wild.
Oh, my.
18% win rate. Oh, uh-oh. Maybe you should pick the Shaman. What's going on there?
Might have been a bait. They didn't look into the stats.
Oh.
Or they just don't care.
Yeah,
but nah,
probably. But yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it is a result of. I mean, I think what usually happens in this type of situations is that teams, a hero becomes really strong. It rises in popularity, and then people maybe jump the gun a little bit on picking the hero. Right? They pick it a bit too early, and then it gets countered in the lanes or in general in the game, and then it doesn't quite have the success. It doesn't mean the hero's bad. It just means teams are picking it a little bit too early, perhaps, right? Or not really understanding why it's good in the first place, and then they just kind of forget to build around it. Something like that, I think, happens all the time in Dota. But yeah, we see the Bane. I think this hero is criminally underrated. Very strong hero. Strong in lane, gets an insane catch, right? And has the bonus night vision as well. So Yeah, I think this hero is very good. And there's the
Well,
bat
there it
as
is. Yeah, that's the fact that they've got sort of two kind of debuff immunity piercing lockdowns now. I mean, even three actually. You have to throw in a Doom as well. Like these three heroes, they're pretty tricky to itemize against. A lot could come out from them, and of course, there's the bat, as you've been talking about. It's
Yeah.
looked fantastic, not just in this region, but other regions as well for the qualifiers. And this one in particular, 83% win rate on the Bat Rider right now.
If you think about it right now for Yellow Submarine, it's pretty hard to... I mean, I don't know if they're actually thinking about this, but look at the lineup of 1W already, right? Doom, strong piercing BKB, strong,
Yep.
just same with Bane, Lasso. You have so many ways of countering, I mean, very fundamental heroes in Dota. Like, it's not that easy to pick
Yeah,
a
it's-
good core hero against this stuff, right? There's so much
mean,
anti-carry.
I mean, but did you just then go for something like the Carrier Baden? Because the Baden's still in, right?
exactly. That's kind of the
You
point
know what
I'm
I
getting
mean?
to is that then you gotta
Yeah.
you gotta look for these heroes that don't care about this particular type of disable, right? A Baton is an option for sure. I think if Spectre was a hero, I think Spectre could also be this type of hero that you don't care so much about getting all these disables thrown at you. This hero is just very weak, but it is something like that where a Baton, yeah. What else could it be?
Ooh.
You could also pick like the Tiny, actually, the carry Tiny.
I mean, I guess with the Magapango, it's also kind of hard. Unless they want to pick it as the support, because Venge is still in, right? Would a good swap not be doing well? Okay, they'll go for another type of save, at least. So getting the Ringmaster in as the second support.
I mean, of course, you also don't have to perhaps think about this too much, right?
Okay.
Because like in this case, you do have, instead of worrying about the maybe a single target disables, you just worry about picking more team fight than the enemy, right? So it's hard for these heroes to cast their spells, right? Now you have the Pangolier roll, you have the RP, and you have the Wheel of Wonder, right? So a lot of AoE control that can interrupt the Bane, and when Bat Rider initiates, then you have a lot of counter initiation. So, but it's just something to think about. It's not necessarily the easiest three heroes to pick your carry hero against, right?
5 seconds remaining.
But we get an Ember Spirit. I think this hero is not... We haven't seen it that much, actually. It was really popular for a week or two, and then maybe in the EWC qualifiers was played a lot, but not in TI qualifier just yet, in EU at least. But it's still a
I thought
strong
we-
hero. Yeah.
Yeah, we sort of had, I think, well, a couple of games like Lorinov playing it, but even those games didn't look too crazy. He had some rough
Right.
times on the Ember Spirit. So definitely feels like it hasn't popped off as hard as it has been in, as you say, in other things that we've had coming into this. 1W now with the bands. Still looking to take out the carry from Yellow Submarine. So we'll see what carries 1W considers as being rather strong against them. So they're going to ban out some beefiness, ban out the Sven.
So right now the team fight it's definitely superior for Yellow Submarine, but the what could you say, the poke
10 seconds.
skirmish maybe an advantage of 1W.
5 seconds remaining.
Both teams probably need a carrier. I mean, it could also be Doom carry, of course. Maybe that's even more likely. We do see Yellow Submarine banning out the Morphling, so they are more worried about the potential carry heroes as for now. And then they're going to also see the 1W pick their hero first, right? So they get a better idea of what kind of offlaner or carrier they're going to be dealing with. Medusa is actually still in the pool. I think that's a very good hero for Yellow Submarine right now.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good shout actually. Yeah, dude, Deuce, it looks like a pretty free Deuce game.
Yeah, that would be an oversight, I think, to give that away, right?
Yeah.
Could it also be a Dusa game for 1W, maybe? They could also consider banning the Anti-Mage, picking the Medusa, something like that. To snatch it away. Because I think
Yeah,
Medusa is
yeah.
not bad for one win either. Maybe a little greedy with the Doom offlane, potentially getting bullied by a Ursa or something, and then suddenly you... yeah, maybe that's not the best approach for them.
10 seconds.
But let's see what they choose to do. I would say that I think it's an oversight to not ban Medusa here.
5 seconds remaining.
Unless you're picking something to prematurely counter the Dusa, or like make it deter them from picking it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the least, if the things that if 1W pick Medusa, I know we never really see it, but I think Yellow Submarine could get away with an anti-mage game. Like, it's not about anti-mage. And then if they throw a Deucer in against you as this last pick from 1W, I think you just pick anti-mage.
Exactly. Yeah. So if 1W wants to pick Medusa, they would ban anti-mage here and then grab Medusa. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also am not sure. Maybe there's something there where the Doom carry is actually very good against Medusa. You don't have to Doom her, but you just have so much physical damage and ramp up the net worth. Maybe there's something there as well, where the Medusa counters the offlane Doom, but not necessarily the carry Doom as much. That could also be a part of the reason why they choose to ignore it here.
All right, so they take the Abaddon. I think the Abaddon, as we were sort of saying earlier, could have also been something in consideration for Yellow Submarine, so 1W, choosing that to be the pick. I guess the question is now, could Yellow Submarine still go for this Medusa?
I think they definitely could. I also want to mention that we saw this Abaddon Doom combination played earlier. I can't remember which team it was, but the problem with these two heroes is they both want to buy Radiance, right? So actually what this entails is that the Abaddon carry is a lot more likely to be happening, because Abaddon without Radiance seems kind of underwhelming right now, right? Whereas Doom is more flexible with his item choices. So even though it does look flexible right now, and you can put Abaddon offlane and Doom carry and so on, it's not necessarily the best because of the items that these heroes want to be buying.
There it is.
Yeah.
I think it looks pretty good. Getting Medusa in for Yellow Submarine, Bottega, he has been popping off. You've just given him a game where he's on a carry that, on paper, it looks pretty good. To the point where I wonder, do you think 1W kind of forgot about the Medusa? Or is there a world where 1W don't care about it and do feel that their draft is just strong enough to beat it?
I think it has to come down to the... Maybe they feel like the matchup Doom carry don't care about Medusa. Like, I really think it's something like that. Or they just forgot about it. But seeming forget about Medusa here seems... I don't know. Maybe they also just value the Sven and the Ursa higher. I'm not sure. But one thing is for sure, I think they have... Yellow Submarine has a very strong draft here. I mean, one win has good heroes too. But... I kind of like what Yellow Submarine has here. We also saw Bottega. He really likes to farm, so I imagine the Dusa is a nice fit for him.
It just looks pretty well-rounded. I think, 1W, if they're able to take this, it's definitely going to be this sort of different fashion to what we've seen from other teams, especially when you say, this is the other day we had a team going for this Abaddon Doom. It didn't look great. So they're going to have to kind of do it a little bit differently than we've seen before. And, some of these supports, we'll see what the Bane's going to be able to do. Obviously, it gets a lot harder to play your game in the middle of, and so those mid-game fights, right, as the Bane, getting a Fiend's Grip off when, if you're not catching the Deuce, so the Stone Gaze comes out, you can feel pretty helpless as a Bane.
Dusa is also one of those heroes that don't mind all these spells, right? It's like the same category as Abaddon, like you mentioned, where Dusa caring about getting gripped. It's harder to grip the Dusa, right? The Stone Gaze, the Shard. Same with Lasso. It's hard to lasso the Dusa, right? And she might not care as much. So I think it's a very good Dusa game. We should mention that actually 1W are playing the Doom carry and the Abaddon offlane, right? And that leaves me wondering, what is this Abaddon going to be buying in the game? Is he still going to go for Radiance, or is there some other build on this hero that we're not thinking about, right?
I mean... Could you go some kind of crazy Manta Diffusal build?
It's maybe, but it's just the hero does not farm that fast that you're gonna get the timing online fast enough for it to matter against Medusa. That's the main issue, I think. It works on paper, but not in practice. I actually don't know. I think this is the main problem, having Doom and Abaddon. Maybe you just go double Radiance. It doesn't have to be that bad. It's just a lot of gold going into a farming item, right? So 2 heroes buying this item, I don't know. They might have a weak mid game at that point. But yeah, let's see. I don't know if you can go for some kind of more supporting Abaddon with like drums and Crimson Guard type of thing. Let's see.
No, it's good. No, it's going to be interesting to see what approach they have here. 1W, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action. Just a reminder, this is the lower bracket of the Western European TI qualifiers. Loser of this series is out. It's the end of the road for them towards TI, so very important stuff to play for here. And of course, Yellow Submarine, they ended up down here in the first round of the lower bracket. I believe we're getting knocked down by Na'Vi Jr., but their run of the lower bracket just looked very strong. 1W they did get knocked down yesterday by Na'Vi Jr. as well. So interesting to note, yeah, both teams are down here in the lower bracket due to Na'Vi Jr. Difference being 1W did manage to take one game off Na'Vi Jr. So now let's see how things go here where they're head-to-head.
They were also pretty far ahead in the other game, I think I saw. I actually thought, okay, one win is actually going to take it. And I went to do something else, and then it turned out Na'Vi Jr. took it in the end. But they were up quite a bit of gold, so maybe they can win this game on the back of being a superior team to Yellow Submarine. But I do think the draft looks very good for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah. I think there's definitely going to be a point in this game where we'll see this good skewer up the top one to Kasani. They're going to drop the blood grenade to try and chase him down. See if they can finish off the kill. Looks like they don't want to waste time chasing into the trees, so no first blood to be found quite yet. But yeah, if it ends up sort of being a game where we're seeing this Medusa get free farm and you know, get to this sort of point 15 minutes in or so when they're 2k ahead of any other carry or any other core, then there's going to be a problem for 1W. Obviously, it should be unlikely because Doom, as a carry, should be able to stay ahead unless something crazily bad happens for him in the early stages here, Munkushi. You know, Doom should be able to play the advantage and kind of have that lead.
I think another thing that's often overlooked, or at least not really mentioned as much with the Medusa, is her team fight is really strong. Just with the fact that she has the stone gaze, it's such a long duration, right? It's let's say she's level 12, right? It's 5.5 seconds where you actually cannot look at this hero, and this just adds to a lot more team fight for the draft. And they already have the mag, the Wheel of Wonder, and the Pengular Roll, right? So they just have this overwhelming amount of team fight later on. And when you look at the 1W, they don't have that. A lot of skirmishes going on here top lane.
Yeah, Inferno keeps getting some pretty nice skewer backs, but each time they just don't quite have enough damage to finish off a kill. Yeah, between the two of them up here on Yellow Submarine. And mid lane, very even at the moment here. Both Squadix and Morel getting similar amounts out of the matchup. But, if you just look at the CS across the board, it's just a bit of a slower start for Munkushi. Out of all the cores, not having as easy of a time. We'll see actually Lupsi very low. He's going to die for this one. No Fairy Fire is going to be saving him. So playing a little too greedy there, Lupsi, with how far he was stepped forward and on how low HP he was to try and mess around with that pull. Gives up first blood to Munkushi.
I think that's also part of the reason why Bane is very strong in lane, right? Just being able to isolate the 4, so you always can get the pull off. It's like we saw just now. So very annoying the hero to play against as the 4. But nonetheless, still very good CS from the mag in the lane, already up to the double bracer, and you got the Lotus too, so he's looking to have a very good game. We did see Magnus struggle in the offlane in some of the other series we casted, but this time around it looks much better for him.
Yeah, the skewer back again, it's good damage onto Munkushi. Shockwave in a second, but he has to start backing up Infernal. And Munkushi is going to be left pretty low. How are they doing on the regen? There's a salve already on Kasani if he wants to pop that over, and also has a set of tangos coming out Kasani, so should be able to share some tangos out the way of Munkushi.
By the way, we saw the Bat Rider move over and snatch the bottom water rune from the Pengular, so he's completely out of mana now.
Now bottom lane, CS so far between SSS and Bottega. Pretty even, just a few more denies being had here by the Abaddon. But Bottega very much not getting slowed down, at least on these first few levels, first few waves. Soon have those early stats coming out as well, so then it'll be even easier for him to potentially get some denies as well against the Abaddon. Pretty stable start across the board.
Yeah, I think the level 5 Medusa as well, right? That's a really strong timing for the laning phase. Every wave the Abaddon needs to care, he doesn't get hit by this really strong snake. They are leaving him alone though for now, and Bat is angling more towards mid lane.
See up on the top. Once again, Lupsi getting caught out, but does set up for them to find 1 kill, maybe even 2. Brainstab comes in onto Infernal, but he's got the skewer back up, gets the angle onto Kasani, And this time they'll take Lupsi dying there for sure, as Infernal off the back of the death of the Shaman is able to pick up a double kill. Meanwhile, over in the mid, we'll see Sweden Strong, as you said, he's sort of hovering around this mid lane looking for this opportunity, does find it, as both him and Squadix are able to push forward and take down Morel.
Tower is under attack.
One way to start snowballing this game for 1W is to enable this Ember, right? If he starts getting active, getting the runes, and he's the hero that 1W can start playing around. So far, so good.
Now Shikoda did head over to try and mess with the potential power in spawn, but they were there ready and waiting for him. Another kill to be picked up by 1W.
Dire's middle tower is
Actually,
under
Penguin not going for the bot rune. I think he's just anticipating Ember gonna... Or it's maybe already taken, but Ember had no mana to Remnant, so he's just gonna get us for free here.
We've got the phase boots done now on the Abaddon, so yeah, still keeping an eye on these two to see what direction they want to go with their builds. On top. So they can catch out Infernal. They get the drag back with the Nightmare. Does still have a skewer at the ready, Infernal. They will use the Flame Break. Maybe we're trying to sort of hold that to try and interrupt the skewer, but doesn't quite come out in time for the interruption, so Infernal manages to make it back under the tower.
Dire are scanning.
Wisdom runes, yeah, SSS will fall back to grab his. And same we said here for Lupsi, so just the 1-for-1 still on the Wisdoms. Level 6 about to be hit on Infernal. Do have to be a little bit careful around the tower 1W in case of an RP skewer play.
Yeah, we see Infernal also queuing up the Blink Dagger, so that's the route he's gonna go. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Yeah, it's very hard to pressure this Medusa. Also has 4 mangoes on him, so...
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't get baited in while looking at the mana bar if you're 1W. Kind of hard for them to make moves down there, even if they bring in the support rotations. That's in the mid. Sonny does head over. Gonna have Morel play aggressive here. He does have the backup of Lupsi. If he can get any chance to get a kill, the chains are out on the 2 of them. The shackles from Lupsi holding Squadix back, but he's going to be heavily outnumbered. As oh, okay, just TP's out. Never mind. TP's out under the nose of the 3 of them, and Lupsi this time will live.
That's pretty clutch, actually.
Yeah.
TP. It's like a high risk, high reward, I guess. If he TP's out there and dies, that's without boots as well. It's a long way out on the map. By the way, we see the Abaddon queuing up the Diffusal Blade, so the build you were talking about might be inbound here.
He's gonna do it. I mean, it's usually what the downside with this, right? Just what takes a long time to get online, and especially when you're just going for this Diffusal first, none of this build really speeds up your farming capabilities.
I mean, this Diffusal Blade countering Medusa idea is just often doesn't work as well as you'd hope, right? Because many times you get Diffusal, but you're not gonna really see the Medusa on your screen for the next 15 minutes, right? He's gonna be jungling and farming up somewhere, right? And you're not gonna be able to get to him and right-click him. So heroes that buy Diffusal, like Pengulia and stuff like this, where the continuation of the Diffusal impact is gonna be there, but with Abaddon, I'm not completely sold on it. I mean, we'll see if it works out, but in my experience, this type of build usually doesn't counter Medusa as much as you hope.
I mean, I feel yeah.
I mean, eventually he's gonna have Butterfly, right? And you're gonna have like what, Diffusal plus 1 item, and it's not really gonna. You're not gonna be able to go in and hit this guy that many times. But let's see.
Yeah, because it does feel when you see that being queued up by the Abaddon, that then kind of maybe makes me feel that the Medusa coming in as the last pick did sort of catch them by surprise. Because you've got to imagine, right, this probably wasn't the initial plan from 1W to be like, hey, let's run Abaddon off lane, he's going to farm Diffusal. Like, I would be surprised if that's, that's not the plan B and that was the plan A.
Oh, of course. Yeah, certainly. I mean, you also got to remember that it's not necessarily these teams don't necessarily have the same experience as us watching this game and seeing this Doom Abaddon combo play out like 2 days ago and then thinking about these things, right? Because it's not obvious before you've actually played the game once or had these heroes in your draft once already, right? It looks like a good combination because they can both go off lane, they can both be carry and things like that. But yeah, let's see if they can bring down Medusa here. He doesn't have a point in his ultimate actually.
He's got a lot of backup coming in to help him though. Rolling Thunder's going to be coming in from the side. Luxi's going to look for the opening to get the catch on someone. He's going to get the Hex onto SSS. As they surround the Abaddon. See if he's going to have any way out of this one. He knows he can't go for any sort of TP as there's a lot of interrupts here available for Lupsi. So he's dead. So more than ready for that aggressive play. Yellow Submarine ready to bring in the numbers and keep their Medusa safe.
Maybe a bit too over-aggressive, right? Like chasing so long.
I mean, all squad ace. See if they can perfectly lock him down. They can't. He's going to be able to jump away. That was a bit of a sneaky setup there. You know, we had Lupsi just sort of hanging around the tree line whilst Squadix was trying to farm these lane creeps. But luckily enough for him, he gets out alive.
I think he was just short of mana on the... They're going to go on Medusa again, actually. Bat was still lingering around. Still no point in his ultimate.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's going to be a bit of a blunder from Bottega. You know, it was him standing around too long at the end of it all. I mean, obviously last time he got all the TPs coming in. This time the team's going to be like, bro, I can't help you this time.
You also had both supports kind of moving away towards mid, right? He probably thought, oh, I have supports in the vicinity, I can stay here, but yeah, maybe unclear communication. But also nice staying around as the Bat Rider there. Unpredictable for sure.
Swinging down bottom, Yellow Submarine. Looks like it's still interesting trying to take a fight here. It's the RP on at the two of them. The borrowed time will come out as well as the shield. But underneath the tower, Sweden Strong will get caught. We'll see if SSS can actually get out of it, and he cannot. They've got the grab with the shackles, and he is dead. So we have one moment they're diving in, they're killing the Medusa. The next moment, finally, Yellow Submarine are back in a position to be able to come in, force together the defense, keep the tower alive, get themselves 2 big kills, and now put the pressure onto the tier 1 of 1W.
Yeah. That's also such an early blink tag on Mac, right? Like 12 minutes. You probably don't anticipate him having it that early. Yeah.
And we'll still be able to get quite a fair bit of damage. So it's quite a bit of time there for Kasani to try and take it down. See the smoke coming in. They want to keep fighting down in 1W. This time, you know, it's going to be into the Stone Gaze being back online for Bottega. Still don't have the borrowed time either, so SSS has to be a little careful. See if they can get with this wraparound. Get eyes onto Jakoda first. You see that Loopsy, he's bailed out this one. He'll just TP away. We'll see Bottega also retreat. And he's going to hold the high ground. Maybe looks to see if he can try and turn an out fight back. He's got the Stone Gaze, so should be able to keep Jakoda safe now that the remnants are in. Jakoda's trying to juke. He will die. He'll get the wheel out. It's not going to catch on to anyone. The Fiend Script is there to hold back Morel during this Rolling Thunder. Morel is able to get out of this one. The Rolling Thunder comes to an end. He'll get burst down by the Brain Sap, and now Bottega outnumbered. Looks he's heading over. Can he do anything to help him here? The lasso comes down to Bottega. Bottega surrounded by the 4 of them. They'll kill off the Medusa. 1W. Very, very insistent on making these moves down on this bottom lane. And this time round, it's a big hit. They take out the big cause. They take out the big carry. Bottega once again. And of course, during all of this time, Munkushi, he's loving life up on the top side.
Yeah. I mean, that was huge for them, right? I mean, I don't think they expected it to go so poorly. Ringmaster survived so long that it was almost like, hey, we can maybe turn this. And actually, they ended up losing 3 heroes plus the tower there. So, massive win for them. That was also the diffusal timing on the Pangolier, so he was pretty strong there. Now Abaddon got his. Let's see how much impact this item is going to have.
Yeah. I see where it goes after this. You know, is it going to be diffusal into the Manta? You're going to sort of diffusal in some sort of blink? Or where do you want to go with this?
I don't think he really knows yet. He hasn't queued anything up. I don't imagine he has many diffusal Abaddon games in his pops. I think it is just going to be one of those times where you wing it and, you know, see what happens. He got a Blitz Knuckle actually. So it's some kind of Echo Saber, I suppose. Wait, no, that's not Echo Saber anymore. Orchid?
Orchid, yeah. It's either going to be the Orchid or some sort of Shadow Blade Silver Edge.
Orchid.
Okay, Orchid. All right.
a nice work game. It's a lot of nice targets. I want to commend the one win continuously running at this Medusa early on, because normally we see teams feel like, this guy is too tanky, we can't really kick him out, it's too hard of a kill, but they just kept going down there, and I think this was a good decision. Now they opened up the map for themselves here. Mid lane.
Now we get the kill, and with the Serpent Ward down, they should be able to have a good shot of threatening the tier 1. Let's see if 1W want to do anything here. Squadix is going to jump in, jump out, try to get the power in, won't be able to grab it, ends up spawning up top. It's a nice one as well, the amplified damage ready for the taking here for Yellow Submarine. They finished the tier 1 tower mid. We'll just see as well, Bottega, he's managed to get himself prepped some pretty juicy ancient stacks, so should be able to head back and farm that up soon. Some stacks being farmed on the other side of the map by Squadix, and Munkushi has hit that timing. So the Radiant's now online for the Doom in the jungle. See Shikoda getting caught, but he's got backup. Coming in from the side, they put the shackle, skewer over, he's going to hold back on the RP because he knows the borrowed time's there. Now he'll go for it. See if this is going to give them the chance to actually get a kill from this. The Rolling Thunder does control and burst Kasane. The Doom dropped down here on towards the Pango, but the shackles there from Luxi will be put to a stop by the lasso. Infernal's trying to chase down the Doom, but he cannot fight this on his own. He has to go for the TP out. Is there anything to stop it? There is not. He'll escape. But Shikoda might not be quite as fortunate as Sweden Strong. We'll chase on forward. The chains are there from Squadix as 1W are able to successfully push Yellow Submarine out of their jungle.
Yeah, nice fight from 1W. I think also one thing Yellow Submarine has to remember in this game is that they actually have a carry Medusa, right? Which means this hero is unlikely to be running with you into the jungle. So when you invade like that, you are probably going to be playing 4 versus 5. That's what ends up happening there. Also, we see the strength of the Abaddon ultimate, right? It's kind of hard for them to use their spells on this hero. Like both the RP, the Pangolin roll, the Wheel of Wonder, they all get countered by the ultimate of Abaddon. So he's just in their face, and we see the Diffusal play come into play not against Medusa, but against the other heroes of Yellow Submarine.
Top tower has fallen.
No, I mean, it's with this sort of build on Abaddon, it's if you're sort of getting ahead and you're able to play aggressive, it feels pretty great, right? You hit this timing, 18 minutes in, Diffusal and the Orchid. You just go on someone at this point where they just don't really have the means to sort of separate themselves from you. It's not easy. We'll see a good jump here from Infernal. Gets the skewer onto SSS, but again, he still has borrowed time at the very end of the tower. Stone Gaze will be there. That's going to be the borrowed time pop. See if they can catch him after this. They'll land the root into the Rolling Thunder again. They're shutting off his escape as well with the Wheel of Wonder underneath the tower. They will be able to kill SSS off.
It actually reminds me of, I think it might have been Blast or Dream League, where we saw the Abaddon versus Magnus matchup quite a bit. And the general idea is that Abaddon is good against Mag because of the RP factor. Nice catch from that.
Infernal. He's been getting some really nice skewers this game. 3-0-5. Shikoda will die for this move though, as backup was inbound here from 1W. Shikoda get caught by the Nightmare. Not going to be able to try for a neutral tonight as the Sleight of Fist from Squadix finishes him off.
But back to the Abaddon Mag matchup, right? The Abaddon considered good against Mag because you can't really RP him. He's always going to get his ultimate off. He can even shield off another guy, RP as well. And I think nowadays it's the skewering back the Abaddon, right? Because Abaddon wants the front line. He can't die. He has 2 lives type of thing, right? But the skewering back of Abaddon into your team, right, makes it so that Abaddon cannot play how he wants to play later on in the game anymore. So I think this matchup it goes both ways for sure, like we just saw in the mid lane there.
Now with these last few moments, Bottega has been able to do a good job of avoiding getting caught in the moves. He's found himself a nice spot on this top kind of half of the Radiant side of the map. Some butterfly progress. He has the Eagle Song done. The rest of the team are looking to make plays. 1W, of course, are trying to make plays towards them. They want to continue to put this pressure on the Medusa. They do not want to let Bottega have the chance to run away with this game.
20-minute Tormentor here. 1W in good position to take it, but we have a big smoke coming in from Yellow Submarine. And looks like 1W knows about it, so they're gonna chill a bit, hitting this Tormentor.
Let's have a look here. Infernal, what can he find? SSS, he's going to be able to turn with the silence, but the blink outs there. They weren't able to get any damage in onto the Magnus, so he's still able to blink away. And now the jump's been made onto SSS. They've got the Hex from the Rolling Thunder. He'll turn towards Luxie. Will be able to kill the Shaman off, but the Stone Gaze is there from Bottega. Freezes in place the Bane. They've killed off the Bane. Now they're ready to try and turn to potentially look for more here. As Bottega in a fantastic position in the center of the fight. The RP locks down Munkushi. It's a double kill for Shikoda. This fight's getting pretty awkward now for 1W. They're going to try and find Infernal, but they have to deal with this Medusa. Question is, can they? Mirel jumps in with the shield crash on towards the two of them. Still pushing forward here. Bottega doing, not a crazy amount of burst damage, but he's slowly killing them off, and he'll be able to finish off Squadix. That's a huge kill, ending his 8-kill monster kill streak. They try and fight them, fight back 1W, but we are starting to see early signs of the Medusa problem, right? As I say, she's not killing you quickly, but you're not killing her before she eventually kills you.
I mean, this whole fight started a bit awkward for 1W, right? Abaddon silences the Magnus. He gets to blink out of there, out of trouble, right? And since then, he just kites the fight all the way. We also get the Doom. He didn't cast Doom at all because of the nice Manchi dodge from the Bottega. And then he got RP straight away afterwards. And the Bane grip was cancelled by the Medusa also. A lot of things going right there for Yellow Submarine. And now he has his Butterfly up. And we have not seen the Diffusal play off at all against the Medusa. This Abaddon, now he has a Blink Dagger too. If he doesn't start to win fights from here, I fear for his ability to scale into this game. He's very squishy right now. If they pop his ultimate early, it's very hard for him to have impact in the fight.
Yeah. It very much is the problem with this sort of build. You do just die so easily, so quickly, the 2 times, borrowed time. You have those few seconds, but outside of that, yeah, you just melt. So it's a risky one. I think it definitely an adaptation that SSS has had to make because there's a Medusa in the game. It's not going to be an easy one for 1W, I don't think. They do have this 3k lead, but I think that the Medusa just overall, as we saw signs of in that last fight, is absolutely a big problem.
Yeah. In the back of it, though, they do get the Tormentor, but Yellow Submarine just kind of accepted that, and they just farmed the map. Also got the tier 1 bottom lane, though. Abaddon being very aggressive here.
Yeah, tries to make a bit of a solo play. He has got borrowed time, and they won't be able to fully commit on him, knowing that there's time now for backup to come in from 1W, so he'll be all right. Loopsy, though, he's actually going to find Sweden strong off of the side. He's ready to make a solo move. It drops the Serpent Ward down. Quick plays from him to catch out the bat. Mirel borrows the kill. And Bottega, he might have even found some action here. Okay, Kasani will be able to back up for the Nightmare. End up bot lane again. SSS gets good. He has to immediately put the borrowed time to try and get away. These are a couple of slip-ups. Sweden's getting caught in that position, and the Abaddon getting caught like this. That's not good.
This is getting into dangerous territory now, because we already talked about the difficulty if 1W has team fighting into Yellow Submarine lineup, and now giving away these random pickoffs as well. I think this is not what we want to be doing. Now you're going to lose a tier 2 probably here if a Yellow Submarine commits for it.
Coming in with the TPs.
Okay, they're just going to decide to back off. It's not worth their trouble right now. But the mag as well, having an Aghanim so early, I mean, it really is problematic for 1W to deal with. And we saw Magnus yesterday, played by Sumail on the mid lane, also going for a similar build with the Aghanims, and it's kind of rising in stock, in my opinion, at least in this qualifier.
Kasani might get caught here, yep. In with the horn toss. Quick catch. And 1W, they are around, but I don't think they want to try and do anything about this. Also going to lose his curry there, Kasani. We'll see them try with a knockback of the flame break. Shackles are there. Rolling Thunder coming in. We can see the buyback come out from the Bane. Bottega moving forward. They've got the Rolling Thunder perfectly locking down Munkushi. That's the carry dead. Bane, he bought back for this. He's dead as well. It's looking rough. I mean, they had a little bit of a lead on the gold. That's now gone away, Misery. I think 1W are maybe regretting the fact that I think they did forget about the Medusa during the draft phase.
Maybe they did. They are looking a little bit flustered here. The moves that they're making and the buybacks, and they can't really fight, right? We see the Doom now he just got his BKB, so maybe next fight he'll be able to do something more, but he is just getting chain stunned. You're not necessarily even going to get that BKB off against all this RP Pangolier roll, right? Hexes from Shadow Shaman. It's looking very hard for them right now. I guess the next thing on the menu now is the Roshan, right? If they don't manage to contest that, then
Oh, not again, SSS.
again, yeah.
He's
This
getting caught
Aghanim
so
mag.
much. Borrowed time. I mean, it's not going to save him.
I wouldn't want to be playing this Abaddon right now. It's just hopeless. It's such a bad matchup in this game right now.
Dire's middle tower.
Nobody can really show on the lanes anymore, right?
I think
The way Yellow.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I feel like SSS, he's probably just molding about the Medusa pick. He's like, guys, why did we not ban this hero? Why am I having to play this? Why am I having to build these items to try and counter something that we forgot about?
Maybe yes. It's also the way Yellow Submarine can play this game. They can just ignore one lane and play 2 lanes. And nobody can show in those 2 lanes, right? Because of the mag skewer. So by that nature, they're going to control a lot of the map all the time. And it's just the mag Aghanims is just such an easy execution. It's just blink in, pressure horn toss, get a pick, right? And if you don't have the right heroes to deal with it or to initiate the fight afterwards, then playing the map is just so difficult. And here is the Roshan. There's no sign of any contesting here, and it's gonna be an ages onto the Medusa probably. Closing in on Skadi as well. Problematic.
It's massive. Once again, I mean, as we said, we've seen in the performances from Yellow Submarine, Bottega, this lad super solid on the carry. That's some very good plays, very good games from him.
Dire are scanning.
And 1W, what is the plan? What is the plan, do you think, 1W?
Yeah, I was just thinking
they're not
about
in a
it,
great
so-
spot. How do they get out of this? Is there any sort of big item around the corner?
Doesn't look like there's any big item, but I think just thinking about going high ground, there is probably a high ground attempt going to be happening within the next 5 minutes, right? Within the next ages period from Yellow Submarine. And you do have the Blink Lasso. Let's see if they can catch somebody bottom. Ringmaster is... Okay. They got the Doom on the mag though, on the left. So that's a nice pick off here.
But can SSS get out? I think he might be in trouble. So they do get, as you said, they get a kill. They get a Magnus. But it does cost them 2 heroes, and one of them being, unfortunately for himself, SSS, who's going to go down yet again.
Yeah, it's definitely looking hard. I mean, for you to kill a mag somewhere on the map, you have to commit the Doom. You have to commit so many heroes into that area, right? And it's kind of easy for Yellow Submarine to follow up and get return kills afterwards. Especially right now when you have the Aegis on Medusa. But anyways, as for the high ground push, you do have the Blink Lasso with a 4-star on bat. So maybe there's some kind of play like that you can make where you drag the Medusa in deep. It's just so hard. Look how tanky he is, and he's always gonna get his ult off.
Oh, and look at the catch.
The catch on Mag, Ember.
He's got him at the side. We'll see if they're able to get him out. They've got the Nightmare. They will get the Lasso on it. Lupsy trying to drag him up into the base, but they can't even get him in. The Flame Break will hit. He's able to walk this one off. Lupsy's not even going to die. And he's back in. Look at him go. He's ready to jump in, continue to play aggressive. He's caught the back. And they'll get him. Sweet and Strong goes down. Lupsy will find the die for his efforts. They'll try and fight this here, going in with the BKB. Squadix looking to find the supports, but they've got the RP. The Stone Gaze is there, but Squadix will be able to back up before he ticks in. Munkushi heads into the midst of the fight, but he now has to put the BKB and run. So the root is going to catch on towards the Bane. Kasani won't look to dive the high ground. They'll hold back, but they know that that was 1W trying to make this move with the 2 BKB usages, and they don't get anything after that initial Shaman kill.
Yeah, everything was kind of used there, but I think that benefits Yellow Submarine.
Oh, no, not SSS again. He's got the borrowed time. Oh, look at the blink off. But with the wheel, he's going to catch him. He's
Another
still a little
screw
bit
coming in
awkward to
very
get
shortly
up there.
here. If he wants
Infernal.
to.
Ah, he doesn't go for it.
Again, we saw the Bane grip getting cancelled instantly by the Medusa ultimate. She tried to catch onto the Pangolier roll there, but it's such a huge AoE, the Medusa ult. Much bigger than you even think. Especially when you have to stand and channel, right? So I mean, this was really good for Yellow Submarine because the BKBs were popped, the Abaddon ult were popped as well. And now you can just go high ground. You still have the Aegis. You don't need the ultimates as much as 1W does.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The big snake as well, speeding up the process here.
That's going to be easy mid-racks. Now maybe even a second set if they want to swing around to the bottom. Now already, look, we see Inferno as well smoked up, seeing if he can get a chance for a horn toss drag back. He might find something. And he's going to find Munkushi, and Munkushi is going to get caught out by the heck. They do have the last set of control Bottega for now, as they'll drag him off to the side. But Swedish Strong will die for that as he gets caught by the shackles. Jump forward here as they try and chase down Infernal and Jakoda, as they do get a couple of them 1W. Can they get Morel? They surrounded the Pango. Yeah, they'll get him on top of it. Okay, so and not a bad defense. They do lose their mid barracks, but they are at least able to take something away from Yellow Submarine, getting those 3 kills. It's something.
It's something for sure. The gold is actually surprisingly even after all of this. I mean, a couple of points there is that Mag went in pretty deep. It didn't feel like Yellow Submarine was quite ready for that level of aggression from Infernal. And then secondly, I think Sweden Strong was the kind of the hero of that fight, right? Dragging the Medusa away to the side and forcing the Medusa to pop ultimate and stand there and kill the Bat Rider off, which meant that he wasn't in the real fight where Pengulia and Mag and Ringmaster ended up going down. So they are still playing around their spells nicely here. Maybe the Bat Rider is the deciding factor in this game if one win is supposed to come back in this one.
So what 1W wants to do. I mean, if you're 1W, are you trying to go for these sort of smoke moves, or do you sort of say, hey, we're going to sort of wait until they come to us again, play these high ground defenses?
Yeah, I think you, of course, you want to try to avoid getting picked off like this. Like, this is not good, but that's very hard, of course. I think you want to try to cut as many waves as possible, try to delay this game, get more items on your Ember Spirit and your Abaddon, like pretty much every hero, right, if you can. And make your heroes as tanky as possible so that this Medusa like doesn't just shred through your lineup. So right now she is really hard to deal with. But I don't know if Yellow Submarine is gonna allow you to just farm more.
Super close down with the full disperser on Bottega, just a couple of 100 gold off that. Bringing in the top wave, ready to take down that final tier 2 tower that 1W have. BKB on Magnus now. See, so, I mean, because Yellow Submarine, do you think they try and push it? Do they play it safe, wait for that next Roshan before you go high ground again?
Yeah, I think you're gonna take the Tormentor right now, and then I think you play the map a little bit, try to get some more picks with the Mag, because I think going high ground can be a bit risky. If you go high ground and somehow that ends up poorly for you, then suddenly you're a little bit in trouble. Because what we see now is that the net worth is more or less even, and most of the net worth advantage for Yellow Submarines is on the Medusa, right? If Magnus and Pengulia starts dying in this game, it is pretty much just going to be Medusa versus the world, right? Whereas on the other hand, on W, they have 3 cores scaling really well right now. We have the Nullifier finished up on Abaddon, right? We have Doom, of course, getting many items as the hero's nature allows it, and Ember as well closing in on Shivas. So we might see a situation where Yellow Submarine can become a tricore, whereas Yellow Submarine only has that one Medusa. But one win is going to actually smoke up here with a double damage onto the Doom. He deals a lot of damage right now. And a smoke away from this area from Yellow Submarine. Not sure they are even aware that they were coming for them. They also seem to be looking for aggression themselves. Perhaps looking to find somebody in the bot area of the map.
No, looks like 1W should be able to avoid this move this time. So yeah, we'll inevitably have to answer to the push. It's just not looking any easier for 1W as these minutes pass. Difficult to see what they're going to have to just be able to take down this Medusa at this point.
Yeah, seems very difficult for sure. Like if you focus her, then the spells of Mag and Pangolier will interrupt you for sure. If you focus the other guys, well then the user will do ham, press an ultimate. Here is the high ground push. So the big snake also really helps in this way, right? It does kill the tower surprisingly fast. I really think this talent is, or the facet is better than the chicken fingers.
It's so strong. I mean, it's just like, look at this. Like, nobody wants to step up and hit it.
You can't kill it. You can't kill it. It's just gonna rack you.
Yeah, they can't do anything about this big old snake. They got 2 snakes they got a problem with this game.
What a combo.
That's a problem. SSS. What's been spotted? Okay, it's like they're trying to set up one of them with the stone gaze. A little ambitious.
Very early stone gaze here. This could be an opening for 1W. It's a very
I think you got to try. Yeah, they'll make a jump forward on Munkushi. He's just caught by the heck. The RP's in on the walls. Then he's caught the back. Caught the dude. Swedish Stroke's dead. Munkushi will get the BKB off, but it's too late. He's dead as well. A beautiful RP coming in there from Infernal. As 1W, I mean, they make that move, right, because they feel desperate in this position. They're like, well, Stone Gaze has been used. I guess we're going to try something. It's just not good enough at this point.
It's just too difficult to start a fight, right? It's like we just mentioned. You go on Medusa, the other guys interrupt. You go on the other guys, then Medusa will be there and hitting you. It's much easier for Yellow Submarine. All they need to do is stick together and control the 2 lanes, like we mentioned earlier as well. And then on top of that, the ease of execution in terms of going high ground with the big snake. But they're not GGing out Let's yet, so let's see if they there's no way. Let's see if they can hold, but it looks very rough here.
The snakes are out again.
Yeah, the snake is out.
The Serpent Ward might just end the game if you give them a long enough time. This ward's got the objective in mind. He's trying to close it. The Phoenix Group will come out onto Morel and get the silence onto Bottega. It's just ending the game. You know, who cares what's happening in this fight? This Serpent Ward's ready to get the win. I think he's pretty much the only thing that's hit the Ancient, and that's all that's needed to be doing. They're tapping out. They're disconnecting out. This is over as game 1 goes to Yellow Submarine. And 1W, I'll tell you one thing, they are not going to be forgetting about a Medusa pick again in the draft anytime soon, I don't think, because this one was a bit painful. It felt a little inevitable misery, this one.
Yeah, we kind of called it in the draft. Of course, you gotta give a team like 1W benefit of the doubt, right? That they didn't
maybe
get
they
it, or they had something up their sleeves, but it did feel like it was an oversight to let the Medusa go, picking those 2 cores in Doom and Abaddon. So yeah, definitely draft win by Yellow Submarine. I do think they executed well as well. To be fair, Lupsi doing a lot of good moves in this game, and we see the big snake coming into play. And maybe this game should solidify why you take that talent and not the facet and not the other one. But,
they're pretty.
A lot of pressure on 1W now to turn this one around.
Yeah, I think they should have a good shot in game 2 because I think a lot of this was on the draft. We've seen 1W come out with some really good stuff in the upper bracket, so I don't see them kind of getting put in such a tough position again a second game in a row. So yeah, I definitely expect to see 1W come in with a bit more of a fight in the second game. But yeah, Yellow Submarine looking good as they have been in these wins that they've had so far in this lower bracket run. And yeah, Bottega, you sort of felt it right in 1W's play. Those early moves, right, where they were kind of going all in on trying to kill the Medusa. It obviously didn't work out, but there's a reason why they were doing it. They knew that this kind of combination of this problematic hero got through into the hands of a problematic player, right? Yeah, but Bottega, you've got to do something to shut this man down. If he gets the space, he will carry the game.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. I mean, this team looks more and more like a real contender. 2-0ing their last 2 series. I also think they're not really one-dimensional. They're drafting well. They're, we talk a lot about the Medusa pick, but honestly, the Infernal Magnus was a big factor as well, right? We see the Sakota Death Prophet. You have to ban it. They did. Well, he just starts the Ringmaster instead. Like we also saw yesterday, him going this Blink first item. Maybe one of the best Ringmasters right now, I think, because his spell uses on this hero is great. And I mean, we see him as a standout player there. But yeah, I think there's a lot of problems that you have to consider this game. They first picked the Pangolin as well. Maybe this is a hero that you need to consider banning or taking away the mag, right? And it's not an easy position for 1W to be in right now.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yellow Submarine going to be feeling pretty good with that win in the bag. And yeah, going to be very exciting to see what the two teams do come out with in the next draft in this game too. So we'll find out very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, and then we're going to be back with game 2 of Yellow Submarine versus 1W.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Regional Qualifiers for the Internationals 2025. I'm Odie Pixel here in Misery, and we are currently enjoying our first series of the day down here in the lower bracket. 1W versus Yellow Submarine. We just had game 1 go the way of Yellow Submarine. We're just getting ourselves ready for game 2. Misery, what do you expect to see change up after that first game, which was a little bit of a rough one for 1W?
It's kind of hard to predict, but I would imagine they want to try to prevent Yellow Submarine from getting all the heroes that they want, right? I feel like they got too good of a lineup there, and they didn't get so much in return, perhaps. Of course, leaving the Medusa in the pool in the very end was a big mistake as well. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, they lost their last 3 games now in around 40 minutes, and it's not necessarily always that easy to regain that confidence if you've lost it a bit. So this might be an uphill battle a little bit to claim this win to get their confidence back for 1W.
We'll get to have a look to see what goes down here with the draft. Game 2 draft now beginning. The bans flying out pretty fast here. Again, TA and Bristol taken out by 1W, and the Enchantress and the Nature's Prophet taken out by Yellow Submarine. And 1W, they will go back to making sure that the Shaman doesn't get through the drafting phase, but they will still stick with that ban on the DP against that of Jakoda's DP.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. The Shaman getting banned out also from last game. This time around, Yellow Submarine has the first pick. So the draft order is changed. Let's see what they end up going for here. The Pangolin is still in the pool if they want to go that route. The Mag is there as well.
One Wee's turn to pick.
Ooh, okay, they want to run with the Doom themselves this time.
Yeah, so they go with the Doom.
All right, my 1W. Last time
Yesterday, they actually lost 2 games to Doom against Navi Junior.
Okay.
Their response when they were second was Razor,
Team back.
but this time they take it a little slower and just go with the casual support here, the Dark Willow. I like this approach, as we have been talking about in this tournament in general, that I think it's sometimes smarter to take a breather, though not necessarily jump the gun on picking these core heroes, but let the draft develop a little bit slower and a bit more natural, so you make sure that you don't get counterpicked too hard.
Bans. After that first game, I don't know if there's necessarily anything that 1W played in that last game that Yellow Submarine would feel
5 seconds remaining.
they would have to ban.
No. I think you gotta watch out for the potential Mag coming in for 1W. I don't know if they played a lot, but I would imagine that this hero should be rising in popularity in general across all the teams, because it just looks so strong. They haven't actually played any Mag. So they're banning out the Chen, a hero that
Remaining.
when played the last time 10 days ago,
5 seconds remaining.
and also not a hero we see much, but yeah, I think Kazane playing these Ench and Chens, so you gotta respect that a little bit at least. We see it here as well.
One Wee's turn to pick. Dire team pick.
Oh yeah, indeed. As you said, you know,
That's the
they've
Mag.
Yellow Submarine not considering it a ban-worthy hero does mean that 1W wastes no time picking it up.
It's also, if you don't take it here, there's a chance Yellow Submarine picks it again for Infernal, and
10 seconds.
and now you're playing into this Mag and Doom. It's just so disgusting and strong that I feel like you have to take the Mag yourself or ban it out if you have any hopes of. If you can't play Mag, then the chance of you qualifying in this qualifier right now in this meta is kind of low, I think. So you just gotta go with it, and that means Yellow Submarine gets their hand of Bat Rider. They had the chance to pick it up last game, but decided to go with Shaman, and this time they take the Bat. Of course, Shaman is bad this time around.
10 seconds.
See what they want to get with it. I mean, obviously last game we had a very similar opening from 1W. They had the Bat, the Doom, and the Bane. This time Yellow Submarine, they're going to get the Bat, the Doom, and the Silencer. Very strong pick, honestly, because this would have been quite annoying, right, if 1W got this against them when they're trying to play this sort of Bat Doom and solo initiation. Global comes out and puts a stop to the plays, so having it feels very nice for Yellow Submarine.
I think it was the Nigma Galaxy Virtus Pro series that we casted, where the Silencer hero was being banned first phase and prioritized really highly by the teams. And now we see Yellow Submarine also being on that train a little bit here. I think it's a nice response to these two supports, these two heroes that you see. If the Max blinks into Skewer, you can global silence, right? You can potentially interrupt that there, and also stop the Willow from casting his spells already. So I think it's a pretty good pick. I think it synergizes really well with Bat as well, considering you can blink lasso, and then global to follow up. So there is no counterplay from the mag.
Tiny coming in for 1W. Always never a bad hero to see. Very nice with the Magnus.
Yeah.
A lot of good fighting, brawling potential here between the three of them already.
Yeah, I like what 1W got a lot more this game. A lot more stuns and damage and just flexibility across their heroes. Okay, and I mean the thing is you can pick Mirana when you have that in your team. When you already have the team fight, the stuns, then the Mirana is a viable hero, I would say. But I still don't love it, but let's see what he can get done this game. I think the only Mirana we saw was Team Secret playing it that one game.
Yeah, that we watched,
Yeah, with very low synergy, in the no stuns, no setups at all for the arrow, and that did not look good, but this time around I think it could work.
Oh, Yellow Submarine.
Historically, I also feel the Mirana has been the most successful when he has heroes where his Moonlight Shadow becomes a factor as well. Like just the fact that you can invis your mag, invis your Tiny in the fight makes a big difference too.
Ooh, we had some Infernal Timbersaw earlier in the qualifiers, right? And it looked pretty good.
It did, yeah. They actually played it with the Bat Rider as well in the lane. That was the game against Secret, actually, where there was a Mirana, so it looks pretty good here. Timbersaw also a hero that's rising in popularity for good reason. Offers so much damage on frontline. Very hard to bring this guy down when he gets his Aghanims. Also scales incredibly well with all this pure damage.
Yeah, bans. We're going to have, of course, Yellow Submarine. They won't forget about the Medusa. They'll make sure that's banned out. And then the Ember and the Pango being banned here.
Yeah. So we're looking at a hero from Morel, and I think he has been mostly playing Puck, Void Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
We had one game where he actually played OD.
He did, and honestly, so far, I think it's actually a pretty good OD game. I guess the problem is you're picking it, and they could switch up something into the mid lane that's not nice to play against because you don't have last pick here.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna pick OD. It's you're gonna play against some sniper, and you're not gonna be able to.
I mean, Lena's banned. Honestly, Lena's one of the ones that's been annoying for the OD. It would just be a bit risky, right? You're picking it, and you don't have the last pick. Because if it was switched around, it was last pick, I think it would be a pretty good OD game.
Yeah. I can see it.
But, yeah, would be risky in this spot with 1W getting the chance to respond.
5 seconds remaining.
Also get to see what 1W chooses to do with the Tiny, if they want to put it mid or carry. It doesn't seem like they are the big carry team. Actually, they have played it a few weeks ago. They played a lot of carry Tiny. So we might see a counter pick on the mid lane here. Last pick for Squadix. Storm Spirit is still in the pool. That's a hero that we might see this game from either team, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe one for Yellow Submarine. It's one of those ones that we see get picked a lot where you don't know your mid matchup, or you're not guaranteed to know which hero is going to be going against you. So it could be a safe one, but depends if they want to be safe or they want to be risky. If they want to be risky, they could go with the OD. Want to be safe, go with the Storm. The other sort of safe mids still available like the DK, but we just don't really see them as much. And they just go with the safe one. They go with the Storm. It's just an easy mid hero to pick in these sort of situations.
Yeah, it is. Now maybe the incentive to pick like another carry is greater, just because you don't really feel like there's any hero that can counter the Storm Spirit mid the same way as something like an OD that you really have to respond to. So instead you could maybe pick another carry that goes well against Doom and Timbersaw in the game. Yeah, there it is, the Ursa.
Okay. Don't mind the Ursa. What do you sort of think about the Ursa pick?
I think the Ursa strong overall. I'm a bit worried about the lane actually, even though you consider the Ursa being good against heroes like Timbersaw in lane. The problem is that he's playing against the Bat Rider as well. And I think the Timbersaw has a lot of damage early on. You don't have to go for the passive at all. You can just go full on aggression. And Ursa doesn't like getting harassed early on. And he has a Mirana 5 as well. So I'm not really sure about this lane. I think if Ursa struggles in lane, it could be problematic for their picks in general. So I think, but on the other hand though, if one win gets good lanes, then I think their draft is much better than last game. But to be honest, I think Yellow Submarine's draft again is a little bit more annoying. There's so many more annoying heroes to deal with, right? The Bat, the Silencer. I feel like it's just I see more problems that one win has to respond to in the game. Of course, when 1W gets their core items, Blink Daggers and Mag, Blink that Tiny, then they can play the game. But before that, could be hard.
Yeah, because it's going to be one of those games where they're going to have sort of triple Blink on 1W. You know, you said with the Tiny, Mag, and with the Ursa as well, right? So these three core heroes that are going to be wanting to sort of make those jumps. Just, I guess the problem is going to be that eventually Yellow Submarine, they're going to have these two really beefy cores, right? Both this Timbersaw and this Doom, which could be hard to burst down. Obviously, the Ursa is going to be able to do it over the longer durations, but there will be that portion of the game where he's not quite ready to turn up to the fights. It could be difficult. I've got to agree with you. I do like it way more than what 1W ended up coming into game one with, so they should be giving themselves a better shot with this one. But Yellow Submarines, it seems to be the team you've got to be watching with the run that they've been making down in the lower bracket, and the wins, they've just looked good. And I guess you would say as well, overall with Yellow Submarine's draft, this is one of those drafts where you do like the way that the Doom's been picked and played, right? With sort of the heroes that are complementing it.
I kind of like the idea that you just pick Doom and you commit it to the carry straight away. I think that's a good approach for Doom. By the way, we have a very aggressive smoke, so let's have a see if there's some kind of a kill gonna be happening here. Sentry.
Yeah, they'll just have to. Yeah, not going to be able to do anything off the back of that 1W. Just have to let their ward go.
He's going to deny his own ward there. Just keep it open. But anyways, about the Doom, to close out that point, yeah, I feel like if you focus too much on flexing this Doom to offlane, you might end up hurting your own draft and your own strategy more than if you just tell yourselves, okay, this is always a carry Doom, and now we're just going to pick a good solid lineup around it. Because Doom carry does not seem like it has many weaknesses overall, except for when you pick the Abaddon as well to try to flex it, or something similar to that, right? Where you overlap the weaknesses of the hero. I don't think they've done that this game. I think they have a lot of mixed damage and a lot of catch frontline with the Timber. I actually see the Bottega doing the body blocking for his offlaners here. Or does that mean they're gonna put the Doom in the offlane? Looks like it.
Okay, so who's dodging who here? Well, is this the Timber trying to dodge the Ursa?
That's a good question. I think maybe that's the case. I would actually think that Timber being pretty happy against Ursa. Yeah, I'm not really sure what ended up happening here. I didn't pay attention to that, but we got an offlane Doom here, played from the carry role, and then the Ursa is in the offlane. I think Doom is more happy in this type of scenario right now.
Sure, like, yeah, I mean, because the top. I mean, Ursa should still pretty easily farm right up here. Or you say you think there could actually be the chance that once she gets to like these level 2s, 3s, the burst and the damage coming out from the Timber and the Silencer could be kind of annoying for the Ursa? to lane
Ursa's
against.
kind of weak early on. It doesn't have any spells in comparison to the Timbersaw and the Silencer. So, yeah, I don't think this lane is that good for the Ursa, but I mean, we'll see. It's not often you see the Ursa lane in the off lane.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, right? These sort of lane swaps, they just kind of never happen anymore.
Yeah, they don't.
Because they used to be much more common, right? It would be the case that if you did have an unfavorable situation, you're like, right, we've got to change the lanes. I mean, I guess that for reasons other than just sort of like hero matchups or whatnot, maybe being as serious or severe in these lanes as they have been in the past. You know, what are the other reasons why we don't see teams really do this? Like, what is the downside of making this drastic move?
I think a lot of it is just the stability of players playing their role in their lane so much more nowadays. We have a kill onto the Willow, I think. Here.
He's going to try and deny to neutrals, but Infernal very nicely times it there with the right click.
I think the key to this lane, if Ursa has to have it, well, is that the camps will be blocked, because then maybe Ursa can get lane control and then they can somehow keep the lane in a good position. But if they get to pull over and over and Timbersaw gets over levels, then I think Ursa is going to suffer in the regen department. But for now, they choose to keep the lanes like this. It does mean that potentially Mag has a better time. But I think oftentimes the lane matchups are not that one-sided as they used to be. There are ways to play around it. Back in the day when there was a lot more Enigma maybe, and Razor, these type of like really hard lane dominators, these matchups, they were a lot more important. I think nowadays they are less common and...
Bottom lane.
Yeah.
Very, I mean, Kasani, he was playing it risky there. He was trying to stand his ground for the Lotus. He's just getting all these napalms stacked up upon him, and he only sort of had the one leap to try and get away, but at that point, the stacks are up. It's an easy flame break setup from Lupsi to come in.
I don't know, I kind of hate this lane setup right now for one win team. I think it would be better to just do standard. I feel like you're not really shutting down anyone here. It's top here.
Oh, look at the burst.
Damage. Yeah, look at the damage.
I mean, Makushi, he will stand his ground. He will get the kill. Right. Can he get out, though? He can't. Dakota might. Oh, okay, he's not got enough mana to threaten Sweden Strong as well, but they'll get the trade. So he does get a kill on the way down, Mankushi.
There was also a scenario where both of them were very low from earlier engagements. But if both teams start with full resources, if Silencer gets to by himself now and Mangoes, like I think he's doing, and Timber comes back with full HP, I think it's not so fun to be Ursa here. Mid lane is completely even right now.
Bottom lane, we just see them get kind of close to making attempts on the Bottega. They skewered him under the tower, but didn't have anything else to hold him under there as of yet. Top lane. Use the shadow around here again. And each time Infernal closes in, it's a hefty amount of burst here from this level 3 Timbersaw. Look at the courier though. A little off the mark there with his courier movements. So easy snipe for Sweden Strong.
In some ways, maybe this matchup is easier for Ursa to play in the off lane actually than in the safe lane. But yeah, not sure.
Another movement here for the Twin Gate. Trying to dive in, but TPs are coming in. This is very aggressive moves from 1W. It's going to cost them Sweden Strong's life. I mean, Mankushi, he's trying to get the kill. He will get it. Can he get out? He'll maybe see if he can deny himself to the neutrals, to the ancients. He can't. Lupsi's able to get the damage in to take him down. Super aggressive plays from 1W. Is that worth it? You've just lost 2 heroes for that.
That's
and one of them is a carry.
Yeah, that's definitely not worth it. I'm wondering if this was a little bit of a frustration or like a. It does not feel good. I mean, there was a double wave coming in. Onto the Timbersaw, so maybe they felt like, okay, if we don't dive here, if we just give the Timbersaw all these last hits, it's potentially even worse. Let's try to see what we can do. But yeah, the fact that Ursa can't just sit and last hit creeps, it doesn't feel good. But he is going to get these waves coming in now, and he's closing in on level 5, at which point his damage output is much bigger.
Support's coming in from the side. The curse of the Munkushi as well as a good flame break knockback, but TPs are coming in. So Munkushi will be fine. Squad X turns up. One with the toss, but have they got anything else? Avalanche is at the ready, but he can't get in range for the bat, and he doesn't want to go on Infernal. He's got nowhere near enough damage to threaten this Timber.
Yeah, it is up to Squad X this game to stabilize the situation that they're in. He does have a very good game, but of course these type of rotations are not ideal for him.
Bottom lane, 42 and 9 against the 34 and 3. So still very much SSS is having the best time here getting the CS. So on track to get this good treads into blink timing for sure. With sort of the setup that he's been given, just overall the fact is that as a team, booming that Munkushi on this top side is going to have this bit of a slower entry into the game. It's the 26 CS.
See the supports here looking onto the mag. These two supports are very strong at this phase of the game. But alright. Mag is gonna get one of the kills, solo kill as well. So you can't be too unhappy about that one.
In the mid, they're trying for Mirel, but he had just enough mana to get away from this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just gives some space for the pressure onto the bottom tower to come in here from Bottega.
Yeah, this lane is also problematic now because Doom is level 6, almost 7 here. He's gonna hit it now. So he's very strong, and not many heroes are gonna want to go against this Doom right now. But they're not gonna abandon this lane. Does mean that SSS is gonna have to have some backup here. And they potentially try to go on him.
Get the RP onto Bottega. So if they've got the damage, they should put Squad X coming in. They've got the avalanche and the toss. It's enough to bring Bottega down.
Okay, that was really big because that kind of defeats the whole purpose of Doom sitting down there threatening to be Doom. But he was maybe a little bit too cocky there, not anticipating that he could actually die in this spot.
Ours, not yours.
That was a kill for the Tiny as well, so his game is suddenly very good. Level 8 already. Has the core components, the Soul Ring, the Wand, Face Boots. If they can kill this Doom again, that would be insane.
See what they got. Look at the avalanche. And the Bramble will be able to drop the Doom down straight away on towards Squad X. The Skewer, a little bit of an awkward one. Just comes in with the damage, but doesn't really set up for them to finish the Doom off. And Bottega, he's still able to just run down Squad X. They kill off the Tiny, and nothing positive happening there for 1W. They just cost them their mid's life.
So the curse just kept going because of the Doom was onto the Tiny, right? Because he's silenced. So the curse just keeps ticking. That's how he died, pretty much from full HP there.
It added up to be
So what a combo.
a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, Silence are dealing 650 damage there in that fight. So
over in the mid. And the Bramble's on Lupsy, but Squad X not in range to help out. And Bottega surviving through. That's going to put him pretty close to the Midas goal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, SSS's progress on the blink. He's about 1,500 in on it. Now, hovering around mid, trying to get some pressure with the tier 1. It's very close to being taken down here by 1W. They'll look for the deny. Morale will get the deny.
wonder how they managed to take that tower, make that tower so low there. I didn't really pay attention to that, but that's really big. Without any real tower damage heroes, and the fact that Tiny have been both bottom and top lane.
And look at this, they're stealing some of the stacks.
Yeah. Oh, that's so big. Good stuff from them. Mag on bot lane here.
They use the global to try and commit for him. Should be able to get him. The backup's now coming in. The question is, can 1W fight back without the Magnus? Tower's going to be gone. Squad X looks like he still wants to try some. He's leading in. It's Toss. It's going to be focusing the way of Shikoda. They take the Silencer out. Got the Moonlight Shadow now to reset the position. And they'll leave it at that. So They do lose the tower, they do lose the Magnus, but at least able to take a support kill.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh, and a nice arrow. But do they have the damage to kill this Timber? So Infernal's kind of a tough target. Yeah, he knows it. He's ready to, in fact, stick around a little bit. He's like, yeah, what are you going to do about me?
Loops ago.
Well, I don't know what the plan was there from Lupson.
Top lane. The Ursa. Gonna get doomed up and killed here.
To be fair, maybe that was the plan from Lupson. He was like, I'm just going to walk into these guys so they don't realize that their carry's dying on the other side of the map.
Maybe. So nobody realizes.
The bottom. They really want this Timber kill. They're going to drop the RP, trying to take him down, but he's living for it all. Infernal's out of there with the Timber chain. That's 4 heroes trying to take him out, throwing an RP down on him as well. They can't kill the Timber.
Yeah, that was very important that he somehow didn't die there. I'm surprised he's so tanky with no points in reactive armor as well. And all these heroes surrounding him, but I think they were just out of mana on both Tiny and Mirana, so they couldn't really follow up on anything there. But looking very good for Yellow Submarine. I think heroes are getting all the things that they want. Of course, it's still very even, and I think we have a mag blink. Yeah, blink on mag now as well. And blink on Tiny as well. So actually, despite them being slightly behind there, One Win has all the tools that they need to be aggressive right now.
Dire are scanning.
We're gonna make the
Now
move top.
the question now is, can they find these kills, or are Yellow Submarine going to be aware of it and ready? Doom.
They're ready with the initiation. Toss forward, but the global silence comes out immediately, ready to put a stop to this attempt. TP in from Infernal, they'll kill Sweden Strong off, and they'll keep Bottega alive. Now 1W have to be cautious, because Yellow Submarine, they're looking to chase more. Good flame break, knock back one of the 2 of them. They've got the jump on him on Mancusi, he'll get the Enrage off, but he's caught by the curse. Infernal's burst through Kasani, and Mancusi's surrounded as Yellow Submarine get the triple kill here for Infernal. This Timber's, they're going to start getting out of control here. Not just on the Timber, but all 3 cores. Yellow Submarine, they're at the top.
They're just playing so well also, right? They're anticipating every move. The global coming in right at the right time. They're just saving the Doom, and everyone is ready to connect as well from Yellow Submarine. Everyone has mana, has HP to fight all the time, so gotta commend them from watching these, reading these moves, right? The fact that you got the blink back on Tiny and on Mag, and Yellow Submarine seeing that even without scouting it out, anticipating it, and the timing. But of course, the aggression doesn't stop here. That's the strength of having Tiny and Mag and these supports, is that you can, even though you make a mistake like this and global is used and all this, and you can keep going. You can go top again, you can take this tower down and be aggressive on the map. We do have a Battle Fury coming in for the Ursa after this tower goes down, I believe, so he's also starting to recover.
1W. I'll see where they want to go with this next. Let me see if they can catch anyone down bottom. Morel, of course, still a slippery one. Blink combo into an arrow from Mirana might still be enough at this stage to take even down the Storm if they can get the lockdown perfectly.
Yeah, he's quite tanky though, right? He's actually 1700 HP with
yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe they can't.
They need a third hero, it feels like. But I think the other Submarine are very content if there's no aggression coming out of One Win. Like, they are very happy with just farming away, getting the blink up on Bat as well, closing in on Radiance for Doom as well. The Timber has a Yule Scepter. I guess it's a very good item against both Mag and Ursa, so partly why I think buying this item. Mid lane. Really want to get that rune for Tiny here.
I'm trying to set up with a Moonlight Shadow, but no, Arcane Rune at the ready.
Wait, what happened there? Did they not even want to check for that rune? Or did they think?
Yeah, I don't know, because
That's so weird. They were right there. I think they realized they may have been top or something, because
yeah,
like,
I don't know.
It was
Maybe
like they like looked and they're like, oh, the rune is top, and walked away. But the rune hadn't spawned yet, so they didn't. I'm not sure what that was about.
Yeah.
That looked weird.
Oh well. Well, probably for the best that they didn't go for it. I mean, they might have got jumped. Infernal was in position, and the yellow submarine
that
had
was
just
a
slapped
mistake.
down the ward that caught them. But yeah, I think you're right. I think they just whoever was at the edge of the vision didn't quite move far enough to actually get the vision of the rune spawns.
This smoke could be devastating for one win here.
They're going to find the tiny. Squadix. He's going to get caught by the Chakram. He's very far away from the rest of them. Lupsi already starting to play around with SSS as they've killed off one. Now they're ready to go for more. The global silence coming in. They'll drop the Doom down onto SSS as the Magnus will tick down. Sweet and strong getting dealt with here by both the Silencer and Bottega. As it's starting to look a little bit shaky for 1W once again here in this game too. Kasani.
Very rough.
He's going to try and get out with the TP. He'll make it away. But yeah, these 3 deaths and just the fact and sort of nature of the heroes right now. Squadix, he really wants to try and be finding these plays to get involved. It's same to be said for SSS with this Blink Dagger. But these last few minutes, it's just not been happening in their favor.
Yeah. Trying to storm here. They have the damage here. They actually do have the damage with the Ursa.
All right.
That was a nice kill for them here.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a surprise there for Morel. He did not expect to die like that to those 2 heroes. But they're just enough.
5-man mid. Can we go Roshan here maybe?
I think
we gotta
right?
do something, I think, if we're one win
Yeah.
with this kill here. So yeah, I think they're gonna get themselves a Roche here. So nice little moves here from them to keep themselves in this game.
And Morel.
Up until now, I think the problem for them has been that every time they want to try to be aggressive, they have to consider that there's a global, right? That can interrupt all these Blink Daggers early on. So it is not that easy for them to make moves when global is up.
Yeah, big bit of a settle there. Blink Dagger and the Aegis now on Munkushi. Ult's coming back up pretty soon for Yellow Submarine. 20 seconds until they got the global.
They see the Timber. No, they can't get him.
We've got the 2 of them heading up top here. Blink Dagger ready on the bat.
Just a
Whoopsie.
wee fairy going about her business.
It's going to try and start
He's
messing
very,
around
very
with
alone up
Munkushi.
here. He's very isolated here.
He's going to try and fight back with the swipes, but that's him gone the once, and indeed I think the rest of the team, they're like, what do you want us to do, bro? We can't help you up there. It's going to try for the TP out, but the Vortex is at the ready. That's a bit of a painful one there. I mean, they got this little bit of a leg up, getting that chance to kill Morel in the mid, get the Ursa, the Aegis, but moments after they get it, Munkushi loses the Aegis just like that.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they should have just mass TP'd up there when they realized Bat was chasing him. Maybe the communication wasn't quite there, because nobody really reacted to that.
They
I'm
didn't
not sure
at all, yeah.
what that also looked a bit weird, to be honest. And everybody was across the map too.
Top tower is under attack.
But yeah, that's definitely painful for them. Bot lane, we have Bat Rider going down, so... Halo also getting jumped here in mid lane. A lot of skirmish in this game.
Popping the global there to make sure the Willow goes down,
Under attack.
Yeah.
and no one's able to do anything to help.
Oh, don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going about her business.
Doom is also getting so farmed at this rate. He has the Midas, he has a Radiance, his whole farming kit is set up, is ready to go here. Basically the alchemist level of farm speed. That also puts pressure on one win to make moves, and I can't help but think that they are feeling like they are a little bit on a timer this game, but it's hard to...
Bottom tower is under
It is very difficult to pressure and punish Yellow Submarine. But this is a start for sure. The kill on Timber is a nice...
Oh,
Nice start.
don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going
Yeah, we're
about
also
her business.
definitely seeing the potential. We had them get that burst kill onto the Storm. They're getting the pick off onto the Timber.
Dire's bottom tower.
Just what can they do beyond that? Because so these solo pickoffs don't seem to be enough. They will get another objective. Here's one to get the shard. Here's to take down the Tormentor top. Here's the way Sweden strong.
Very anticlimactic shot. Doesn't have a point in Curse Crown yet.
That's always a little awkward. You get sharp for something that's not quite ready to skill.
Another smoke here. When they catch Morel, I think he should be aware that something is off, because he didn't see any heroes depart from the top area, right? They have a ward right there outside the gate. They have vision on him. Oh, nice scan actually. I wonder if that was himself doing that or his teammate, but that scan saves his life there.
I've actually
The smoke
smoked.
train is continuing through here.
And Yellow Submarine, they've smoked up in response.
Yeah.
Not afraid of taking the fight. Global Silence is going to be back up in a couple of seconds. They've got the Doom ready. He's TPing out, ready to join them. 1W's got to be careful. And it looks like they will lose their Willow. Can they get anything more here? Morel on the hunt. He's going to find the second support. Gets the grab onto Kasani. Kasani coming in with the Moonlight Shadow to get away, but looks he's in with the dust, in with the lasso. Make sure they get themselves a second.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yellow Submarine also reading the moves really well. It's not easy for 1Win to catch them. They have gotten a couple of single pick-offs, but the more impactful team fights seem to be going way of Yellow Submarine. They're always ready as 5 when they need to be, and he's set up here onto Timber. He does have Aghanim though.
That's pretty tanky. Oh, Strong trying with the jump in, but won't get the Bramble connection.
Still pretty close game overall though. A lot of this network is a little bit inflated because of the Doom hero, right? And it really does come down to the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes, which team can, if any team can manage to win the team fight and then pull ahead in that way.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, because both teams, I mean, I guess more so 1W, they have this very strong team fight between like the Magnus, the Dark Willow, and the Tiny. Whereas Yellow Submarine very much have kind of pretty hot counter team fight when it comes to like the Global Silence or Doom catching a key target at the beginning. They can put a stop to the play.
Yeah, the silencer is really a big issue for 1Win in this game. We have been talking about it a lot this game, but it cannot be undervalued how much this global is going to do in this game.
Now 1W looking to release the Void fight, so I'd imagine until they get the BKB done on Squadix, just a few hundred gold away from having that completed. And as for Munkushi's progress, yeah, he's also pretty much got his done. So they're going to have this timing now with the 2 BKBs picked up on Munkushi and Squadix, because they already have one on SSS. So they're going to have the triple BKBs ready to go for the next team fight on the cause of 1W.
I'm going to go through the gate here and might potentially catch the Tiny.
Dire are scanning.
But actually, 1Win are all in the vicinity, so maybe we could see a fight coming through here. There's also a Mirana ult, so maybe they are anticipating this type of movement a little bit. Yeah, they do, because they all have ward top, so they know the skate play is coming.
And he's leading in first. He gets a nasty surprise there. I mean, at the least we'll get the information for the other 2 to get out of that.
Yeah, that's probably almost best case scenario, that you just lose one guy there, because that was a very nice setup for 1Win. They had a ward on top lane, so they saw all this movement coming through. They knew exactly what was happening. Now they're going to set up on maybe the Doom here. But again, this, I think that they had a ward as well, so Doom knows this movement as well. So very key wards being placed here from both teams. A lot of vision around this river as well, so Yellow Submarine setting up something here. Run up.
They've got the jump. See how much they want to push this now, Yellow Submarine. Trying to sweep over, see if they can get any information from the jungle of 1W. Morel and Infernal still very ready to fight.
Another thing to consider in this game, just in general, is that both teams have such insane catch and burst in this game that it's the vision game becomes so important. Like if anyone is out of position, they can get blink lassoed, storm jump, doomed, right? Timbersaw burst. On the other side, you have RP, you have Skewer, you have Tiny, you have Mirana ult, Ursa follow up. So it's it really is very easy to die in this game, and yeah, it makes it a lot harder to play for both teams because you can just explode if you're out of position for just a second.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan is back up now. It's a 1W. We'll see actually the jump being made here. Kasani getting caught again. He's going to get one of the leaps off, but won't save him.
Yep, again the ward spotting him out and they immediately jumped the gun.
So for Yellow Submarine, one of the downsides of their job doesn't quite have the easy Roche taking potential, at least. And they can sort of tank for the Roche, but they can't really take it down super quickly, not the same way as 1W can if they get the setup for such an objective. They've got the full basher now on Munkushi. Still very much keeping up here on the Ursa. It's going to be looking for the MKB next. I've got RP up.
Yeah. Again, a good ward for the 1 win round, spotting the entrance to Roche. Arcane room for Storm, that's massive.
It's difficult for 1W to fight into this, even if they do have the ultimates. It's not easy to get a good read of how to get the jump unless they get lucky and sort of find something like a silencer or a Doom at the front of the fight. There's the smoke from Yellow Submarine.
Dire are scanning.
1W, the scan's going to hit, so they know 1W's up here. And in they go, they get the jump straight away. The lasso perfectly onto Munkushi there. Fantastic initiation coming in. And they're going to be able to clean up the supports on top of it. Straight away there, Lupsi finds his target immediately.
Yeah, very, very big, very like smelling the blood completely there for Batrider, right? Going straight for the Ursa, ignoring the Willow. Same for Doom, right? Just going straight through with the BKB, dooms him up, and how do you play Willow as well? You don't even need to focus. You will just die to random AoE spells. Right? Timbersaw, the Curse, the Storm Spirit spells.
Now we got the Tiger.
They didn't even. Yeah, he got it.
I'm going to try and make the play top of Shikoda. He's got the glimmer, but the dust is there. So Shikoda will die. Not quite able to get the drag back onto Lupsi, so he'll avoid this move from 1W. And Yellow Submarine, they can now put the pressure onto the bottom lane and the mid lane with all those TPs that they know just came out from 1W to get that kill against Shikoda top. When Infernal and Lupsi look like they're hovering around, they've got the lasso back up, so Lupsi could go for another grab, and he's going to get it. Gets the drag back here. We'll see Munkushi try and help out jumping in. Actually, Kazani's going to be able to live this time. Turns around the arrow. Bottega caught in the brambles, but he will have his second life coming in with the Aegis. They'll skewer back Infernal. RP comes out, locks down the two of them. They've killed Infernal off. They're going to get Bottega as well. A massive fight from 1W. They're not even a buyback. Global silence from Shikoda can save or rectify. 1W, that's a big fight to take there. Taking the Aegis out of their hands and getting those 2 kills quickly after it.
Yeah.
This time, Lupsi's jump with the lasso not working out quite as well as before. 1W Munkushi, he was more than ready to fight.
Yeah, I think maybe Kasane also was like, guys, please help me out here if they jump me, you know, and actually anticipating this move and making sure his team was ready, because like if he just gets to be killed again there, you know, that's giving too much respect and too much, well, not respect, but like letting Yellow Submarine do whatever they want in this game. So nice punish from 1 win here. They also lost the gem that was being purchased up by the Silencer. So Silencer also buys back, lost the gem now. So his game is completely ruined from having such an amazing time, and now he's by far the bottom net worth. So that was a very big turnaround.
I guess it's sort of hard to read those situations, but I imagine that the tip was being thrown away of Shikoda at the end of that as well, because maybe if he came in a bit quicker with the buyback global, it could have given sort of the chance for them to run and get away from the RP, but yeah, just ended up coming out after sort of the big spells have been thrown down anyway.
Yeah, suddenly this game is looking very different, right? We got the BKBs now on all the cores of one win, so the global is not as effective anymore. Ursa is really farm now, almost MTB. The fact that you also get the BKBs means that the damage output for Yellow Submarine is very low now, right? It's pretty much only the Doom that's going to deal damage. Timbersaw damage mostly negligible, and Bat Rider, same thing. Storm.
Some good momentum here for 1W. How much can they do with it though? Down towards the bottom. Making this move, see if the SSS can get the jump. Already though, Loopsy's out. Morale, he's not going to stick around any longer than he needs to. Turning out to be a much closer game than game one. This time 1W absolutely with a fighting chance. With what we've seen from them in the last couple of team fight plays.
I would maybe even call them favorites now a little bit after what just happened. I think it's a lot harder now for Yellow Submarine to actually 5-on-5.
Yeah, they're getting easy grabs now. 1W.
But this triple BKB is a big issue for Yellow Submarine.
That's crazy amount of damage on Tiny with his Daedalus Echo. As we're saying, you know, even some of the tankier targets aren't guaranteed to survive the burst if he's got sort of a +1 nearby.
Yeah, Empower as well. This guy is
Dire's middle tower
gigantic
is
now.
under attack.
With the Hex on Infernal, so a little bit of a better way for them to find the lockdown themselves without having to commit some of the bigger ultimates.
We have a Hex up on Storm now, by the way. So that's a big item that could potentially catch them off guard.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Now Willow dies to the Tormentor, so maybe this is an opening to actually smoke up and make something happen.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, with the double Hex between the two of them, this could be a
Don't
good time
actually
to
have
make a move.
smoke. It seems okay. There's smoke coming out on Courier now for that, but there's actually a nice ward here on the mid lane, so they're gonna be able to spot this, I think.
And because yeah, seeing the smoke,
Yeah,
do you just
they
avoid the
smoke.
smoke, or do you try and set up yourself to punish it?
I mean, maybe you can wait for the Willow and then set something up, counter smoke yourself. You do have a double damage on Tiny right now, but the fact that Willow is dead means that you'd probably rather just wait. Yeah. Okay, they're actually gonna move out a bit here.
Able to get in position on the high ground.
Bit awkward position for Yellow Submarine, I would say, because they're not actually 5 if there is a fight to start. And the Mirana ult was used, so you're not gonna have that for the fight.
There's the smoke again.
They saw the silence and hit a sentry, so
And Morel is calling out, but the BKB comes out. The global comes out as well to stop the initial attempt with the RP, and they get the Hex down on Munkushi. Munkushi caught out by the Hex reveal as the Ursa's gone for 80 seconds. They put the BKBs on Squadix and SSS. They'll try and step in, but he has to skewer away. They've got to run here now, 1W. Without their carry, there's no fight to be had. As they're on the retreat, SSS is going to get caught again by these Hexes. I mean, that fight, it absolutely just is completely destroyed by the fact that, yeah, the Hex reveal from the Storm and the Hex reveal from the Timber, it just catches the two big cores off guard.
yeah, it does. And again, the global silence coming in very clutch there, right? If Storm gets RP'd right away, he will just die. There's no saving him. But just that fraction of a second, global link, interrupting that jump so Storm can jump out and not get RP'd. Maybe he actually just sipped fast enough. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a combination of the two, but yeah, it shows how important that initiation is. If Yellow Submarine gets to initiate any of the BKB cores, you know, suddenly they're not that scary. Swinging back into their favor now. What else can they get out of the map? Tier 2? I guess that's it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The full AC now on Bottega, ready to help for the team fights and the push. Can look to stick around and try and finish the tier 2 top. They've got the creep wave coming in.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And should pay, I guess, yeah, with the respawns, it's getting a bit spooky because there's still the RP up. So as soon as they're back out on the map, they can look to try and fight again 1W. They're just going to have to be that much more prepared to be in with the BKB pressing before they close in on some of these targets. They're ready with the hexes.
Yeah, whoever starts the fight, they're starting the fight in this game in general is just so important because there's so much follow-up damage.
A good holding back there. Nearly got baited by an illusion room play, but you know, they kept their cool. 1W, they knew what was going on. Yellow Submarine's still sticking around. Got the Global, they've got the Doom. Everything's back up for themselves as well. There's the jump.
They got the Doom top.
The horn toss in the drag back, but the lasso's there. Drags SSS away. Gives the chance for Bottega to pop the BKB and walk this off. Infernal's ready to dive in. They'll pop the Global. They'll drop the Doom onto SSS. Both him and Sweden Strong dead. The buyback comes out from Sweden Strong off to the side. They've got the Vortex control under Squadix. Squadix has to put the BKB on top of the avalanche of the tree tosses over towards Lupsi. Lupsi will get finished off, as they will at least manage to take down both Lupsi and Bottega in return. So biting back a little bit there this time, 1W, after the initial losses.
Yeah, okay, nice setup for Infernal there, forcing this fight. You can see how little it takes for one guy to be out of position, and then there's an instant jump. Also good stuff by Lupsi being ready with the counter lasso. If Doom got, isolated there, he might have just died.
Swing Strong. He's gone in, he's got a bit of the setup. They get the arrow onto Morel. Is there any way to get Morel out of this one? There's not. He's caught in the full combo. That's Morel dead. So I think he's going for anything more. Morel does have the option of buyback if he wants to get over and help out, but there's no helping Infernal. He gets torn to shreds by the Ursa.
Okay, I mean, this is a bad situation now for Yellow Submarine, right? Feeding away 4 heroes there. Suddenly, one win in a dominant position. Suddenly they're the ones looking at a tier 2.
That's getting pretty out of control now. Level 24 here on Munkushi. They're going to be able to take down this mid tower. See how much more they want to push for. So yeah, nearly a full minute without the Timber Saw and without the Storm in play. They can get a lot done here, 1W. Get these next round of items done. He's very close to the Sanjins, the Abyssal Blade for Ursa. And Jakoda just trying to find what farm he can get out on the map. Trying to get at least this refresher online so he can come into play with the double ult. And Roshan's up. And they're in position to take this. And Cushy heads over. So it should be a freebie here for 1W.
Yeah, did see them win a fight before or something, but I would still say it's overall much more difficult for them to get the right fight going. It pretty much has to come from either Storm or Batrotter finding that initial target. Maybe with a Hex first, but the big teamfight spells are in the hands of 1Win. By the way, this Roshan moving across might make it a little awkward for them if Yellow Submarine managed to get over.
Yeah, I'll pick it up all for now, Munkushi. We'll pass the refresher shot over towards SSS, so we will have the potential of the double RP, double BKB ready to come in from him on the Magnus. Very difficult.
There's so much damage on 1Win now.
Yeah.
Like the tiny Ursa, like they just kill people so fast. Even the cores, even Timbersaw, even Doom, like it's so scary. You get clipped by any stun, you might just get 100-0 here.
All right, for this moment, Whilst 1W have this Aegis on and Kush out, I'd imagine Yellow Submarine, they're just going to try and avoid the fights completely. Doesn't look appealing to sort of get dragged into the action whilst 1W have this strength. So 1W should be able to push bottom. They're probably going to be able to take the tier 2. They might be able to start poking at the high ground, see what sort of reaction they get out of Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, this game couldn't go very long because it's kind of hard for either team to go high ground. I think it's also very hard to even approach the enemy base just by the nature of what we talked about. The fact that both teams has all this way of starting the fight and has so much damage within their draft. So it's more likely if both teams want to play this very safe that they all farm buybacks and it all collapses into some kind of giant fight later on. Of course, there's also a chance that both teams just clash in a fight and nobody has buybacks and the game ends. But it seems very, very difficult for either team to go high ground against what you're looking at. Against Mag, against Bat, Storm, these heroes, you don't want to go high ground against that, even with the Aegis.
I'm going to swing over to the top side of the map. Yellow Submarine, they are smoked in position here. They're going to know someone's in the pit. Oh, what a jump! SSS goes straight away with the RP. He's going to get lassoed, though. Pop the refresher trying to go for a second round, but that lasso from Lupsi trips up the entire combo. Big stuff there coming in again from the bat, which did just sort of save his team from getting caught in a second sort of triple three-man RP. They could have bought time for the rest of 1W to clean up, so Lupsi stopping the combo.
Yeah, very big from the sports. They have ward still, so they see the silencer. This team fight, I'm not even getting silencer.
Yeah, they're not going to get Shikoda. Okay, maybe with the jump here from Squadix they will, and indeed the damage coming out from this tiny, terrifying for the silencer and for the bat as both supports get cleaned up very quickly by that jump from Squadix. The buyback from SSS did come in. A little unnecessarily in the old sort of grand scheme of things, but maybe still as 5 they can still try and push for something. They've still got 3 minutes on the Aegis, and they've now got a full minute where there's 3 heroes dead on Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, so this is the moment where you can definitely go high ground, start hitting the building, maybe force some buybacks. You know there's no global, you still have the RP on the mag, right, from the refresher shot earlier?
Yep.
Still got the Aegis. Tiny is so strong here. He's gonna chew through these buildings very quickly. We'll see it now.
They're holding off on the buybacks. They're just gonna let this mid-rax go. Problem is 1W. They could go. They want to go for a second. Well? Yeah, I mean they look like they're pulling away from it. I thought they might have at least tried to get away with that, but I guess playing it carefully at 1W.
I did see them play yesterday as well, and they played it very carefully. Oh, Skewer. Missing.
Yeah, the good old Outworld staff there. Making things a little bit slipperier.
Feels like they definitely could have gone for more there, but again, it is a little bit slippery into these heroes, into buybacks. You get stuck in the base and people are spawning, and then you get jumped by a Doom, by a Storm. Getting put into an awkward position where you cannot get out of there anymore, and you're forced into some bad fight. You throw the lead that you just got again, right? So definitely keeping it safe here.
Now ready to start looking at taking that final tier 2 tower, 1W. Yellow Submarine. Do they want to risk a fight outside of the base? Probably going to let the tier 2 go down at least and wait to see what happens on the high ground. And Kushi finishes the tower, very close to having the money for a swift blink. If he wants to spend up, and still just a minute left here on the Aegis. Smoked up behind him, 1W.
Could hit a bit here, but okay, Lotus Orb does help this case a lot. Running out now though, could they go on the Bat Rider maybe?
See what the call from Lupsi's going to be.
Yeah. So a ward in the base here. I'm sure you They're not just gonna let the Rexes go here. That seems.
I mean, on the
Bad Buddy
side.
gets jumped now.
Yeah, Lupsi gets found. Look at the Yules off, but
Oh
the
my
damage
God,
from the
the
tree,
damage.
1800 crit coming in at the end, and the Timber's getting jumped as well there by Munkushi. The buyback will come out from Lupsi. They have to use the global silence. Munkushi will back off for now. Good call by the Hex. He's in a BKB block, and he's in with the RP. But again, these lassos, every single time comes in to trip him up, but it might not matter because the damage has already been done. Munkushi clears through the Doom. Another buyback coming out here from Bottega. They're trying to hold on to this defense. They'll kill Squad X off. Can they get more? Zip forward over with Munkushi. Has to keep that distance from the bear. The Hex comes in on towards him. He kills off Inferno, but the bear will fall. Munkushi to die. As he died pretty much, I think, at the moment that the Aegis was expiring. So perfectly timed there from Yellow Submarine. They hold the defense. It is a three-man buyback that has to come out for it. But it does work. They keep the bottom racks alive. And they just strike at the perfect time. And again, it's sort of these disruptive plays here from the back. You know, the first up he comes out. Lupsi, he's just waiting for this Magnus every single time.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to buy Lincolns or something. It's definitely being a problem for him to get lasso straight after the RP. He got the perfect RP on 3 people and feeling really good about himself, and Bad just stops it. But yeah, that's the problem generally about going high ground. Look at this from Storm, very aggressive
Are
here.
they going to get a catch? He's
Nicely
dead for
done by
100
him.
seconds.
No fear at all, yeah. 5-man death. What are you going to do now? You're going to have to buy back on some very key heroes here too if you want to hold this game, I think.
This is
going to go Throne here?
I mean, they're going to try
We're
and
not
get the
definitely
buybacks.
force it.
They've just picked up a refresher as well onto Shikoda, so he's got double silence. It's naturally going to be up
There's
to
no buyback here though. So if he dies, it could also be grim, but
They do have fortification ready. Oh, these tier
you're gonna wait
4s
till
are
the
gone.
last second here because you're gonna try to bait them into thinking maybe they're just gonna hold the buybacks actually. On the tiny
Munkushi has to use it. Munkushi.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, but yeah, big stuff from Yellow Submarine there on that punchback. Very worth the buybacks on their defense. As moments ago, this was 1W sort of knocking at the doors of Yellow Submarine. I mean, Yellow Submarine, they're still sticking around. They still know
are.
they're 5
Willow's
versus
dead
4. If
for a
they
long
get a
time.
catch, so eyes on Lupsi really to make the jump. And
He
1W,
sees the
they,
tiny, doesn't he?
they've got to sit right back. Whoever shows could be in trouble.
They're picking out the ward though.
Okay, there's the Hex. I mean, they've got the catch on a Squad Eggs. They pop the door, they're in. The RP trying to come out, but they refresh it.
Refresher.
Silence comes in clutch. Stops any potential RP coming out from SSS. It's Munkushi's dead without buyback. SSS also dead without buyback. Squad Eggs trying to fight back. He'll get the toss onto Bottega, but he can't quite get him back into the
They're
fountain.
hitting the throne.
Oh, Inferno, he ends up in the fountain. He'll drag himself back out. And indeed, they're ready to end it. They know there aren't the buybacks available. They
They're
can
gonna
just hit
end
the
it.
throne, look to end the game, get the win. They're going to have
Oh
it.
my
They've
God.
just typed something. I don't even know what that says. I hope it's not
Damn
rude.
boy, it says.
Okay.
It says
What does it
yeah,
mean?
It's not nice.
Oh,
it means
it's
go
not
home.
nice. Oh, it's not
I think,
nice.
yeah.
Well, clearly very excited there
God.
in Yellow Submarine as they get the win 2-0. They've knocked 1W out.
God damn. What an ending to that game.
That was... I mean, just because I feel like 1W are just going to be sort of like stun locked right now. Like they were just moments away. They were pushing high ground with Aegis, and then it just crumbled. They lose the
They were
push.
looking in complete control of that game after that mid ranks, right? Wow, what a crazy turnaround. I mean, that shows the difficulty of going high ground. We talked about it, right? 5-10 minutes before this, how going high ground in this game is very difficult. When 5 heroes are alive, it's very scary. And damn, yeah, that's a crazy ending. Knocking out 1 win here off TI qualifier.
Yeah.
And Yellow Submarine, I mean, teams gotta take these guys seriously, man. They're playing really well.
Yeah, these guys are good. These guys are good. I mean, yeah, keeping their cool this game as well, because, very much from 1W's perspective, she said toward the end, it looked like they were going to be able to do it, push this to a game 3. Yellow Submarine, though, still finding the ways to break through those final moments at the 1W were throwing at them. And those clutch buybacks, they're into that defense, and then just knowing to go straight for this push, keeping it on.
Yeah.
And the fact that they pick up that refresher orb just in time for that final play, that second silence, that just immediately puts any hopes of 1W to actually get the game back together to an end.
Yeah, I mean, we see this fight right here, right? This is where things got very hairy very quickly, right? You end up losing all of your calls. Aegis runs out just as the Urza is about to die here. Not that it would have mattered, he would have probably died anyways, right? But maybe Mirana could have gotten out at that point. But yeah, crazy game. I mean, maybe also not buying back on your Tiny and your Urza. I don't know. Like, it's always hard in these type of situations. This looked good at first, right? You got the Linkers on the Mirana, but again, the double global here was actually game winning. You again interrupted the Magnus from RPing and skewering people back with the global, and I think the silencer was really key in this game, to be honest, throughout the entirety, just making it so hard for Magnus to play.
Yeah. No, the supports really did mess with SSS, which, yeah, as you say, if there was something else, or they weren't for this silencer and bat, this Mag would have had a pretty good game. Like, he was getting good RPs. You know, he was getting good jumps.
Yeah, he was.
But they just couldn't follow up with all this sort of anti-team fight that was being brought mainly from, this man, Shakoda. Someone that we saw, his heroes getting banned out very early on in the drafting phase, but this game puts himself on the silencer, something else that's very, very strong this patch. It's a simple build, nothing flashy, but that refresher at the end closes the game up. Does exactly what's needed. And yeah, we'll give the shout out to both of the supports. Lupsy, as we saw, got very excited at the end with that victory in the all chat. He seemed pretty pumped up about this one, Misery.
Of course. I mean, these are players who play against each other, every day in pubs. Players from the same region. A lot on the line there. Probably also going into this series as the underdogs. Not maybe, just being very happy about everything, about the situation they're in.
Yeah, they're moving on, Yellow Submarine. Looking forward to see what else these lads can bring as their run continues in the lower bracket. And as I say, for 1W, that is the end of the road for them here in the Western European qualifiers for the International 2025. So we do have to say goodbye to them. We're going to head to a short break now, but ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because we're going to get to say goodbye to more teams today. It's all very exciting. Next up, we're going to be losing either 4 Pirates or Nigma Galaxy. So don't go anywhere. We'll find out who stays in and whose run comes to an end here at the Western European qualifiers for the International.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European qualifiers for the International 2025. I'm Odie Pixel here with Misery, and we're getting ready for our second series of the day down here in the lower bracket. It's a big one. It's Enigma Galaxy up against 4 Pirates. One of these teams, Misery, it's going to be the last series they play here.
Yep, very hype indeed. 4 Pirates losing to OG yesterday. Maybe getting kind of shut down, I think. Game 1 was close, but then the second one... they fell apart in the draft and lost pretty quickly. So let's see if 4 Pirates are able to recover from that loss yesterday. And as for Enigma, they had a strong showing against Virtus Pro a couple of days ago. A couple of days ago, I guess, knocking VP out. So they're probably feeling pretty good.
Now let's have a look, see what they've got coming into this draft. The 2 teams. Excited to see these two go head to head. I mean, because overall, what you would still sort of expect coming into this, from what we've seen, what we know, that you would sort of consider Enigma Galaxy to be the favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, I would say they're a big favorite. I think if it wasn't TI pressure and pressure for one side and magic from the other side, like a little bit like we see with Yellow Submarine, for example, I would say that they win 8, 9 out of 10 times in this matchup. But it's TI qualifier. A lot on the line, a lot of nerves. I think a lot of things can happen here. It's definitely not. It's not going to be a walk in the park for Enigma.
All right, let's have a look at Bristleback. It's going to be the opening here for Enigma Galaxy. Super solid off lane. One that we didn't really see in the last series, but with some of the teams here, Bristleback, pretty surefire pick.
I think also one of Noob's most successful heroes, I want to say. I seem to remember him going off lane and pretty much always winning his lane and having really high impact. And then the Undying response here.
10 seconds remaining.
Pretty good in lane against the Bristleback, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Also
Yeah,
a
easy.
team that has had a lot of success with Undying the last few days.
Team ban.
Had a couple of wins. They did lose one game yesterday against OG. In that game, they followed the Undying up with a Drow Ranger and a Sniper later on in the draft. Generally, I think the tendency these guys have had has been a ranged core,
10
like
seconds
ranged turret type cores. Like they like Sniper, Clinks, Drow Ranger, these type of heroes.
Dire team pick.
Mareska has arrived.
But let's see how they choose to tackle this series. So far, they're just opening up the draft with 2 strong supports here.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Willow play recently.
Yeah.
Seems to sort of be that support that super popular, but also kind of doesn't get prioritized in bans, so is usually available for the taking.
The meta kind of dictates that we should see a Shaman, maybe a Shaman and a Tusk. Definitely one of those heroes should be pretty likely to be picked up here by Enigma.
Yeah, I think you bang on. I think that kind of duo sounds pretty good in the hands of Enigma Galaxy.
We see them sometimes try out the IO, but I think IO is not particularly good against these 2 heroes, I want to say. So, oh yeah, Naka is also a hero that's in the pool and actually always banned against Enigma in the first phase. So let's see what Enigma has to pair with this hero.
Radiant team
I think they were actually the first team that, I know they were the first team in the new patch to play this, because I was covering the series at Dream League, and they were busting out the support Naga once again, after quite a long time without this hero in the meta. And they picked the Jakiro, so Jakiro follow up to the song, obviously
seconds remaining.
potent combo, but that also means that it's probably going to be a 4 Jakiro, right? Ran with potentially the Bristleback in the offlane. I think support Jakiro is something we've seen being played by both Mouse and Avulus, both teams that are out of this event. So not sure how strong that is.
Here we go, the Sniper coming in for Natty Narwhal likely, and the Timber very quickly picked up as well. So 4 Pirates were feeling very confident coming into that picking phase. They knew exactly what they wanted.
We were casting that series where they banned Sniper first phase, and we were like, what is this about?
Remaining. Dire
And then these guys proceed to pick Sniper next game and destroy them. And they are liking this hero quite a lot. And a Morphling pick for Nigma. I think this hero has fallen off quite a bit. It doesn't seem like it's... Even though I don't think the nerfs were that big, it doesn't feel like it has the same power to it anymore. At least it needs a lot of more items before he's powerful, it feels like now. Compared to before, where you just went Manta Butterfly and then the game is felt over. Now he needs a lot more. But right now it is a good Morphling game on paper at least. You don't have really any way to lock him down outside maybe the Willow. And yeah, at that point it's going to be hard to bring him down.
Final bounce for Enigma Galaxy looking to take out those offlane heroes. Actually banning out the Klings. Okay.
That's also the
Oh, yeah, sorry, the
one of
Wiggle Timber. So
one
yeah,
of the
it's the carriers.
signatures for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So probably gonna see Drow ban as well. Oh, that's already banned. Okay. So what else could we see? They have
Do you need
played
to-
Ursa as well.
Do you need to ban out the Terrorblade? Or like, how, are you scared of a Terrorblade if you're Enigma Galaxy this game, or not really?
I think Terrorblade in general is good, but I just don't know if it's the best hero for their lineup. I think their damage is, or their heroes are a bit weird together. But it's also like Ursa is a hero that they might pick. They don't really have any disable, so how do you address the morph? Could they go for something like a Void, Faceless Void? Could that be an option? I know it's kind of out there, but I feel like they need a carry with some sort of setup. Something that that makes the morph feel not so good just farming away forever, right? Because like I think that Nigma feels really content with just farming right now and getting Morphling big.
remaining.
And
I mean,
getting
could you go with the Sven, right? Sven's still in if you want to sort of play a faster tempo.
Sven is a good option as well, I think.
It will give you some nice sort of frontline core again to sort of get the sniper positions, space. You have this like Undying Timber and Sven running in at the front. Sniper gets to sit back and peep away.
They played a game of Arc Warden earlier on mid lane though. And I don't know if their carry player also plays Sniper or Tiger, but that is a hero that could potentially also make the game quite interesting. A hero that could speed up the game by a really early vessel, right? Play into Bristleback, into Morphling, control over the mid lane, kind of speed up the game. I don't know if they're gonna put the Sniper on carry, but that is definitely an option that they could go with to sort of cheese Nigma, because they're very greedy right now, Nigma. I think they are pretty much all their heroes want a lot of levels, and before they become strong.
Could full pirates consider the Medusa that's still in there, or would that be too greedy with kind of having the Sniper Medusa lineup?
I don't think it could. Nah, I don't think it's that good, because I think the Morphling will just outcarry this Tricore.
Sure.
I think it's too greedy.
Radiant team pick.
Mid coddle.
Yeah, okay. We know Samel's good on this one. Let's see what he can do here. Picking it up for the first time this qualifiers.
I mean, this is also probably a response to the Sniper, right? You gotta respect this hero on the mid lane. You don't want to get totally rolled by him. So you can pick a Coddle and just blast the creeps and go jungle. I think it's not a bad choice. However, I do see an option to putting Sniper on the carry. I don't know if they're going to do that, but I think that is a way to potentially punish this. You already have the Undying. Undying Sniper would be a disgusting lane to run into the Bristleback and the Jakiro. What else could we be looking at here?
Now, what does Otsuka want?
I kind of like the Sven.
Yeah, I guess it gets a bit annoying though if the Cotter's going to be able to kite you a lot. Like,
yeah,
I guess Sven does have the stun, but I think as you said, you do want something that's going to be able to offer a little bit more lockdown from the carry position, which is obviously kind of limited.
What about something like a Void Spirit carry? I think that would be pretty cool if they were to bring something out.
They banned it out.
They banned themselves. Yeah, okay. But not
But
every team
something
is going to
that's
be able
got
to play that.
catch.
I would
What
say,
else is there?
Yeah, there's not that many carries.
This one
the
doesn't have any
Weaver.
catch, but it is elusive.
Yeah, it
All
is.
right.
I mean, on paper, it's a pretty good Weaver game. How are you going to lock him down? And so on and so forth that people always say about Weaver. But this hero never really impresses, I think, from a carry perspective. But they have the ability to play kind of fast here. Like all three of their cores, if they have a decent early game, they can fight and play fast early on. You also have the potential to get a really early vessel, perhaps, on the Willow. And at that point, I think you're very strong. But again, without any catch, can you really lock Nigma down and force Nigma to fight on your terms and onto your timings? I find it hard to believe that Nigma would get caught in an awkward spot like that. Now, on the other hand, if the game goes later on, then I think actually 4 Pirates also has a chance, but not sure. I think Nigma has the better of it this time.
Yeah, I think I've got to agree. I do like the approach that Nigma has. And yeah, the Weaver could be risky. I think what we saw here, Otaka did try once before, didn't get the win in that game when he picked this one up. Mm-hmm. They're slippery. You know, they've got a few slippery heroes on 4 Pirates' side, but things look a bit more kind of just standard and robust from the approach that Nigma's brought to this game. To the point where unless they have this sort of crazy lead early on 4 Pirates, you would imagine that the Morph Ghost is going to have a pretty solid chance of carrying the game if it goes late.
Yeah. You also have the way of disengaging with Naga. You have a lot of good ways of pushing out the waves with the Coddle, the Naga illusions, right? So I think you have a lot of ways to delay the game and dodge fights as Nigma. Another point though is that this Coddle hero has not been that successful out of the mid lane in the new patch. I think Sumail is one of the players that has made it work. But I'm also a little bit skeptical of this hero in general. Because I think the early rotations with the vessel and stuff, if they don't turn out that great, then then maybe you have a chance of falling behind and not having that high impact. I have a smoke here, an aggressive smoke coming out of 4 Pirates, but Nigma are in a very defensive, good position here, and also smoked up, so unlikely something is gonna come out of this.
They'll spot GH out, at least the smoke dispels, but not going to be able to make an aggressive move for a kill. Ghost staying safe underneath the tier 2 to start this. I mean, because in terms of the lanes that they've ended up with, do you sort of see this top lane, is it going to be able to put pressure on the Morph at the start, or is Ghost having a pretty good laning stage?
I think it could put a little bit of pressure on him early on, but I think more importantly, the Timber should have a pretty free lane here. I think Morphling has a harder time putting pressure on the Timber. And like we talked about, Naga Siren in lane is not the most scary hero, right? Then we have bot lane, the Undying Weaver. I mean, that lane is very strong. And the fact that Undying can keep decaying, and then the Weaver can easily follow up, and the potential goal from Tombstone, I think this lane could be strong.
I'll see how they do on the CS. I'll see just in the mid, like, how much. Because, but in terms of the Coddle mid, would you imagine Sumail's just going to be able to sort of match the farm from the sniper, just eventually just being able to, nuke out every wave?
I think the problem that Coddle might have is that he needs a bunch of levels before his wave actually kills the creeps, right? So I think Sniper's going to get a lot of denies on the Coddle. And obviously Coddle cannot stop the Sniper from farming at all. There's no way about that, but he has an easy time to go back into the jungle, which is probably also why we saw 4 Pirates move into the jungle and place that sentry ward in the camp, right? Knowing that Coddle is likely to go and be stacking that or farming that later on.
Omar, an easy courier snipe. This is, one thing about this lane, obviously, being the Jakiro, you kind of have the answers to 2 of these spells, right, from the Undying and the Weaver. When the bugs come out, you got that double trouble, you're going to be able to kill them off that a little bit easier, and same to be said, right, when the Tombstone gets dropped, you are one of the stronger heroes of turning and taking these objects out of the map.
Yeah, the Jakiro the double hit actually has quite a lot of utility in the game that you don't think about, right? Like even something like dewarding a sentry could be in the lane as well against the Weaver. So a little underrated aspect. And we also see him starting out with the boots of speed, which is kind of cool because you don't need to worry about your mana that much because you don't have mana cost on your liquid fire. You can also outrun the Undying and kite him around. So this is a nice approach from Umar this game.
And the first wave so far in the mid. Smell getting harassed back a little bit here by Nazi Narwhal. But yeah, last hits have been fine from Smell in the first few waves, 11 and 3. Keeping up here with the sniper. Top lane. A bit of a slower start for Ghost, but he does have the creep wave coming in underneath his tower with the pull that was made. And at the moment, at least, we're not going to see any threat being put onto him. GH, good jukes around the bramble. Make sure not to get caught out by the roots.
We see Timbersaw has a very good game already.
And Ghost, yeah, we're able to get him with the waveform and grab that healing Lotus. Always a lovely pickup on the Morphling. Down bottom. Free farm continues for Otacon. Same to be said though for Noob. That's both having a pretty chill time down here. No one really at threat of dying, it feels like, in this laning stage. Kind of mainly because the aggressive potential, as we talked about, from the safe lane duo of Full Pirates is shut down by the fact that, you know, Jakiro and Bristle very likely can turn and just stand their ground and fight back, especially with just down to the fact that they could get rid of that tombstone. And then top lane, I say, is more likely to maybe see a death if the Willow or the Nagasarian get caught out of position.
Yeah.
Still could be quite a passive laning stage.
That definitely could be. We might also see Undying at some point run out of resources to the point where he wants to actually drop that tombstone and make something happen, and then we could just see the first blood as a result of that.
Ooh, Ghost. Gotta be careful there. Big burst coming in from Mr. Morale. Maybe seeing if they could get the snipe, but Ghost playing it safe beyond the trees. Maybe checking as well to make sure they don't reveal that, or if they did have a ward behind the tower, but at the moment they don't on this top lane, so I'm trying to look for those sort of sneaky pokes and plays.
Sumail is not off to the best start here. Sniper has gotten a lot of the nice, and he also got one of the worst camps to see, as they call it, the Warpine Raiders. Then he did get to deward the other camp, so he can start jumbling a bit now.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of a stack going.
Sniper also stacking, yeah. That's pretty well done by him.
He's maximizing him. You know, when we saw them play the sniper last time, we just saw how incredibly far Nazi Narwhal did get. Top, they try again with the brambles, but GH absolutely on point with the jukes. It's not letting any of these brambles catch onto him.
I think the Omar movement is also kind of cool here with placing that ward early on, sort of anticipating these stacks could be coming in. Look at Sniper's movement as well. So these jungle camps are being very prioritized right now. Actually gonna steal the damaged camps here.
Very nicely done by Nazi Narwhal.
For sure. He purposely pushed in the wave our mid lane to be able to do this.
No, see if he's able to get away with that again. Or somehow, you know, he'll just look to sort of stack and play elsewhere. We'll have the amplified damage room picked up. Samel's going to head over with Omar. Maybe see if they get the chance for a kill. Now I'm going to see Pedantic.
Carl is only level 5, so you can't really kill this Undying. He's just going to walk away. Carl's going to try to steal some of the stacks, but the fact that they saw them is pretty bad for them.
I mean, they could kind of go on to Samael.
They can. Assassinate is available if they want to... Okay, never mind.
Should be fine with the heal. So Samael at least won't die, but Omar does go down. So first blood finally
top.
coming in at 6.5 minutes. They get the kill for Sniper.
Top lane, Sumail TP top here to make use of his ultimate. Nicely done by him. There's a Wisdom Rune spawning right now, but nobody's in a position to actually grab it for Pirates here. GH is moving in. They are scanning though, so Willow's gonna be able to contest.
I mean, he can hold him back with the net, but Shadow Realm's there. And it's GH. I don't know if he can stand to sort of stick around and try and battle this one out. Further TPs are coming in. Assassinate, ready to go. GH gets shot down. And 4 Pirates are able to secure their wisdom.
Clutch scan there. If it was just a second or two later there, then they would have lost their wisdom.
Awesome out. Continue to make the moves. Wants to sort of aggressively farm this area of the map. Feels safe in doing so at the moment. And in terms of the vessel, yeah, just a recipe away from having the full vessel. So it's still going to be a solid timing on the vessel for this call. We'll just see if Sumail's able to start snowballing, finding the opportunities to get kills with the rest of the team. Bottom lane, Noob starting to get aggressive over towards Pedanchik. GH heading in as well. It's under the tier 2 though. We'll see if Noob wants to dive this. He does not. Diving the tier 2 at the moment to see 2 of these stacks.
Yeah, the fight of the stacks here.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, Sumail getting a good amount of those. Actually, it was the purple. It's actually Narwhal getting most of those. He's actually going to get some kills from this. Sumail's dead. And I might tell as well, yeah, I believe actually the Shrapnel did actually end up getting most of the last hits on that stack anyway. So Natty Narwhal gets most of it. And they're going to, as a team, pick up 3 kills for this. So that goes horribly wrong for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like that's worth it at all. I mean, the fact that you also dewarded that ward before this occurred means that you don't have the full vision of what's happening. It also means that the 4 Pirates clearly knows that Enigma knows that there are stacks. So yeah, big moves from them. I also want to highlight the Undying not having actually skilled that tombstone because of the reasons probably what we talked about earlier with the Chikiro being able to kill it off pretty quickly, and also maybe not really seeing any opportunities to go for that kill early on. So he's going for this other build with 2-point soul rip here.
And it did at least actually look like, so Sumail did get most of those hits actually. It was just the purple number I saw wasn't the purple of the sniper, it was the purple of the damage coming out from the Chikiro tick numbers. So Sumail at least did get some of the last hits on that stack. But yeah, losing the lives they did for it, still not worth it at the end of the day for Enigma Galaxy.
He's closing in on the vessel now. He's gonna pretty much have it now. That's a really strong timing for him. Timbersaw can easily die then. But yeah, Sniper still leading the top of the net worth. Going Maelstrom this game.
He's on track to have it super quick. I said we saw Natty Narwhal Sniper absolutely blow away the game the other day with how farmed he got. So he's on track to give us a repeat performance so far.
Yep.
Great opening to this game.
Now, I would say that this is somewhat normal for the way for the nature of their heroes, right? They picked Weaver on Dying lane. Of course, the Weaver is going to have a good lane, right? They have a mid sniper, that maybe the strongest mid hero in the game. So I think the fact that Enigma is only down 1k maybe is not the end of the world. We should highlight the fact that they also still don't have any catch. So for them to really make use of these early net worth leads is not necessarily that easy, right? It's going to be easier for Enigma to catch up and get the items that they need as well. We have a sniper TP down bottom, by the way. They're potentially going to look to kill the Bristleback off. He's half HP. There's a lot of pressure going into the tower. But again, no catch. Maybe you can do it with the Shrapnel.
Look at the bugs in. And Noob's looking to be in a lot of trouble. Assassinate coming in. He's dead. Right. Natty Narwhal claims another. Can add on to the push onto the tier 1. Sniper 401. And with this tower getting taken down, he's pretty much going to have that Maelstrom Gold 10 minutes in on top of the treads.
Meanwhile, across the map, they try to go in the area there, but just keep us out. I think the reason why the Bristleback move also worked, the moves onto the Bristol kind of worked, is that it's sort of unexpected that a sniper TP safe lane and sets up this type of kill onto you. Going on to the Undying here.
It's a bit hard to dive here. No, actually with the setup from Aerial. The hole's back on the Terrorize. And Senton up top. Getting aggressive. Looking for Mr. Morale here, Ghost and GH. But TPs are coming in. Ghost is going to have to start backing off, and GH is in trouble now. Support swing over. GH is going to fall. Continuing to rack up the kills here on 4 Pirates, whilst Enigma Galaxy, they're struggling to find them themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea, at least in general, historically, of picking this mid Coddle is to get a quick vessel, run to the side lanes, apply a lot of pressure, right? Start snowballing the game. We haven't really seen any openings like that happen in this game. Quite the contrary, actually. So I wonder if this pick has backfired a little bit. Of course, the Zero can scale with Aghanims and who to travel and things like that. You know, Octavine Core be online everywhere, but I don't think they got exactly out of it what they wanted.
Attacked. Radiant are scanning.
Looking to pressure this mid tower here.
Looking for Aerial. And again, just going to be able to go for the Shadowrun TP, but this time the burst is there. Sumail able to come in, finish him off with the blast of the Illuminate.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like this type of mid pressure here from 4 Pirates. Seems like it's not really gonna achieve anything. That's the one thing you cannot really do against a hero like Coddle, right? He's just gonna depush it, and you're gonna just stand there and waste your time. So that kind of lost them the net worth lead, basically. They were up 2k before, and now
Is under attack.
I guess they're still up 1k, but not as efficient perhaps as it could be. But I guess this is the problem for the draft in general. Like, how do you transition these strong heroes, Sniper, Maelstrom, Undying, you know, Weaver? How do you transition that into kills, into towers? Gonna see them smoke top. So taking down this top tier to 1 could be a good way of opening the map for sure. But doesn't look like Nigma have any interest in defending it. In fact, they're reading it, this movement, pretty well.
Dire's top tower
They're even
is
taking
under
the bot tier 1 down before Pirates does.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Keeping it very, very close on the network. Any sort of time it falls into like this downtime, where both teams are kind of hitting up the farm.
Yeah, I
just
think
shows-
it's a lot more up to Nigma to dictate when the fight is gonna happen, right? Like, 'cause again, the catch just, if Nigma plays well, they should be able to dodge.
Otsuka. It's going to start playing around with them. They'll get the terrorized follow-up onto Omar. So if they can chase down to finish the kill, it's a little bit risky for 4 Pirates to push into this. And Pedanchik at the side, he's just going to get turned upon and killed off. It's the Undying dead. Otsuka still trying to push for a kill. Maybe with the assassinate coming in, they can finally get it. They'll take out Omar. They'll look towards Noob, but the blade mail is up. So they cannot focus the bristle anymore. And Pedanchik coming in on this second life, but has to back off. So it's the 1-for-1 on the supports. Somehow.
Sniper getting slowed up here.
And Ghost has turned up as well, so also trying to see if we can find opportunities to get involved in the action. That won't be the case. And bottom lane, Noob, obviously with the timings, this blade mail online, he feels he can kind of go wherever.
Oh, Weaver has a lot of damage. This looks like might go down here.
And maybe Noob a little too confident in his
There's a song.
strength. Yeah. Ooh, it's going to come in. And it's going to give Noob the chance to TP out. So GH clutch stuff it from him there, making sure that he was around to bail Noob out of a bad situation.
That's probably the best thing you're gonna get out of the song this early on. So a really good position from him, right? To be able to be in that spot on the map at the right time. That's very good. We have a Yules on the Timber Soul, so that gives them a little bit more ways of catching people on the map. Canceling TP, stuff like this. Also see Willow going for the same thing.
Top. That's an Narwhal. More than happy to hold the tower here. Ghost doesn't want to get too close. But still doing a fine time pushing out the top wave, cleaning up the camps in the safe area at the map. That's a little bit difficult for 4 Pirates to get to right now. So keeping up with the farm and Otsuka. Just this pretty hefty bit of a lead that Natty Narwhal starting to build up, coming up to about 1,000 ahead of anyone in the game. It's having a very, very good opening. as the sniper. He's going to look to go, of course, straight into the Hurricane Pike after the Maelstrom. And once he's got that, it's just going to be so hard to catch him. So, yeah, Nigma
Yes.
very much having to play their own game, reacting if they want to, but for the most part, just making sure that Ghost is getting the space to farm it up.
Yeah, and if you look at the sniper pick in this game, it's actually a very good sniper game, right? Nigma doesn't really have a good way of getting on top of him. It's pretty much the only way you really get on top of him with multiple here is to set up with some kind of song, right? Or maybe some waveform on top of him, but you know he's gonna be so far away from everybody, ideally. So it's very hard to catch this hero in this game. If he's fat, then it'll be a big problem later on for Nigma. Same for the Weaver, right? We don't have that much disable, so until like hexes come out on Caudle, for example, then it's a very limited lockdown.
Oh.
This is a way to get on top of him.
Yeah, he's actually found the angle to walk up and get in on top of Natty Narble. As Natty Narble, they have backup coming in, but he gets killed off. Noob's going to be able to find Patanjic as well.
Okay.
So a rare sort of misposition there from Natty Narble on the sniper. Didn't expect Noob to sort of come crashing through the tree line and get on top of him with the goose stacks.
This is exactly the opening they needed, right? They're gonna go straight into Roshan now. I don't know if you can actually stop this without your two heroes. It's gonna die really fast here with all this group onto the Rosh.
Yeah. And even if they come close, GH has got the song back off cooldown, so
True, yeah.
almost impossible for them to come in. They're going to try, but the song is there, so GH is going to keep the space, hold them outside whilst Ghost finishes the Rosh, gets the Aegis, and now they can maybe look to set up for the kill. They want to try and focus Otsuka, but they've only got the Ice Path to open it up, so they don't have enough stun to lock him down. They'll try and stand his ground against Ghost, but he's going to have to back off here, Otsuka. Not yet ready to fight the power at the Morphling. So Enigma Galaxy, they get a clean Rosh, they get a clean Aegis, picked up on Ghost.
If we, yeah, good stuff from Nigma, right? Capitalizing on those two quick kills in mid tower. Also want to mention how good this Morphling game actually is. If you look at it, you can turn into so many different heroes and have really high impact, right? You can turn into the Undying, get the Tombstone going. You can become the Weaver. You can become the Timbersaw as well. So I think this is a very prime Morphling game in terms of the spell morph. And I think Nigma their 5-man is looking really strong right now. I imagine they're gonna continue to play together and pressure some of these towers like we see right now. Maybe they can even go tier 2.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oscar. I was trying to play around with the morph, but just doesn't really come to much. Gets Ghost down a little bit low, but finishing this kill is not going to happen anytime soon. Same time, Enigma Galaxy sweeping over to mid. This would be a huge catch to catch Natty Narble pretty much as soon as he's back up there straight and onto him. He tries to TP out, but his snare's there. Terrorized trying to come in, but it's not going to stop them from getting the kill. As Natty Narble and Padanchik dead again. It seems like maybe it's just a little bit too much for this little old sniper, right? He's got good farm, but at the end of the day, Enigma Galaxy, they just run at him, get on top of him, and there's not enough to get them off him.
Yeah, I agree. I also feel like, I mean, going back a little bit to the draft, right? Like, I don't think Sniper really has a purpose in this game. His other two calls are just farming. There's no catch on the supports. They cannot really capitalize on his strength and on the fact that he won mid so hard. It's a kind of awkward position for him in this game. Where's he supposed to go, right? He was controlling mid lane super well, and suddenly his tower gets taken. But I don't know. It's a hard position to be in for sure. I also want to highlight again the Undying. Still no point in Tombstone. I wonder if this is a conscious choice against the Morphling to not give it away to Ghost. I mean, if that's the case, then suddenly you're Undying without Tombstone. Like, what is that hero really? So I don't know if that's the right choice. Let's see if he starts taking stats as well, or what.
He might just be dead again at Padanchik.
He's dead again. Such an easy kill.
That's rough.
Well, you got the shard for free. They get the tormentor, but he has no points in Tombstone, so shard, no effect right now. Yeah.
Oh no. It is. The gold difference ain't great. You know, it's not massive. It's only 3k, but the overall vibe of the game feels a little bit for the Radiant side.
This game would end very, very soon, I think.
are fortified.
They're already going high on here. It's gonna die pretty fast, these buildings. And with the heal on Coddle, they don't have to care that much about the sniper peeking at them.
Well, that's Ariel dead. Tier 3 gone at the top. That Noob's just going to keep this push going.
I mean, there's nothing to fear at all from the draft of 4 Pirates, right? If you think about it. It's just a slow push, a slow poke from Weaver and Sniper, but Coddle heals right through that. On top of that, Morphling does not care about this type of damage. Same for Bristleback for that matter, so... Yeah, there's just no threat whatsoever from Pirates.
They just don't have that sort of surprise element. You know, that kind of instant catch or instant burst
Yeah.
that Enigma Galaxy would therefore be scared of. Yeah, Enigma
Right,
Galaxy, they're cruising.
Yeah, they have this 5-man lineup with a lot of sustain, a lot of saves from the Naga, right? Heroes that are very difficult to kill in Morphling and Bristleback. But if you compare this game to the last series we just casted, right? That was full of Magnuses, Bat Rider, Storm Spirit, like so many ways of starting the fight. This feels like the complete opposite situation, where Enigma can pretty much do whatever they want the entire game, because they don't have to worry about anything. They can push out layers, they can go hit towers, they can, you know, they can just be super cocky on the map and not really get punished for it.
They're coming in with a smoke now for Pirates. I think, you know, very much feeling that they have to try some sort of surprise play. See what they can get. I mean, they've got eyes on Noob. At the same time, Ottica trying to push them back. Noob is kind of just tanking it up. They can't really kill him that easy. Now they'll turn towards him with a bit more firepower. It's not enough to kill him, though. The song comes in from GH. And they'll just back out. Go for the TP, but the Terrorize will come in from outside of the range of the song. So at the least, they'll get GH. A kill's a kill, but the rest of Enigma Galaxy are able to safely disengage.
Yeah. So I guess that's the way you have to take the fight. You gotta just run in there with Weaver, run in there with Timbersaw,
Radiant's
make things
top barracks
chaotic,
are under attack.
and see if you can pick somebody off. Undying did skill his Tombstone, by the way. So we have a level 1 Tombstone ready to be used.
Definitely knows. It's just hard to have impact as the Undying this game. BKB's now on Ottica, so he'll have a bit more of a better shot of getting stuck in on the front of the team fights. Doesn't have to worry about getting controlled or sort of burst from his high magical that they've got from the likes of the Coddle and the Jakira. And there is the Fulmiona now on Natty Narwhal. So a big step up in the damage output from this sniper. So if somehow 4 Pirates are able to set up the fight in a way that doesn't allow Enigma Galaxy to be able to easily find the sniper, they can get a lot of damage out now.
Yes, we have a lot of damage output coming out from these timings here. Timbersaw also got his Aghanims now, right? So I wouldn't be too cocky on Enigma. Like they can still lose a fight if they get overexcited and allow the 4 Pirates heroes to dish out damage. This is a big wrap around here. We were going in first.
They're pretty deep for this. So it feels confident with the BKB and the time that's to rely on. He's going to try and look towards Sumail, pop the BKB off, to trying to push forward to kill Sumail off. Sumail will buy some time here with the Yule Scepter. As Sumail's able to survive, they couldn't kill him, and now the turnaround's coming into play as they look towards Ottica, kill him off after the BKB and time lots have been used, and they might even be able to find more ghosts. Turning into the Weaver, closing the gap here with Scoochie in the waveform onto Pedantic, gets the double. They surround Mr. Morale. They're going to be able to kill the Timber as well, as 4 Pirates going for maybe a bit of a desperate move there, really trying to just abuse these timings, try and surprise Enigma Galaxy with these pickups with the BKB on the Weaver. It doesn't work out. It just takes far too long to take down Sumail. The damage isn't bad, but under the tier 2, he's able to self-heals himself. It just takes too long for the Weaver to get the job done.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, again, it feels almost desperate at this point, right? Going for this type of move. They feel like they have to. They can't just let Enigma do whatever they want. But that draft just does not allow them to make this type of plays and get away with it. And yeah, I don't know. I kind of hate this Weaver hero. I feel like the times we've seen it, they last with this Weaver in a situation where they're already in trouble in the draft, and this Weaver is just not the hero that's gonna make a big difference. It seems so whatever.
Yes, it's one of those sort of heroes that can excel. It's like a pub stomp carry, right? You know, if you're in your lane and you're like killing, you know, the enemy offlane duos, like feeding to you, you get ahead, you feel fantastic because of just the mobility. You know, if you're able to sort of get in and get those quick support kills to start the fight, you can snowball the game. But as soon as sort of the times get tough and you're like having to scramble towards like this BKB timing to just be able to survive in a team fight, you just don't sort of have that lead in the damage output, and you're not going to find those kills during the BKB time.
I mean, you need your whole draft to be built around the Weaver, I feel like, for it to work, right? You need to be able to capitalize on his early win in the laning phase, right? Deso timing, have a lot of disables, a lot of supports that can go in for you, some kind of spirit breaker, clockwork type of things, right? Where the Weaver can follow up on it and then get a bunch of kills and get really far ahead. And at that point, Weaver can work, right? So it falls into a little bit the same category as Sniper in this game, right? Sniper has nobody to play around. He has nobody to go in first and stun for him. And the same thing can be said for Weaver. Who's going to help the Weaver catch the guy in the back? There's nobody who can make it there.
No, we saw that play out exactly as in that last play, right? Going for Sumail is pretty much only him that's able to get in and do anything. You know, Sniper was ready to offer up an assassinate, but even that couldn't come through because of the Yule Scepter. So it's kind of all on the Weaver, all on Otaka to find a kill in the start of these fights. And if he doesn't, the fight's pretty much over for 4 Pirates. And tough times for them here. Whilst Enigma Galaxy in a very comfortable spot. It's been a very, very clean game from them so far, and how they've progressed. They don't look to be under any sort of pressure or stress right now. Very relaxed gameplay for Enigma Galaxy. They know what it takes to continue the steps to close this one out. It's gonna, it's very much, you know, 4 Pirates. They're the ones sweating, trying to sort of come up with an idea of how to begin some sort of turnaround in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the plan A and plan B is to hold high ground and play around that and hope for the best. Because I don't, like we have mentioned over and over, there's no really other way to play this draft. You can try to split push, maybe you can cut some waves, things like that. You're gonna have to wait for Enigma to come to you, and that's gonna be with an Aegis as well. That's the second Roshan. Now the banner as well comes into play, right? Now you cannot just sit there and sniper and kill the creeps because they're going to be invulnerable, right? So actually I think the banner has proven to be a big factor in recent times. In those. Like people more and more are actually abusing this banner to go high ground early.
And they just get the base for free.
Yeah, they are.
Nothing's happening here from 4 Pirates as Enigma Galaxy get a full set top.
So which racks do you defend? Good one?
And we'll see. They've got the Blink Dagger on Mr. Morale, and they have the BKB as well on Natty Narwhal. Trying to push them back. Goes to Noob. Just hitting the objectives, taking the barracks.
Yep.
Natty Narwhal's trying to shoot them, but he doesn't even have the damage himself now.
Yeah.
Barely tickles them. And they can stick around for more here, Enigma. And they pretty much got the luxury to do what they want now with the lead that they have. 12k advantage, 2 sets of racks up. No messing around here from Enigma Galaxy today.
Nah, for sure not. They're just gonna go hit this barracks as well, I think. This is where you might potentially see a fight break out that Blade Mail is also really good here. Sniper already down to half HP off of that. I don't even know if Enigma is interested in even jumping them. They might just focus solely on the buildings. You have a Blink Dagger on Naga, so you can set up something in the base.
The Yule set up into the nice part from Macropire. With the pullback as well with the Will-O-Wisp. We're going to see Ghost getting aggressive here with the BKB. See what he can find. He turns into the sniper. He's sniping. The sniper got sniped. Ghost proving to be the superior sniper in this one. As with the sniper dead, Timber gone. They're probably going to tap out soon. We'll see how much more they want to endure here for Pirates. We see the buyback come in for the Timber. Like I say, Natty Noble doesn't have the luxury of the buyback. They're throwing the buybacks in, throwing everything they have at Enigma Galaxy. Could they at least get Samael? They can't. Samael's able to walk away. Otchka has to back off with the remainder of the BKB. As Enigma Galaxy, they step up, line up the ice path onto Mr. Morale and onto Podanchik. The Undying's dead again. As Ghost ready to play around with them up to the fountain. Same to be said for Noob. They're just adding up the kills here. Enigma Galaxy closing this one up with an extra bit of fun, extra few kills around the fountain. He's into the fountain, Ghost as well, ready to make some dive plays. Might have to be a little bit careful, but hey, who am I kidding? They're 21k up. They're about to get the mega creeps. This game surely in the bag for Enigma Galaxy. They're still trying though, 4 Pirates. The buyback comes in. They kill GH. Can they kill anyone else? Natty Noble back in action. Ghost. Waveforms in, look at a burst through. Otchka will get back to the fountain into... Oh, careful, okay. That's the Aegis gone. Do they have any chance of getting him a second time? Probably not. No, he's forced out back to safety, and Otchka just dies in the fountain to a blast from Samael. They'll tap out now. GG's scored. Enigma Galaxy will take this game 1.
Yeah, convincing fashion from Enigma. Must be a nice first game of the day for them. Coming into TI qualifier, right? And once again, and having to play this game, yeah, it's very chill, not too much threat from 4 Pirates, and they close it out very cleanly as well.
Yeah, they do. This is, I feel like we definitely, if you kind of rewind a few days, we did have some games, even in the previous qualifiers, right, where Enigma, even in a game like this, maybe things do start to get a bit hairy, but today here with this performance, it looked perfect, right? Step to step. They were not making mistakes. They knew exactly what had to be done. And as soon as they did get to a point where they could almost certainly feel themselves that, hey, this game is ours. 4 Pirates can do nothing to stop us. And they really made it look exactly like that, right? They made 4 Pirates for the most half of this sort of second bit of this game look completely helpless.
And this was the move right there we saw that broke the game open, right? And then the second kill on Sniper, I think, looked like it pretty much sealed the deal at that point. I don't know, for 4 Pirates to win this game, I think they had to come mid with many heroes very early on, like let's say 10 minutes or something like that, and just take this tower and start controlling mid relentlessly with all their heroes and start killing these heroes around mid. Because I think there's no real way otherwise. You gotta play around the Sniper. If both Weaver, Timber, and Sniper farms alone, like they kind of normally want to do, right? That these heroes are designed to be playing alone on the side lanes, farming up, but then Sniper has nobody to play around. So I think that draft just kind of fell apart by the nature of how the heroes want to interact. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't feel too bad about this if I'm 4 Pirates. I would just be like, okay, actually we couldn't do anything. This game was a fluke. Made a mistake in the draft. Let's go next. Let's pick some disables next game. Let's pick a way to kill heroes.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a big change up from them coming into game 2. And standout player, yeah, happy to go with this. Noob on the bristle yet again. You're getting into his first pick. This is probably going to have to be banned out against him, I think. I don't think 4 Pirates are going to want to play against Noob Bristle. It's just a little bit too good. It's just such a reliable pick, right, for Noob and for Enigma as a whole.
Yeah, I also don't really like the Undying response much against the Bristleback. I think Bristle doesn't, with the range support like Jakiro was displayed here, he doesn't really care about the K spam early on, I think, and then later on you saw how fast Undying just dies to the Bristleback, like 2 hits pretty much. So yeah, let's hope for a more competitive game 2.
I hope so. Enigma, though, they'll be happy if they get another one of these ones, because, yeah, this game 1, nice and easy here for Enigma Galaxy as they take the first game of this best of 3 against 4 Pirates. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a short break, and then we're going to be back with game 2 of 4 Pirates versus Enigma Galaxy.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers for the International 2025. We're currently enjoying the second series of the day here down in the lower bracket. Nigma Galaxy versus 4 Pirates. Game 1, misery. Nigma Galaxy, they look like everything's under control from their side today. Look pretty good.
Yeah, it does look pretty good. If that's Nigma being showing up today, or if it's 4 Pirates not showing up as much, that's a bit hard to say. Maybe it could be a bit of both. But yeah, good the first game by Nigma for sure. They are heading on the way to the next day of the qualifier, and yeah, I mean, 4 Pirates got to bring something out of the hat now if they want to stay in it.
Yeah, I mean, from what we saw from them in the draft in game 1, I think we can definitely expect to see something completely different. You know, I think some of those heroes that they were trying there in that first game are not going to make a reappearance here in this game too. And we know they can give it a better shot because of the performances that we've seen from them on the days previous to this. You know, they can definitely give Nigma Galaxy a bit more of a challenge than they did in this game 1 of the series. So excited to see what they do decide to rest on here going into this game 2. But maybe it just is sort of the drafting. You know, Nigma Galaxy coming in with the bans that they did come in with. Maybe they've just sort of prepared enough for 4 Pirates in particular as well that they just sort of know how to break down 4 Pirates' options during the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you have to win a qualifier like this and you have to reveal a lot of your heroes, your best heroes, to win every time, then as the tournament progresses, other teams will latch onto what kind of heroes you excel at, right? Like, for example, here with the Dawnbreaker. So I think Nigma probably have looked at 4 Pirates games and determined, okay, these are the most successful heroes that you guys have. And then it's, of course, up to 4 Pirates from there to bring out something else, right? Because you cannot keep playing the same stuff because there are obviously bans in Dota to take those heroes out. And that is can be a challenge for the newer teams, right? Who perhaps have some good heroes and wins with those, but to have a wider variety of heroes that allows you to mix it up in a series like this.
10 seconds remaining.
Straight in with the bans here. So we'll see what we get this time round. I mean, not getting the Bristol obviously going to be the first big change up we'll see from Nigma's side of things, of that ban being addressed by 4 Pirates after Noob's very strong performance in game 1.
And Naga also getting banned out here as a change up. And just to note, first game 4 Pirates had the choice of pick and ban, and they chose the Radiant. And Nigma followed up with first pick, and now Nigma chose first pick again. So Nigma obviously prioritizing first pick, and 4 Pirates, I think, as one of the only teams, don't care as much about pick, but wants to play that Radiant side. And Nigma pick up their Batrider.
The bat hero we keep seeing, and for good reason. And yeah, never a bad first pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Doesn't give away anything. It's never going to be bad. You're always going to make moves happen with this.
We have not seen the mid Batrider in the EU qualifier.
No, not in this region. No.
Nope.
All right, so 4 Pirates instantly with the Abaddon. They see the bat. They're like, I don't want to be lassoed. I want to help other people not get lassoed. Abaddon straight away. First pick from 4 Pirates.
Yep. I mean, it was also banned in game 1, so perhaps feeling like, okay, we need to actually take this now if we want it. It's gonna get banned second phase. So I can appreciate that. I think if it's Otega's hero, I think it's also nice to set it up for that, so we don't end up with some last pick Weaver. I don't think we want to see that again. I also think that when you pick a Abaddon here, you need to really consider to make sure that you have enough lockdown so that this hero can hit heroes, because he doesn't have catch himself, right? So I really want them to get that this game. Some ways where your heroes are combined in a certain timing in the game, could be 10 minutes, could be 20 minutes, but at some point they come, the 3 cores or 2 cores or whatever it is, come together and they become strong, right? So to play around some timing that, you know, that make it easy for you. Unlike what we saw last game. Klink's getting banned out. Second phase now.
Yeah, I mean, we know Otaka can play a pretty mean Clinks.
So Shaman is still in the pool. The Tusk is still in the pool. The Dark Willow is still in the pool.
Team banned.
A lot of the supports. Okay, Tusk gets banned out here. I wouldn't also not be surprised to see the Enigma play the IO this game, perhaps,
Okay.
as a response to this Abaddon.
10 seconds
Think
remaining.
Abaddon perhaps not the best hero of killing off by either the IO or the main target. Can easily like run around, kite him, maybe pop his ult, right? Make him feel awkward. Also classic combo with the Bat Rider. Being able to lasso, set up some relocate plays around the map. Okay,
Shaman.
so 4 pirates go for the Shaman.
I always love to see the Shaman. Again, it kind of just feels like the same sort of level as like a Bat or a Tusk, right? The
Yeah.
team that's picked that, it's hard to ever criticize that pick. Even though the Shaman's win rate's not been great overall, I feel like it's never the Shaman's fault. Never the Shaman's fault. We'll get the Doom coming out, and oh, look at that. A bit spicy coming in with a bit of a different support. We're getting an ET coming in for Enigma Galaxy.
ET is pretty good against Abaddon, I think, overall. Like, you can make him sleep while he's ulted, for example. That's one aspect of it. I think a second way is that if it's an offlane Abaddon, ET absolutely destroys that. Just by running at him, he cannot really fight back. So I think this is a good response. It's also one of GH's classic heroes. So it makes a lot of sense. And then you ban out the Bristleback for Noob. Well, he can also play Doom. So most of the time, I think this is Noob's hero, but they have actually also been playing it on Ghost recently, and they did win that game against VP. So how does 4 Pirates want to respond to this? Right now, they do have the catch in the Shaman. They have this Abaddon. They need to match the team fight, I think, a little bit of Enigma Galaxy. They also don't really have any wave clear between these two heroes. Something that can be scary against a hero like Bat Rider, who, if you can't push out the lanes, then it's quite scary to play against this hero in the mid-late game.
Radiant team pick.
Jakira. And we saw, obviously, last game, Enigma Galaxy have some fun with this hero. This time, 4 Pirates say, hey, we want to do that ourselves. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. It's also good against ET, right? Because the attack speed's slow. So perhaps a little bit of a response to the ET.
Seconds remaining.
I imagine they're going to play that in the lane with the offlaner later, going up against the 5 ET. And then maybe play the Shaman into the Bat. But this pick is the harder one. The one where you have to reveal something in the draft. The core reveal. Okay, they're going to go Void Spirit. So showing up their mid pretty early. I don't remember if these guys are one of the teams that has been playing the Void Spirit carry. Because that is also a thing that some people bust out. I believe maybe it was OG who played it once. I think actually multiple teams have been toying with that idea.
Seconds remaining.
But these guys only played it mid so far.
Okay. Okay, so should, at least from Enigma Galaxy's perspective, give them a pretty clear idea of what to expect towards the end of the draft. Let's see what they want to do against it. What does Sumail fancy this time?
Dire team banned.
Yeah, let's go back for the morph. I don't mind it again. Like the only really... It's a good matchup against Abaddon and lane, I would say, especially with the ET, if it is an offlane Abaddon, that is. Of course, there is the Shaman to potentially hex you up. There is the Void Spirit Aghanim's timing that can also be problematic, but overall, with the lineup that you have, I think the Morphling looks pretty strong here. That does seem like the Doom is going to be offlane then.
5
unless you want to put Morph mid. I don't know if anyone wants to do that, but Morphling used to be very good against the Ember. Could also maybe be an option against the Void Spirit mid. But most of the time, I mean, we are just going to see Ghost play this Morphling. It is also his signature hero.
Radiant team banned.
And final ban for 4 Pirates. They got to seriously consider how they can sort of round up their draft in a way that's going to give them a better chance of shutting down Ghost Morph.
Yeah. Do you pick a
10 seconds remaining.
offlaner or a carry here? That's the question as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so because which of those cores still has like an option available that can do something about the Morph or have a good matchup against a Morphling?
Yeah, right now you definitely cannot do much against him later on in the game when he gets a couple of items. When he gets a Manta style, maybe even a BKB, at that point it's very difficult. So you need a core hero that at least can threaten Morphling later on.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
or you need to pick a hero, an offlane hero for example, that has very clear timings together with the Void Spirit and Abaddon, and then start pressuring the map really heavily around this 20 to 30 minute mark, right? That is potentially an option because you have 2 supports with tower damage as well. So you could look to play a really fast game and try to punish this greed of Doom and Morphling in the same team. So it's either of those two. You need to pick a kind of a win condition type late game hero so you can play the game in a chill fashion, or you need to, double down on the heroes you already have and go in and go all in. As for Nigma, they need to pick a mid hero that
Dire team
perhaps can make up for the greed
pick.
that they have.
All right.
Ember.
That's
Yeah.
that, and that's it, right? Super active mid. It's going to be up and down the map, and will allow for, as long as things don't fall apart, for the space to be there for the Morph and the Doom to farm it up.
10
Oh,
seconds.
4
Yeah,
Pirates.
looks pretty solid. Looks very solid for Enigma. Also good. Ember very good with ET.
Seconds remaining.
The Spirit amping him up a lot as well. It seems like 4 Pirates know what they want. They look ready, determined.
Now select your
It's
hero.
the Ursa. Okay, so they go with the carry and throwing out the Abaddon into the offlane here. It's a pretty good Ursa game. The only problem early game could be the Bat Rider potentially, but he's gonna have a pretty good time against the Doom, I would say. That lane could go rough, potentially, actually, now that I think about it, just because of the bad X Factor, but we'll see how that goes. Overall, apart from that, I think it's a good Ursa game. Also a hero that can beat the Morphling later on. Yeah, better draft overall for Pirates this game. No doubt about that. But is it good enough to take out Nigma in this game? Where Nigma also has a lot of their signature heroes and a lot of a very solid draft overall. I'm skeptical. I think Nigma are the better team. I think just the fact that they have such a solid draft this game makes me doubt all Pirates. But it's definitely better than game one.
It is. And I think, if we hadn't sort of seen game one from 4 Pirates, we maybe have a bit more hope with them having this sort of lineup. But yeah, they did look shaky game one. It is a better draft. But as you say, is it going to be enough to take down Enigma Galaxy? He looked very, very in the zone today with that game one performance. I think a lot's going to rest sort of on what Natty Narble's going to be able to do from the mid on the Void Spirit, how well he's going to be able to come out on top of Sumail's Ember. In this heads up matchup 1v1 in the mid lane, because they're going to need him to do a lot, right? Because we're talking sort of about the greediness of Enigma Galaxy side lanes and pressure on the Ember to play. It's sort of the same right for 4 Pirates, right? Because for the most part of the early game, you're going to have this Ursa and Abaddon. Abaddon's going to be trying to get a Radiance. Ursa's trying to get his Battle Fury Blink.
Yeah.
A lot of it's on the Void Spirit plus the 2 supports.
Exactly. I think that's exactly the point. That actually 4 Pirates, they have catch, they have damage and stuff like this, but they all sort of need some time to get online. And even Void Spirit needs, some goals. He needs the Aghanims before he starts threatening them off, right? And I don't know if that's a little bit too slow against Nigma's draft. I think Nigma, they don't need that much time for their heroes to become very powerful. But let's see, there's actually a smoke action onto Nigma here. Both teams as 5. Medanchik could be in trouble. They see the ward.
Yeah, they do want to get that D ward, but they're protecting it, and they'll be able to make sure they take that away. So Enigma Galaxy not going to get the luxury of taking it out themselves. Let's see, getting into this. So game 2, ladies and gentlemen, here. Enigma Galaxy versus 4 Pirates. 4 Pirates lose this, will be the end of the road for them, and they have had some highlights here in the regional qualifiers, so will be a bit of a sad end for them, but obviously for Enigma Galaxy, this is a team, organization, players that very much have their sights set on qualifying and nothing less. So they're definitely going to be giving 4 Pirates another hard matchup here in this game too.
See, both teams are using the level 1 blocking to try to get the lane back. First get your lane into tower, and then the lane's gonna push back into you, so you can get lane control very early on. Both teams also having success doing so.
I think looking at the lane setup again, another sort of situation where you imagine the top Ghost is going to have a pretty fine time in the lane?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's very hard for Secure Abaddon to pressure him off at all. It has to happen very, very early on, at least, then level 1, level 2, but seeing as Morphling already, you know, is stabilizing the lane from here, I think Ghost should be very happy here. The bottom lane is probably the one that's a little more fragile. I think that one can go both ways. Ursa can get pressured by the bad Doom, but at the same time, if Doom or Bad steps out of position, you can get shackled up, and Ursa can claw you down, right? So this lane should be determining.
And when you look at the mid matchup as well, is there any sort of solo kill potential in the lane between these two spirits?
Don't think that's going to be that much happening here as well. I think they're just going to get their bottles, right? They're going to trade water runes. Potentially we could see like a Jakiro run over towards mid, or potentially Shaman, and then something could happen like that. We also see a lot of Bat Riders actually choosing to go mid early in our series. I think we saw it multiple times. So something like that can interrupt the matchup. But if nothing happens, I imagine it's a pretty 50-50 trading farm type of matchup.
Yeah, so far in the CS, pretty even here between Samel and Natty Noble. Natty Noble just with a few more denies. Bottom. And she's using the shackles here to try and secure some denies here for the two of them against the lane. So far 9-2 against the 11-2. They have got the creep wave coming in on them, so continues to be pretty close down on the bottom side. Top lane Ghost just getting a little more of the denies in against that of the off-lane duo here of 4 Pirates. Oh, so it was the last game. I had a pretty quiet early game, and once things started to really get moving, it very much was Enigma Galaxy taking each step towards the victory, and 4 Pirates didn't really have measures of slowing them down. It's in the mid, somehow. It's going to be fine here. It's got the bottle charges as well, so we'll be able to stick around no problem. And bottom lane getting a bit aggressive up towards the tower, but not quite yet ready to be able to dive. We'll keep the sticky napalm stacks up onto Artica. Not able to make the move though at the moment, and they don't wish to either. They're going to wait at least until the boots are out on noob before they start making those sort of plays.
Lane's looking really good for Enigma right now. I think all 3 of their cores top CS, and I don't know if that's going to really change. You see Doom already with the double bracer, full HP. Top lane as well, like we talked about. It's going to be very hard to pressure Morphling from here.
There goes. Easily able to back off any time they try and advance towards him. As the bottom lane Oftica definitely have to be a bit more careful about how he approaches the farm. Especially once the level 3s there on the bat as well. Could start to threaten down on this bottom lane Enigma Galaxy. Mid lane, they'll get the setup on Samel again, but still not quite at a point where the burst is enough. Samel soon to hit the 5 himself, then should have a pretty hefty amount of damage output. That's the level 5 Ember to trade back with the Void Spirit. And bottom is...
Feels like when...
It should be fine here.
Bottling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's a cut? It's definitely getting more and more difficult for him to step up, though. Noob pretty beefy on the Doom, so little chance of 4 Pirates getting aggressive on the Doom themselves.
Yeah, it is quite scary for us. He can easily get frame break back and ran down by the scorched earth.
We're seeing on the numbers just yet that little progress. 5 minutes in, no kills to be had, but we're already coming up to about that 1k gold lead for Enigma Galaxy just on the CS alone. Mid again, trying for the setup onto Samel, but man, nothing more than just a little bit of harassment. It's getting a good amount of denies against Samel in this matchup. That's why we're seeing Natty now will have that about a quarter of a level XP advantage ahead of him. Bottom lane, try and get aggressive for the kill. They will get it. Can Ottica get out though? He's going to try and get a few hits in onto Noob. He'll end up dying for it. GH are going to chase down over towards the Shaman. The Infernal Blade comes in. It's going to be Pedantic falling. They're trying to kill GH here with the right clicks. They will get him. So it ends up 2 for 2. But ultimately is Noob as the core surviving. Whereas Ottica did end up dying. Rotation's coming in though. That's going to be a big one to find here under the tower, and he'll find it. So with that move coming in at the end of it, they'll definitely take that play for Pirates. Natty Narwhal making sure that the trade does favor them overall.
Nice timed haste rune there for the Void Spirit, right? Allowing that kill to come through. And he's not even going to lose any creeps from this as well, because the catapult's tanking them up, right? That was a big rotation from 4 Pirates. By the way, we have an urn onto the Abaddon. That's kind of an interesting one. Not something that I've seen before, I think.
What? I mean, the two of them obviously getting aggressive around the 7-minute wisdom, maybe seeing if they can step up for it, but Pedancic's going to die underneath the tier 1 tower. And Ariel, is he going to be able to get away from this? He's got a hefty amount of stacks of napalm on him. He's going to try for the Dukes to the north, and it will work out, but he doesn't have a TP. So we'll see what the plan is here from Ariel. Might just be to deny him, or sort of kill himself to the tower. He could try and walk it off. He's going to find a courier. So he'll get something for his time up here. And Ghost?
Yeah, seems like he's going to get out of here.
Yeah, Ghost is going to be fine. Might even be able to turn it into a little bit of a rotation over towards the mid, because Samel's pretty low.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's got 1 charges. It's sort of a random dual breath coming in there from the tree line. It's not going to be enough to kill him. It does get awfully close, though. And nearly that surprise Jakiro play catching out off Samel. But he'll be able to reset, get the Remnant down, get back to the base, TP in, TP out, Remnant jump back. And the power in coming in. We saw Omar coming in to try and help Samel out to get the power in, but Natty Null was able to pick it up. Ariel really wants to kill Omar, and he will get him in his dying breath. Natty Null was come across. He has to jump away with the Astral Step, though. He's a little too low on the HP to play a part in this fight.
Abaddon is here. Ready to brawl. Leaving the top lane. Has an urn. So this is a different style of Abaddon. Maybe looking to be a bit more active, right? And maybe turning it into a vessel even against the Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, do you sort of like that he's going for this kind of get involved and play style rather than trying to get a Radiance and trying to sort of scale?
I think it's kind of like, it really just depends on how the game goes, right? It can work, but it can also backfire.
You get the killed Salt then. The undamaged coming into play here, so they're able to take down Ghost. Even throw down a tip as well here, so feeling pretty confident with the moves. You can maybe put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower top. We saw GH, of course, trying his best to bail them out. They did come in with a stomp, but not quite able to get it in time. So Ghost does get taken out. Big kill here for 4 Pirates to find. Slowing down the Morphling.
I think it's kind of an interesting idea, this game, just because of the greediness of Enigma's draft, right? I see also Ursa getting active here. getting more and more kills here. It's a good way of doing it. You also enable your supports. Like we talked about it last game. They didn't really have a good way to enable the supports or the supports to enable their cores. But this time around, when their cores are being so active, the supports are very happy, right? To be hitting these towers, getting levels, playing aggressive. So I think in this particular game, this approach from Abaddon, going to what's it called, the urn and the drums, is actually gonna be good. Nigma's heroes wanna just sit and farm quietly in their lanes. Bottom now.
That's the setup. Pedantic in with the TP, has the catch with the shackles. And put the damage to bring Doom down. Backups on the way. Samel's got an arcane rune. He's going to be ready to play. He's in with the chains onto the three of them. He gets the setup with the remnant. They'll get the Doom drop down into Mr. Morale. But the borrowed time is there. Samel, can he dive in for more? He can't. The numbers have turned up now. It's going to be 4 pirates claiming the life of Omar. They get the hex onto Samel. Nothing else to catch him though, so Samel will still be able to jump away at the remnants. But again, 4 pirates with these early responses coming out on top of the trades, getting the advantage now.
I think another reason why this type of play actually works so well is that, and why we are talking about it is because that we don't really see that type of stuff that much, right? Most of the time, the Abaddon would just sit forever and farm this Radiance. So it's gonna catch Nigma off guard a little bit. It's a bit unorthodox way of playing right now in the meta. But they're getting good kills out of this. Of course, the problem with these type of items is that they don't necessarily scale if the game slows down. Abaddon has no ult here.
Nah, he should be dead for sure.
Yeah.
So Enigma Galaxy are straight back in on that bottom lane as soon as they realize that Mr. Morale is going to stick around. Still holding the high ground. I mean, Pedantic and Aero, maybe see if they can find some. They don't have Macropie, but they do have the Serpent Warp ready to play. It's a little bit risky. So they'll stay hidden on the high ground. So just in case someone sort of steps away, maybe they could try for a play onto Noob. Do they have enough damage with the ward? Or maybe just with the TPs? Yeah, they don't want to drop the ward, they're just going to rely on the TPs. The Remnant grabs down to Noob, but the lasso is out onto Pedantic. Now he'll drop the Serpent ward. The damage coming in is enough to help bring down Noob. Samel's got to be careful. He's trying to see if he can finish off Pedantic, but Pedantic's going to live there thanks to the Aphotic Shield on Mr. Morale. And now Samel's getting chased down. He's still got a couple of Remnants ready to play with. So will manage to escape. But a good setup there from 4 pirates. Yeah, Pedantic just knowing that the TPs were going to be up. He could get in, just slam down the Serpent Ward and bully Enigma Galaxy back out this area of this map.
Yeah, this looks to be maybe another tower kill here if they actually want to commit to it. Looks like they would rather invade and try to contest some of these stacks.
Back out just in time because Noob. Doom is back online in about 5 seconds. So 4 pirates have to bear that in mind. Samel trying with the catch on towards Mr. Morale. And the shield's there, and borrowed time is back up. So it's going to once again be a bit of a difficult move to make into the safe lane of 4 pirates.
Of course, all this space created by 4 pirates leads Ursa to be happily farming away towards his battle fury, but of course Morphling as well. Not taking part in any of this.
Well, they're watching bottom. I mean, if GH can sort of get some sort of stomp set up, maybe Noob can get in and go for the Doom, but the problem is that they've got the numbers down here, 4 pirates. And then Mr. Morale and Pedantic ready to help. Pedantic's going to have the Serpent Ward up again in a second, and we saw just sort of how explosive that was in the fights. And yeah, he'll just drop it down for the push. And it's like, what are you going to do? Do you want to hit the Serpent Ward off to the side? GH has been found. They've got eyes on him. They dropped down the Macropire. GH is gone. And yeah, this Serpent Ward's going to be able to easily finish off the Tier 1 tower. So the players continue to come in here from 4 pirates, holding the lead.
Yeah, making a lot of use of this this early aggression here. Ember TPing over for the Wisdom, but Shaman is here.
That's him out. Very close to the blade now. Obviously, you know, the Ursa's getting the space. Ghost also getting the space. It's definitely going to be a bit of a trickier game for him to carry in comparison to the last one, because this time round Now, 4 Pirates are going to have their items online. They've got a lot of heroes that can make moves, as we've been seeing. Great catch, great damage. 4 Pirates definitely giving Enigma Galaxy a bit more of a fight this time round.
Ghost is farming, but I think more important in this game is what happens with the 4-on-4 basically. Danchik is getting caught here.
Yeah, they're just letting go.
They're just gonna leave him, yeah. Also, almost have Aghanims up on Void Spirit.
That's just super quick. Super quick timing this game from Natty Narwhal. Because had great timings on the sniper last game, but his game did start to fall off. This time, much less likely, which is sort of how powerful the Void Spirit with the Aghanims is going to be when it comes online this early. And Enigma Galaxy are trying to see if they can maybe get Ottica top, but... they got the lasso before the enrage. It's a good catch. He'll get the enrage off now, but the sleep into the stomp is there. They've got him. Enigma Galaxy. Getting the big kill, taking that Ursa off the map. That's a painful 30 seconds where he can't be hitting the crates, but Ghost certainly can.
Yep, nice pick from them. Do have the Void Spirit Aghanims coming out right now, so again, I think we're gonna see more Pirates look to be super aggressive here. We already have a smoke up on Pedantic. GQ tipping over. Maybe they don't even need to smoke, they could just run at them there.
There's the jump. Initial silence into the secondary one. The Grey Monsters come out in time to get the Hex and the Shackle. The lockdown is not enough though. Samael's able to get the Sleight of Fist. Jumps out with the Remnant. Samael's away. They tried to throw everything they could there onto the Ember, but it wasn't quite enough to kill him.
Yeah, I think the chain stun wasn't quite there. He managed to get his shield and blade mail off, and at that point he just becomes so tanky, so nice reaction from Enigma there. They do only get that 1 kill on Shaman, so I'm sure once Shaman is up again, he's gonna look to make take that snake to use, potentially eyeing mid tower. Also got the Vessel up on Abaddon coming out on Curry, I believe, so 4 Pirates have a strong timing now.
Omar will have the blink ready for the next move with the stack being cleared. Well, this will be very close to as long as Samael gives him the last hit, and he does. There we go. Just 50 gold. He can sell the circle if he wants to get it ASAP. Just clear out the next creep. We've got eyes on towards Ghost. Natty Narwhal making the moves over, but GH is by Ghost's side. Just getting the space here for the Roshan, but Serpent board down. Nautica in the pit as the Ursa. This will be the Aegis for 4 Pirates without Enigma Galaxy being able to do anything about it.
Alright.
And they could definitely try and push on for some aggressive plays with the Aegis, because the blink dagger timing for Ottica's pretty much there. So he can very much look to get involved, stuck in, join to these fights. At a point where Ghost himself on the other side still doesn't want to quite be involved too heavily. Still needs about 1,300 gold until he has the Manta. Which of course very important when he's playing against such items as the Vessel. And the silence, of course, of the Resonant Pulse with the Aghanims on Natty Narwhal. See the mid. Oh, okay, easy shield. That's going to be the problem here. The Abaddon always around with the answer when these lassos are attempted.
I guess that's another plus of playing Abaddon like this, is that you're actually playing with your team. You're not all farming Radiance somewhere, right? You're ready with that shield when it comes in. And this, I think this is a good opening for 4 Pirates to actually take down this mid tower now. Potentially look to be aggressive with some kills as well here. You see the 2-man smoke from Ursa and Shaman elsewhere on the map, onto the Doom bottom potentially here, and while also being very aggressive mid, so this is a nice setup here actually by them. They did spot him on the ward too, so Noob is really in trouble here. Oh, well done though.
He's going to be out.
Yeah, well done. Tornado into quick drums and run away.
Yeah, very smooth moves there from Noob on the retreat. He's ready to join Ghost up top. Ghost, he's pretty much crossed that hurdle now. Yeah, 100 gold and he'll have Manta online. They do see Natty Narwhal walking up. I mean, can Noob get the initiation here? He's out to the side. The second Astral Step will get him a little bit further away. Should be enough to stay safe. Omar still trying to jump in and block him off. Buy time for Noob to close in. We'll see. Ottica, he's not going to get the chance to jump up, but probably for the best. I said that he actually wants to get in and fight this.
Long TP.
He's gone for the TP and it's way too long. He just tears him apart with the swipe stacking up. They didn't even need the Remnant to connect. He was already dead from the damage of this Ursa.
They all TP'd bottom, didn't they?
Yeah, they must have done.
I think.
They were going the
it
same
was such a long
spot.
TP. Might have even been like a 5 second, 6 second TP.
Wow, that's...
Unfortunate there. After making very smooth moves bottom, then getting stuck up top and ends up dying anyways.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's really up to Nigma to try to avoid this next few minutes here of aggression. 5 to 10 minutes. If Nigma can survive that, they're in a good spot, but not necessarily going to be easy. All Pirates going to be very aggressive here.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, there's the jump top. Push them out. Ready with the Remnant. It's away from Motica.
So see the way Nigma are itemizing, they understand that the pressure is coming in, right? Ember is going straight BKB. Doom is going straight BKB. No funny businesses with Radiance or Maelstrom or anything like that. Just make sure that the next 5 to 10 minutes they're able to fight back.
Dire's courier
And
has
then
been killed.
Ghost will carry. Or their draft in its entirety, I guess, will carry. Because their draft scales really
Radiant's
well this
bottom
game.
tower is under attack.
So Meta is up and Nigma not really in position to contest.
I'll come in with the smoke, but yeah, this Tormentor getting killed off very quickly by the Ursa. They could still look for a move. Obviously, it's coming at this time. Still a minute on the Aegis, so still a bit of an awkward time for Enigma Galaxy to make the smoke jump. They'll sit behind Sumail, maybe see if they can sort of play for a bait.
Dire
but-
are scanning.
It's a 5-man move here for four Pirates.
Sumail? Caught by the Hex, but they don't want to go for anything more on him. On the side, Omar's going to be able to get jumped by Otsuka. Immediately jumps over the walls and they're killed off the bat. Great preparation there from Otsuka. As soon as he sees the bat, he's on top of him, and Omar doesn't stand a chance for the fight.
Whatever is not done here. He's very aggressive here. Unlikely to kill anyone off here, though.
Oh, but the
he
Hex!
got the Hex!
He did. Patanchik gets him with the jump. The stomp will come out. GH bailing Sumail out.
Barely moves out of range there, Pedanchik. Very close, actually, for getting away from the Spirit. That's a tier 2 down. Because Ghost not flinching for a second. He just keeps hitting creeps, not reacting to any of this.
He's hitting those timings. The next one's the big one. You know, once he's got that butterfly online, that is definitely the point where he can turn up these team fights, and he maybe not quite 1v5ing, but maybe a 1v4, almost certainly a 1v3. Like, the Morphling is going to hit that timing that is going to be difficult for them to deal with, unless they get sort of that instant catch onto him. That's going to be the big thing we've got to watch out for, right? If Ghost turns up and we're seeing sort of Pedanchik get the chance to get the jumps, which he's been very good at so far.
Smoke.
He's now going to be the one to get jumped, though. They're trying to step up to save him. They get the shield upon him, but it won't keep him alive, and now it might even put Mr. Morale in danger as well. Ice Bar from Macropire comes down there. Look at the jump, the pulse silence, but the BKB's there from Noob. Buyback comes in from Pedanchik. Noob, maybe seeing if he can get in position to drop down a Doom, but it's not going to be the case as BKB's starting to come to an end. He has to run. They'll back away Enigma Galaxy. They get a kill. They force out a buyback. And they still have their Doom ready to drop. Sticking around maybe, in fact, as well, in case...
Another smoke.
Yeah, 4 Pirates, they want to try and fight this. Sumail's going to reveal this entire smoke. But catch him with the Ice Path and the Resident Pulse Silence. It's a lot of damage onto Sumail. Sumail will get the BKB off, but he's dead. Otsuka jumps in, finishes him off. They get the Doom dropped down onto Mr. Morale. But Omar is controlled by Ariel and Pedanchik. He'll die to the side of the fight. Pedanchik Serpent Ward. It takes Noob down. And Mr. Morale, he's going to survive. The Doom damage alone was not enough to kill him. Enigma Galaxy choosing to stick around. Sumail trying to get in there, but he gets completely controlled, and by the time the BKB gets pressed, it's far too late.
Yeah, he has to press the BKB pretty early this game because there is a lot of disables, right? Like we just saw. And one Ice Path is enough to set up a very, very long chain stun.
Yeah.
So I think that was a little bit of a blunder by Sumail not clicking that early. If he pops it straight away, I think he's completely free in this fight to do what he wants and set up a much better scenario for his team there. But nonetheless, Morphling still ends up cleaning up the Ursa in the backline there. And not the end of the world for Nigma, but still, I mean, we see a 4K lead now for 4 Pirates.
Well, I think, not playing. Ooh, see if he can get the kill here. He's got borrowed time in 3, 2. A second too long until it was back up for Mr. Morale as Nigma able to strike.
One lane now.
Not a second
Morphling
too
being
late.
aggressive. Okay.
Let's see what they, because still, as you said, the 3K lead, but it's just the fact that overall, Ghost, he is at the top. The butterfly is going to come very, very shortly. And he's a big problem. If they're dropping everything to kill Samel and Samel dies, maybe at the end of the day, it's not going to matter if the Morph survives.
I agree. I mean, Morphling is still susceptible to getting hexed and silenced up by the Void Spirit, right? But I think what's going to happen is Doom and Ember are just going to go in with their BKBs and force these spells to be used early, right? And then suddenly Morphling is completely free to choose where he wants to go and when. Abaddon Net Worth definitely seeing the suffering from the item build, but he is eyeing up that Radiance. And of course he's not too far behind from the Doom and the Ember, to be honest. Jakiro, however, is becoming a core in his own right? Got that Hurricane Pike, is scaling into the late game potentially with the Twin Terror and double trouble. Facet and Inlay here. Kind of way you can scale. He did get the shot earlier though, so that's part of sort of inflated.
Enigma Galaxy.
Radiant's middle tower.
Can they get the jump? Ariel in good position to sort of disrupt the smoke here from the pit. And Smell will spot them out now. He get caught by the ice path. What's the blame? Mustani lose a lot of his health. We'll see in the pit the BKB pod Noob trying to go all in to kill this Jakiro. They'll get the stomp onto him, and now Ultra makes the jump and he's in onto Noob. Noob's dead. And now with the Hex onto Omar, they can turn for more. They kill off the bat. Mr. Morale heading out of the fight, trying to survive through the last moments of the Doom. Ultica. The rest of the BKB will keep himself far enough distance away from GH. The Serpent Ward's been dropped down. The Hex comes into play. The Shackle's there as well. Pedantic surviving. Following up with a lockdown onto Ghost. Ghost will kill off the Shaman. See if Ghost can clean this one up. The Remnant will hold him in position, but indeed Natty Narwhal has to jump away from the Morphling. Heavy casualties from both sides here. 3 for 3, but it does... I mean, Ghost was thinking about maybe going into the pit there, but could be a little too risky. These fights, they're proven to be incredibly close between the two teams.
So close indeed. I think maybe also you could criticize the way the fight started for Nigma, right? Running into that pit, chasing that Jakiro so relentlessly into that pit, definitely backfiring for Noob, getting clawed down by the Ursa. Of course, Morphling did get the angle that we talked about earlier off the back of that, but gotta be careful. That was maybe a little bit too close for comfort for Morphling, also going down towards the end there. Butterfly's up. Should be coming on Courier right now, yeah, for Morphling. So is Roshan. Nigma has a very nice ward, scouting everything. They just dewarded one in the river as well, so it's very unlikely they're going to be even anticipating that there is a ward on the high ground too.
Yeah, that's a
Very big moment for Nigma here.
Yeah,
Get a nice initiation.
They definitely going to want to bring a fight here.
In this Void Spirit though.
Natty Narwhal getting some decent information back the way of for Pyro Slender revealing himself though feels they're likely to have detection down on Nigma Galaxy. And yeah, you can see 4 Pirates very much respecting the fact that this is not a chance for them to sort of brute force the Roshan. To sit back, another smoke up for Enigma Galaxy. They feel very, very strong now with the timings, with the Butterfly on Ghost. They want to get stuck in for a team fight, and they've got all the ults back up. Doom's ready to go.
Still this ward. Void Spirit could get doomed up here. It's not careful.
And they're
Lassoed.
Lasso's there, dragging Natty Narwhal away from any potential safety. He is gone. Now with the jump here, maybe Noob seeing if we can get another, but he's also happy with the fact that they just get that 1 kill. We'll set that up for them to go for the Roshan. I would imagine 4 Pirates still might try something here with the 4 of them.
Sure. Jakiro's in a very good spot.
That's a good macro pyre. And then the Ice Puff, a lot of damage. Hex as well onto Ghost, who will be shifting up and get out of there. The Doom's going to get dropped onto Mr. Morale. Borrowed Time will kick and buying some safety, and Otika's managed to make the jump on a noob, get him off. The Roshan goes to Podanchik. He finishes it off with the Serpent, picks up the Aegis. They get the Roche, and Mr. Morale, is he going to die to the Doom? He will die to the last tick of the Doom. Otika does still end up dying as they commit him with the BKB on Samel's Ember Spirit. It's Enigma Galaxy. They won't get the Roche or the Aegis, but they do certainly take the team fight.
They get the much bigger prize there. I mean, Ghost is just so strong. Ursa cannot do anything when Morphling goes on him there. He dies so quickly when he's not enraged. And the Aegis on Shaman, I mean, it does not really matter, does it?
We're seeing...
The bigger deal here is the Morphling.
Yeah, just the amount that he's cleaning up from these fights, Ghost.
He's also not being too cocky here on Morphling. Understanding that he can die to even just a Shaman and a Voice Bird potentially, so waiting for his teammates to be around before he proceeds here.
We'll see it again in the replay. Sweet little moves from Podanchik. He's like, right, well, I'm grabbing the Aegis, I'm finishing the Roche job. But obviously the rest of the team does fall apart around him. Mr. Morale, it literally was the last tick of doom that kills him off. And then at that stage, yeah, Otika just gets destroyed by the damage output from Ghost. This Morphling punches like an absolute truck. Oh, quite the reaction there as well. Off the back of that last one. And it was a rough fight for 4 Pirates. And the overall outcome, and they know it, that this Morph, yeah, how are they going to deal with Ghost? Yeah, Podanchik's been getting some crazy catches. He's got to continue it. Well, he's actually able to just walk up and get a Hex here, but it's in a position where they're not ready to go for more. They don't quite have the damage up, but they need really Otika around. Otika's going to try and look for Omar, but Omar actually able to get the blink out away from him.
I think 4 Pirates are running out of damage a little bit. It kind of has to come from the... A lot of it has to come from Ursa, right? Both the fights we saw now, he kills off the Doom really quickly, but then after that his BKB and Enrage are out, and now the Morphling is king. Let's see the smoke again here. 5-man smoke. See the ET, that's a good target.
Oh, they get an instant catch again here. GH gone, can Tennis do anything more? Smell gets the BKB off, they look towards Podanchik. Podanchik will get healed up for now by Mr. Morale. Mr. Morale able to give him a little longer to live, but the Doom drop down onto Natty Narwhal. The Void Spirit's out of the fight. They'll turn over towards the Podanchik Shaman, take the Aegis out of his hands, and ready to take him down a second time. The rest of them have to somehow get out of it, but GH, he's got the setup on the Watchguard. Okay, at least forces the BKB to come into play. He's going to go for the BKB TP out. He will make it back to base safely, but the rest of 4 Pirates, again, kind of in shambles. These team fights, not easy for them to play out. They have no way to deal with the Morphling. And it feels like this is just going to continue to happen. These 5v5s are so hard for 4 Pirates to take right now.
Yeah, they are. And just the fact that every fight Noob ends up dooming the Abaddon or the Void Spirit, in this case, means that, yeah, it's just the damage is lacking. Like the impact from that hero just, disappears just like that. Yeah, I think it looks a real tough game for 4 Pirates to fight in. There's something about their heroes that just seems worse than Nigma's. It's easier to execute for them. Top lane though, they're not gonna stop. They're gonna continue to fight back.
Just keep fighting. Yeah. Because if they do kill Ghost, then there's definitely the chance. Like somehow this Morphling needs to die for 4 Pirates to have a bit of a hope in these team fights. You're gonna come with the jump here to the side. Noob's ready to dive to tier 2. They're just going straight in. They get the sleep setup on towards Mr. Morale. Ghost turning towards him, pushing back against the Abaddon. Noob will die for this dive though. That's the Doom gone for 70 seconds. They'll absolutely take that 4 Pirates and they'll see if they can maybe turn it into more. They've got eyes on towards Samel. They could jump. They get the first silence, but Samel still with the remnant at the ready. Will get away to the side. Otika's trying to tackle Ghost, but Ghost, he's ready to turn back towards him. Ghost moving back in underneath the tier 2 tower. He's in with the waveform, cleans up the Ursa kill. Ghost backs away here with the Hurricane Pike. They'll get the Ice Path catch on him towards him. Set up here for the splitter coming in from GH. Not going to get the grab onto anyone, but the waveform's back up and Ghost finds another hit. Samel finishes the kill. They take out Aerial. They get the flame break knocked back into the chains onto the two of them as Nigma Galaxy cleaning up, diving up into the high ground beyond the tier 3s. Triple kill for Samel as Nigma get the team wipe. They're ready to push in the top. And again, 4 Pirates, you got to hand it to them. They're making sure they turn up for the fights. They're trying to give it their best shot, but they just can't do it right now. Misery.
Nah, they can't. Every fight seems very close though, right? It's like they barely squeeze the win, but it's just not enough. And just you see it again. Morphling gets the top of Ursa, and Ursa cannot fight back at all. It doesn't have MKB yet. You're just losing the man fight, and it goes pretty much just solo kills the Ursa in that fight. But the initial situation with Doom going down on the tier 2 looked pretty good for 4 Pirates. But that's going to be a Rax, as well as a 26k net worth Morphling at 35 minutes. Level 25 as well. Now he has the waveform cooldown talent as well. So 7-second cooldown waveform. He's a problem. He's a big problem for them.
Yeah. I see, 4 Pirates very much the backs against the wall here. They lose this game, they're out. They're out of the runnings for this year's TI. Can they somehow pull this one out of the bag and get the turnaround? It's going to be quite the comeback if they do, considering this dominant position that Nigma and Ghost is in particular is in right now. 25, pretty much has the full Satanic.
These wards from Nigma are also really good this game, right? The one on the high ground earlier that got them the Roach fight. Now these ones in between tier 2, tier 3, and then the one on the high ground there. It's like really, really strong warding by Nigma this game. Getting undetected as well, which is even worse.
Nope. He's going to find the jump. Gets the Doom down onto Natty Narwhal. Is there any way out for him? There is not. The lasso's there. There's the Void Spirit gone for a minute. No buyback.
Sumail as well on the backline. Got the that chick here.
And they're ready to keep
and
it from off the side. Yeah, it just continues for Sumail. But the Aghanim's ready to go. Remnant to Remnant, diving in. Let's see how much more they want to endure here for Pirates. If they've got anything left in the tank, they'll try and get the Ice Buff out on the two of them. But with the Shield Rune on the Morphling, pretty much infinite HP.
Look at this Jakiro.
And Ghost, he's ready to die. He's going in for the kills. He's going to look towards... Oh, no, okay. Does get caught by the bash. Right, be a little bit careful. We'll be able to slide out in time. But you can see it. You can feel it here. Nigma Galaxy know that this win is right round the corner. Still tier 2s in the other lanes, so we won't get any GGs probably coming out soon. They're going to play on. And maybe... Okay, hold up. Hold the phone. What have we got here? We've got Ottica getting one of them. The Hex. They've got the Hex set up, but they won't be able to get anything else. The Lotus Orb is there protecting Ghost. They do kill Omar. Ghost is going to go for the TP up in the Ice Bar.
Got him.
Oh, they catch him in the trees. The Hex, they've got one. Never mind. Hold the phone. When you thought it was over, you thought they won the game. They might not have. It does happen sometimes with Nigma Galaxy. So we got to see what happens from this. That's a big kill.
The Morphling was inside of the fountain.
He was
a minute ago, and now he's dead. So
yes.
We gotta.
Oh,
this is the beginning of the comeback. This is the beginning of 4 Pirates qualifying for TI right here.
Oh.
This is how it starts.
This is the beginning of them winning TI. This is it. This is it. The beginning of the story. You can start the highlight reel with that fight when they're claiming this. We got what's going to happen now. Right, Nigma Galaxy, they've been playing this whole series today very cool. That was a bit of a slip-up. As you said, they're in the fountain. You shouldn't be in the fountain, should you, Misery? There's never a good reason to be in the fountain.
Celebrating the win there in the fountain. But that's an MKB on Ursa, by the way. So now he can actually potentially fight back this Morphling.
Yeah, they can kill the Morphling now. Like that's the concern for Ghost. Like he can die now.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow. 20 seconds still without Ghost as well. Everyone's up on 4 Pirates.
They're smelling blood here. Morphling is still dead.
Yeah. Hey, he's in. He's just going for it. He's in with the BKB. He's going to be able to take down GH. Can they try and push for more? GH is now out for 90 seconds. No buyback on him. So Ghost is going to be back up for 5 seconds. But again, it's going to be a whole minute and a half or so where Nigma Galaxy They're only going to have 4 up. There's 5 of them on 4 Pirates. And 4 Pirates, they can go to Roche. They're going to get this Aegis and Refresher Shot for them. They're smoking up Enigma Galaxy. They're going to try and head over here as quickly as they can. Well, I think, unless Samel can go for some crazy
Samel's
steal.
gonna go in.
He's going to try, he's going to jump in. He's going to be getting onto all of them.
Oh, you got
Roche
it.
falls. Ottinger gets the Aegis. Samel in with the blade mount.
The
But he
cheese.
didn't go the back. Samel's
No
dead.
way, the cheese.
Samel is dead. Noob is so low. He has to beat
Noob is
Baby
dying
and
to the
run out
snake.
of the fight. They'll kill off the Ursa once, but Noob is gone. Samel will buy back. They've got to kill Ottiker a second time, and they will. All right. So Ottiker's now out for good. Dead for 2 minutes.
Okay. Let's all just calm down, guys.
Yeah.
Enigma is not gonna throw this one.
They sure do know how to give their fans out there a heart attack, this team.
For sure. I mean, Ursa actually
Yeah.
ended up having a refresher shard in his inventory
Yep.
just slightly before he died with 1 second cooldown, where he could have refreshed, BKB'd and raged again, killed the Morphling, and then killed the throne.
That would have been clutch.
Enigma. Yeah, that would have
If we
been
could
clutch.
do that.
But, it's close.
Let's see what they can do now. 3 of
If
them.
they can hold,
If.
then Noob has no buy and
Samel
Samel
doesn't
has no
either.
buy.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's a big if. It's a very big if.
It's a pretty big if, yeah.
It's a smaller if Ghost ends up diving the fountain again, but I think he won't do that.
They're gonna go dive it a little bit, yeah. Slow.
Oh, get the lasso. We'll be able to drag in the dragon and kill off Ariel. And Samel Donny just get caught by the silence to refresh the extra side of the dragon. Samel
Samel's
by
gonna die.
far, he's dead. Okay, Samel's dead,
Shaman is up in 5.
and you can't.
Abaddon is still alive too.
They looking at the tier
Throne,
force.
though.
They're trying to get out of the game, Enigma Galaxy. And it's a lot of
they run
damage. Ghost, he wants to end this, get this one done. Is there anything to stop him? There is not.
Oh,
They'll close
there's
up
not.
the game, close up the series. Enigma Galaxy will get this one 2-0 against 4 Pirates. But certainly not without a little bit of excitement towards the end there, Misery.
Phew.
That's,
Yeah. Scratching their heads a little bit there, Enigma.
Uh.
Gotta clean that up if they want to qualify for TI, I think. But apart from that little hiccup there, they looked really strong in this series, right?
They did, yeah.
Taking it to 4 Pirates. I think also withstanding all the aggression coming in from 4 Pirates, the a bit unorthodox playstyle of running at them with the 4-5 heroes early on, and yeah, I think this fight in particular also was Aegis is on Shaman here, but Void Spirit ends up getting doomed. That was a big moment. Lassoed and then doomed as well.
yeah, they played this fight really nicely, and 4 Pirates, they really gave it their all. They had some fantastic fighting from them, trying to do their best to make the most of the little things that Enigma Galaxy did kind of give towards them at that, those very final moments. But yeah, not enough to take them down and stop Ghost in particular on this Morphling, and of course Samel on the Ember Spirit. 11-3-17, both of them having an excellent game, and very much the draft. It did feel that Enigma Galaxy's picks, they really did complement one another, right? Having Samel on this active mid as the Ember, it did give Ghost the chance and the freedom to get to the point that he did. And even Noob himself, right, getting super active this game on the Doom, not as sort of heavy farming. He hit the timings, got these key Dooms down in sort of mid-late game sections. It was very nicely played from Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I agree. I think both their drafts today were really strong. We saw them the other day play a lot of mid Magnus, but now they're mixing it up, playing 2 games of Morphling out of nowhere, right? So it maybe shows that they're also adapting each series, right? Making sure that they are not predictable and easy for the enemy to counter. But yeah, 4 Pirates though, valiant effort, I would say.
Yep.
In this qualifier, I think even beating some teams that I don't think people would expect. Right? Who did they take down? They took down Avulus in the upper bracket, right? Took down Virtus Pro in the first round as well. Of course, losing to OG and now Enigma as well. But I mean, can't expect it's a new team like this to beat everyone, right?
No. And I'm sure we're going to see these guys again, future qualifiers and such. Yeah, definitely going to see some of these names again in the future come through. But indeed, end of the road for 4 Pirates this time. And then, yeah, Enigma Galaxy, I think you got to shout out Ghost. You just sort of got to delete that fountain dive from your memory. Outside of that, he today on his Morphling was absolutely the solid rock that Nigma Galaxy needed to carry them, close up the game right. It was a perfect pick, and outside of the fountain shenanigans, it was a perfect play.
I mean, realistically, the game was over. They could have just gone for the second racks, or even for the throne at that point. I don't think there was any chance of them losing. Of course, unless you died the fountain, right? So,
yeah.
To your point there. But yeah, here's the bracket.
Yeah, look
Only
at that.
4 teams left now, 2 slots, which means we know out of 4 teams who will be going to TI.
We do.
Just a matter of the last games here.
Yeah, exciting stuff. We see the next round, the lower bracket matchup for Nigma Galaxy is going to be Yellow Submarine. That one will be happening tomorrow. We're going to wrap up the lower bracket. But for the rest of today, it's going to be focused up on the upper bracket. So very exciting stuff for you guys and girls to watch next. That's it from me and Misery today, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be passing over to Cap and SVG, and they're going to be taking it through the final series of the day. It's OG versus Na'Vi Jr. The winner will go to TI.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Western European qualifier for the International. This will be the first match to determine who is going to be the first team from Western Europe qualifying for the International, and it comes down between OG and Navi Jr. Avery.
Two of the names I think people had at the start of this event, but they obviously had to make it through some tight matches, particularly OG. They had some close games and some of that Secret Series could have gone either way if they lose that game one, and that was a very close game. So it has not necessarily been an easy path, but OG have not dropped a game yet, technically. So they have not bled. And that, whereas Navi Jr., they played 3 series, they've dropped some games. I always like being in that position a little bit more because that first loss hits you a bit harder, right? It's like, oh, crap, now we lost. We have to reset. The pressure mounts a little bit. You haven't been down and come back before, whereas Navi Jr., they've been tested. They've lost games in these series and come back. So a bit more battle-hardened in this qualifier, at least. And they're going to be a real test for OG to try and clean sweep this upper bracket.
Yeah, I think we both kind of had the top part of the upper bracket a little bit more favored, Navi Jr. or 1W. And Navi Jr. was the winner of that series and now ends up in the upper bracket final. But OG, I mean, as you said, they have gone through some very tight games. They haven't lost a game, but every series that they've played, they have a very tight game one that goes like over an hour long, and then they steamroll game 2. And, well, maybe it doesn't matter how you deal with losses if they don't experience a loss in this qualifier. But I did think it was an interesting note. These are 2 storied organizations, and it has been a while since either one has been at TI. If I'm correct, I believe it's been since TI9 that Navi has been represented at the International. Of course, this is Navi Junior, their junior squad, but they are certainly the better of the 2 squads. And OG, I believe, has not been in a TI since TI10. So both of the orgs have been missing. I could be wrong about that. There might be I might be missing a TI, but it's been a while.
Well, I also haven't played at a TI since TI10 where they eliminated my ass. So maybe there's a correlation there, Austin.
Yeah.
No-Tail's just waiting to ruin my day one more time.
Is that what happened?
Nah, I don't know. I mean, that was the Sumail roster too, right? So it's
true.
We're a long way removed from that version of OG. There's been a lot in between.
And Sumail is still kicking it. Him and
Still
Nigma
alive.
are still making it. So they still have a chance. It could be. We might see both OG and Sumail reunited at an International. Navi Jr. going to open with the Warlock pick. Any notable heroes left out in the pool?
All the big cores got banned, I think. I mean, there's some of those premier supports, like we've seen the Shaman, the Ringmaster for Navi Jr. They didn't take it here, opting for the Warlock, but that's still been a pretty prominent hero for them. You have to keep their mag Venge strategy in mind that we've seen a couple times, right? The Tiny, the displacement heroes. And No-Tail, he's just going to opt to meet Teamfight with Teamfight here. Though I always felt like Warlock has the slightly better matchup in this support-on-support Teamfight battle, just because Undying gets caught in a lot of the bonds, upheaval, golem nonsense. Of course, I do think Undying has looked stronger this qualifier so far, though. I think the hero just offers you a bit more, and of course you have the flex potential. So you can always play this offlane Undying. It really poses a big threat to the Navi Jr. carry pick.
Now, we've seen Navi Jr. We've seen them teams try and deal with that Venge mag. And I remember one of the deals, they banned out the Venge. I feel like I would rather ban out the mag. I feel like the Venge doesn't exist as an offlaner without the mag enabling it, because that empower synergy with the ranged melee hits. I feel like if you don't have mag, you can't have the Venge.
I also think the bigger linchpins of that were also the Tiny with the super high base damage, getting damage amped. That was a big component. And the Doom. Like, they had Doom in those drafts with Pack Leader's Aura and just, Doom itself. So the fact that Doom is already out here weakens that strat considerably. And you have one more ban here as OG if you want to take that Magnus out. Then that strat looks a lot weaker. But technically still available here if Navi Jr. want to go the Tiny Venge type route that we've seen work for them considerably. OG will have to find some different cores this time around, though, because I feel like they have been abusing this Void Spirit Timber 1-2 punch with the flex potential and the fact that these heroes are just comfort picks for them and they've been playing really, really well around them. Navi Jr. take both of those out in the first phase. So this is a big difference in terms of what kind of cores are we going to see from OG to replace these heroes, because we haven't really seen a huge amount from them, right? They've only played 4 games. They've had these cores, I think, in 2 or 3 out of those 4. Not a lot of large hero pool to draw from in terms of information for Navi Jr., but also, like, what does OG play? They're going to ban Faceless Void. Really interesting ban here. This is a hero we've seen, but is generally not a hero you're going to ban on this slot unless you are really confident in what you're going to pick down the road and it being bad into the Faceless Void. So I fully expect something to come out here from OG core-wise that would have been terrible into that Void.
So we're thinking,
otherwise,
like,
that ban is...
I mean, Puck is one of the heroes that comes to mind immediately, right? Because time dilation screws with you so much. Is there a carry matchup that you're just like, oh God, not Void?
Not really. I feel like a lot of the carries in this meta are fine versus him, like
Morphling,
Ursa especially. Naga Sirens in the meta too, like support wise. There's some nice answers. You know, Doom is also good against that hero and gets banned a lot early. Even Axe is viable. Axe kind of owns that hero for absolutely free lane for him, and then you just have a really good call target for most of the game. So I feel like there are a lot of answers to Void in the meta. That's why that ban is curious to me. Like, and the thing is, because you banned this Void, you gave them the mag strat.
Yeah.
And they have not lost with this mag. Like, they are 100% win rate on it with Zayats picking that hero up. This is pretty scary. I mean, on one hand, you could say, well, we have good preparation for the mag because of OG are going to know that this is coming, right? Like, you have to expect it. So in theory, you can prep really well, and you have that information advantage. But on the flip side, no one has been able to beat it. Even in some of the games where Navi Jr. get pushed to the limit, right? They lose a Rax or they're behind. They still come back with this hero with the overwhelming team fight, and they get that tiny combination.
Ooh.
So,
oh boy.
Yeah, it feels like you're giving them the strategy here, and you're going to have to pick up something different than what we've seen. That said, Undying is a decent answer to the Magnus. We've seen this before, and Shadow Demon is kind of like an anti-carry hero with Demonic Purge going through cleansing and power, stuff like this. So they aren't necessarily set up that poorly. I'm just very curious what No-Tail has planned in terms of the cores against this strategy, because it's not very easy to pick cores into this that can deal with the overwhelming physical damage.
Yeah, I mean, how do you deal with the tiny that's hitting from 1,000 damage? I mean, we'll see. I mean, I like the fact you pointed out that Navi Jr. were pushed on that. There's the Puck. They also opt for Jakiro.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say they've been picking up both Shadow Demon and Jakiro quite a bit. So you're talking about, you know, keeping in that roundhouse, like the Void Spirit that they picked at 3 out of 4 of those games, and they are still sticking to some of the heroes. It does mean that Undying is going to be slotted into the off lane position unless we're seeing a core Jakiro, an off lane Jakiro, which would be wild.
No, this is off lane Undying for sure. Well, I mean, it could be core Jakiro, but I feel like that's too spicy here. I mean, the only reason I would consider it is because maybe you just want to play some ultra tempo strat and take advantage of the greediness of this 4 mag. And Jakiro does do that. Like, this hero can take towers pretty fast with the extra points in Liquid Fire early, but it's 90% core Undying here. And it is a hero that can cause these slow drafts problems as well. But there's I mean, they got 3 of the 4, right? This is the same strat we've seen. You're not outscaling this. Like, I honestly don't even know what outscales this. Maybe some incredibly cheese carry pick or something. But outside of that, like, you would need, you need like Faceless Void Elder Titan or something. You need some crazy just teamfight lockdown, absurd damage scale to beat this. You need to get a situation where they cannot hit you, and that is super hard to find. So once more Navi Jr. put the pressure on their opponents here with this Venge Magnus strategy, big clock on OG here. Like, with their 4 heroes, they're not winning this late. So they have to either tempo the game,
which is where the core Jakiro could be good.
Yeah, it really could.
What if they do some Drow
or they
Ranger,
need a cheese pick?
Drow Ranger Jakiro cores with the double strike facet, start mowing down towers? Could be interesting.
The thing is, I feel like if I'm going to gamble on some super fast tower taking tempo hero, I'd rather pick like Lone Druid or like Huskar or even Alchemist or something and try and cheese it that way rather than Core Jakiro. Like I just have more faith in that kind of cheese, you know. I don't know if this Core Jakiro is doing it for me.
10 seconds remaining.
I do want to add, we've seen this before though. From the OG in the semifinal upper bracket, we knew what OG was rocking, and they ran it back in game one. In fact, picking up their 2 cores as their 2 picks, right? They were just like, this is our jam. We're doing it no matter what. We're going to Timbersaw, we're going to Void Spirit, right? And we saw 4 Pirates. They gave 4 Pirates exactly what 4 Pirates had been doing best in their qualifier games when they beat Virtus Pro and their matchup before that, which was Avalos. And they gave 4 Pirates everything they wanted. It's the same story here. OG is kind of rocking. Maybe they don't get quite the same core picks. They don't get the Void Spirit, but they're getting all the same supports that they like to be able to run. And they are giving Navi Jr. exactly what we've seen them run before. So they have proven they can do this.
This is a bit of a different situation though. Like I feel like the 4 Pirate strat was more one-dimensional. This type of lineup it's just scary. Like you just can't mess up versus this lineup or you lose. It's not a question of we're going to exploit something and the longer and longer the game goes, the better it becomes for us. The longer and longer this game goes, the worse it gets for you. The onus is really on you in terms of executing this game, and they're going to add a Terrorblade to the mix, another hero that's going to benefit super well from all this damage amp. It can stall the game out with some illusion.
It's the highest base damage hero and the second highest base damage hero, excluding Treant Protector. The only thing they could change is have a Treant Protector instead of a Warlock, and I think we'll forgive them of that.
5 seconds remaining.
This is a scary lineup, man. It really is. Can get run over. That's the one weakness. But we haven't seen anybody be able to run it over. So that's kind of the scary part to me. And as OG, you have 30 seconds here to decide on what you want. There's a Morphling in the pool. There is the old, Phantom Lancer. If you really want to try and cheese him here.
That's the thing is because the Empower, I don't even think that Illusion Heroes are going to be that successful at it, but they do go for one. It's a Naga Siren.
Okay. I mean, I've been calling for these Illusion Heroes, I feel like the whole qualifier, because some of these teams are just refusing to believe they're viable. And we will see one here. And this is the kind of cheese pick that can really disrupt this kind of lineup. My biggest question, though, is Naga is not a very fast tempo hero. She doesn't really take buildings until way later on. She's okay at Roshan, but she doesn't use the Rosh to go high ground early. It's kind of a 30 to 40 minute window hero. And I wonder if that pace is well suited for what Navi Jr. have, right? Like I feel like you're going to get stuck in this illusion on illusion map control battle. And even though you might pull out ahead in that with a good Naga pick, that's kind of what the Navi Jr. lineup is okay with. Like they're okay with a slow static game, just everybody chasing each other around if no big kills or fights are breaking out, and they're just farming with the empowered Venge. They're eventually going to outscale you, even if this is a really good Naga game. It's a very interesting pick. I can definitely see it doing some work in the mid game with the illusions push out, and then you find some pickoffs with the puck, and like your team fight got a lot better. You have this song counter initiation for the RP golem for the swap, and then you can drop the tombstone and go to town with zombies. It's a very like No-Tail-esque pick. Like I feel like he thinks he got you with this. I just don't know if it's actually strong enough to power through all this damage.
Yeah, it's like theoretically it's the right pickup, but maybe in action, your hero just isn't strong enough. Maybe Naga Siren isn't good enough for the current meta. Maybe this synergy that Navi Jr. are rocking. I mean, I feel like if anybody's going to have appreciation for inter-hero synergy, it's going to be No-Tail, right? I mean, that OG roster was
100%.
so good at being able to do something like that. So he is going to be very appreciative of what Navi Jr. has put together here. And you said the Naga Siren lineup, a win condition of like 30 to 40 minutes. Well, we saw both of those games for Navi Jr. In fact, all 3 of them ended before, right around that 40-minute marker. The game that they stomped over Enigma Galaxy, that one was 30 minutes, but the other 2 were 39 and 41 minutes, right? So you don't have much of a window if you're OG, but maybe they could just hit it perfectly.
The one thing they have going for them with this Naga is there's almost no illusion clear in like the first half of this game. Like none of these heroes on the side of Navi Jr. are dealing with Naga illusions around the map. it takes really long for them to clear. Venge is horrendous against it. The Tiny is not much better until later on. Terrorblade creates his own pressure, but he doesn't really kill Naga illusions either. So this is a really free Naga game in terms of what Shad can do around the map to create pressure that pulls Na'Vi Jr. apart and allows OG to find the team fights they want or the pickoffs they want. And that team fight is no joke. Undying, Naga, Jakiro, super strong sleep setup team fight. You get multiple heroes in an ice path under a tombstone. Oftentimes that's enough to win you the fight, particularly if the Magnus gets caught blinking in or just caught in the sleep in general. So I do like this OG draft conception. I think it does answer Na'Vi Jr.'s game plan. The level of execution required, that's another question. It is very high here. Like, these Naga lineups are not as easy to run as they look like on paper. You need a really good Naga player who knows how to abuse illusions in the right parts of the map, and you need a team that understands where that map pressure is going to move heroes around and set up the plays properly.
We did have 3 bounty runes going the way of OG because Kadaro managed to outclick Zayats for the one that was under contest. So nice little start there. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing the Stormstormer Niku Tiny versus Puck matchup. Now, Stormstormer had some sick plays for OG. It does feel like he was playing pretty well under the pressure, and he's done so before. He has really shown up at some LAN events. Seems like his performance maybe wasn't good enough for Avalis, but maybe it could be good enough for OG.
He's having himself a run, and we've seen this matchup a couple times in this qualifier. It seems to be a very common go-to in terms of the puck comes out or the puck even gets picked into the Tiny in this situation. And this lane has definitely gone back towards the puck from where it was in the past. Like, on average, these players are doing better with the puck than they were in previous patches. Maybe some of the little tiny nerfs adding up. And yeah, I think it's not too bad if you can get out of the lane in a solid spot. Of course, Tiny still has like decent kill threat on you in the mid game, but a lot of that is also about the follow-up that can be put on this puck as well, because Tiny does not 100-0 this hero anymore, especially with some of these like Ags, Octarine buildups. You end up with 2,000 plus HP on puck easily in that mid game.
It's pretty clean at getting the pull up the ramps there, but still loses the range creep. We got to pause here. So, Avery, I'm going to ask you here. You said you need a really good Naga Siren player to make this work. Now, I'm not going to assume that you have deep history with Shad, that you know how good of a Naga Siren player he is, but what does your gut say? But from what you've seen of him as a player, what he usually does best, do you think he's a good Naga Siren player?
Honestly, I'm not going to pretend to know. Like,
okay.
I think I will say, if you get picked Naga in this kind of situation where it's ultra last pick in a game like this that is like very good Naga game, but there's also a lot of pressure on you to control the game versus a lineup that's going to scale really well, you have to have confidence in your Naga. You can't be some like casual Naga player where you're like, oh yeah, I can play the hero. You know, you have to have been tutored by AUI for 100 hours or something like we saw happen to Skeeter. So okay. I feel like I have some confidence in Shad here. I think to pick it in this situation, he definitely has the ability to execute this game.
Okay. Well, I will just tell you the stats say it is outside of his top 10 for his most played heroes professionally, and he's only played it 34 times, 47% win rate. So not terribly inspiring, but maybe he can upset the stats here. They don't tell the full story.
To be fair, I don't think Naga has been super strong during a lot of his like career so far. You know, some of those really good Naga patches where players developed this hero were a long time ago.
Sure, yeah.
In terms of the tier 1 scene. So if the hero's not in the meta, you're not going to practice it, you're not going to play it. Your Naga is probably not going to be as good as some of these old school carries who, you know, have 100 plus games on it. So far, looking good for him though.
He does
you are
have,
free farming this lane.
Obviously, there was a time where people were playing on Smurfs and stuff, but on this account, he does have, it is one of his more played heroes. It's in his top 10, and he's played 215 matches of Naga Siren at a 60% win rate in pubs. So he does have the reps in. He does have the reps in.
That's step number 1. Step number 2 is destroy your enemy. Step number 3, profit.
We still have yet to have first blood, which would be big profit for somebody, but seems like the opportunity is not presenting themselves. Constantly, this bottom lane is going at it, but nobody quite dies. Smart TP away from the Vengeful Spirit as Zayat is continuing to do his pole shenanigans.
Gotta do shenanigans with this 4-mag. No way you're playing any of these lanes straight up. We've seen this time and time again. As long as you get out of it, you get the stacks up, you're pretty happy. There is a Tombstone available top if they want to try and all in this Terrorblade. They already have boots up on the Mixa Undying. Definitely some aggressive options available up here, but there is always the TP out as well.
Are scanning.
Ideally, you can like double wave this in off of a half pull or something and just dive this Terrorblade with the Tombstone. There's not a lot that stops it here. Even if you force the TP, you're still happy with that outcome.
Yeah.
You could also just stack. I mean, that's the other play for days up here. Stack up these Ancients, get a really big triangle, and let it clear.
There we go. Catching Kadaro while they're trying to do some pulling, and PMA gets the first blood. So because he managed to make that smart TP earlier, he actually benefits directly, as he's the one who gets the first blood gold.
That's super nice pickup for him. This offlane Venge needs as much gold as he can get. Glyph to protect the range creep. Stormstormer, he wants to dive.
He wants this kill. He's been doing really well in this lane, but he's got to be careful not to throw it underneath the tower. I was going to give him props. 31-6 against a Puck versus Tiny matchup is a quite nice score. Got the juice, gets caught in a disruption tombstone drop, and was not able to get out of there in time.
Did not go for the TP play. Could have just TP'd out, but tried to run it off. Not a lane you're going to run off. Another big courier death. That's boots for the Warlock. Some big couriers going down early in this game. Man, what a find for PMA though. Out of all the cores to get that first blood, this is the one that wanted it the most. Helps this lane so much.
Radiant are scanning.
There's a lot of stacking going on from Days though. That's the other upside. Like you can let this Undying play the lane solo. He's already level 5 off that kill. And he has a huge amount of stacks to go back to here. This is pretty scary for Na'Vi Jr. because their lineup does not contest these. So this stacking is just free for OG.
I feel like Stormstormer maybe could have had a kill there if he wanted to drop the coil on Zayat. But, I mean, he had the Jakiro back him up, but he opted not to do so. We'll see if he is holding the coil for something better.
Probably not this Tiny. His HP is way too high now.
Kadaro coming back to lane is going to be caught by the trap setup from Zayat and PMA. They're just lurking on the stairs. No shortcuts back to lane. They keep on punishing him for being in this jungle area.
I mean, they have really played this lane well. Did not give up that early kill. They pulled the lane, dodged the early bad matchup, and now this Venge. Highest net worth out of lane with the first blood gold plus the gold off that kill. That's huge for this hero, right? Like, this is a very clunky hero, but if you can get the levels up early, and especially with this Magnus and power, it goes a really long way to accelerating him. Wisdom Shrine going to Zayat as well. That's a level 4 mag. Just got to get these empower points up. That's what kind of unlocks this lineup. I feel like this is one of the better starts we've seen for Na'Vi Jr. with this strategy.
Yeah, with this undefeated strategy, they've had bumpier roads to travel.
Oh, yeah.
And they still managed to get to the end line. Shad tries to take the fight, but yeah, this is a 1v2 for now. So Jakiro is now up to top lane, so they're going to leave Shad alone, which does beg the question, what is Na'Vi Jr. going to do with Zayat? Does he stick around here? Does he just continue to focus on stacking and stuff? Or does he actually try and help out around the map, as the 8-minute power rune is going to spawn soon?
I think you just focus on the stacking. You let the Tiny contest the rune if he wants. It's a hero that can kind of do it solo safely. You're just not going to contribute much anyway. He would have gotten that one. See, like that's fine. This is why you rather stack. You miss it on the 50-50, but whatever. It's not the best rune anyway. Your priority with this lineup is to get levels, to get farm, and stacking is the most efficient way
top
to get there.
lane. TP out. It's a good TP, but it's not good enough. It's unfortunately the damage amp that comes out from the Undying is too much to handle. Level 3 decay is also gonna make you pretty weak as a support that doesn't have too much strength as is.
Rather lose the Warlock than the Terrorblade there, though. Has got the juice. He's done with that lane, and wisely so. This is where the Jakiro with 3-point Liquid Fire can do some work, though. Like, take away these towers, open up the map, and start taking away the camps from this Magnus lineup. generally a strategy that has worked well against this hero in the past. Get it for free here.
Well,
now you're really looking at this mid-tier
hit.
one. Look at the stacking, man. Days. This guy must have like 8 or 9 stacks already in this game.
Damn. Big stacks on both sides. Can either side invade? Yeah, they're matching each other perfectly. 5 stacks from the Shadow Demon, 5 stacks from the Magnus.
I actually thought he would have had more, but yeah. Not too bad. They're going to give it to Storm here.
Bottom lane, Zayat's trying to get the Skewer away, but no. Kadaro on his return to lane will punish. That's because Zayat's is playing the lane solo now, because PMA is now going to clear through those stacks, much like we're seeing Stormer do on the other side. So these teams are really mirroring each other. Is resulting, though, in a 2,000 net worth lead early on for OG, between the tower being taken and some of the lanes being won, such as the mid lane. I think that was the worst of the matchups. Yeah, this is quite the lead that OG have built up already.
This is the part where they can continue to escalate the game, because they can bring this Undying to a fight mid. They can try and invade Navi Jr.'s triangle with the Tombstone as well if they want to move.
Commits to the rune, and he doesn't get it again. A little bit of a punish here with Disruption, but he's so tanky, they will not go for the kill. So Stormer is going to get another rune, and this is one that he wishes he had gotten. It's going to be an arcane rune. Both the Tiny and Puck would have loved to have that, but it ends up in Stormer's pocket.
They're going to TP the Undying mid. This is the correct play. You need to take this tower down early. You need to open up enemy side of the map, particularly these Ancients. And this will do this for sure. No way you're taking this fight right now. You have a level 5 Warlock, level 5 Mag. Your best play is to swap in a Tiny combo, and that's not winning you the fight. So tower dead. Nice catapult timing as well. And instant smoke on that arcane rune Puck. Straight into that Ancient camp. Already been cleared. It's the downside here for OG, but this move is good regardless. Like, you're going to be able to get vision out. You're going to be able to control the area. And if you can get a kill on top of it, you'll be super happy with this play.
They do know that they're usually going to be stacks on both sides, so they're going to go to the other side of this stacking off lane situation. Run into Zayat. Can he get the skewer off? Disrupted. And into the Ice Path, into the Silence. Decently tanky support, but the coil to ensure he does go down. Even the Macro Pyre.
It's a nice little move. I mean, to me, that kills like the least important part of this move. The more important is you got this ward out deep. You took away some of the time to farm the Ancients, and you got the last tier 1 tower. So that's 3 tier 1 towers down by the 11-minute mark. That's a lot of space to operate with, especially for a Naga Siren. Like, Naga loves these towers going down, because every time you get an item, you can start to put these illusions deeper on the map. It's taking away more space. It's giving your team more vision. It's a big map control advantage for OG right now, but they have to use it. They cannot let this game just peter out and become a far point.
That bar graph is hilarious. 16 building damage on the side of Navi Jr. That is, yeah, they really haven't had good enough control. There it is. There's your 16 damage, I guess. Or maybe it's mid. Somebody did it somewhere. The creep's obviously an impact as well, and that's not going to be counted, but yeah, Shad's in a great spot. He's going to have a very fast Manta. He's the highest net worth hero. As you said, he's got extra map control with these early towers down, so his illusions can push in even deeper. Spicy stuff.
Yes, a scary position. That said, we've seen Navi Jr. in this position with this lineup before. We've seen them in a worse spot with this lineup, and it's a very tough lineup to fight deep into on their side of the map once, like, the Tiny Blink is done, the Magnus Blink, the level 2 Venge swap is when it starts to get a little harder to bring this hero down in combination with the Ags timing. So there's still a lot of timings to be hit here for Navi Jr. And again, this space is only good for OG if you use it for something.
Well, they are
another smoke play.
Continuing to stack up here, so they're just going to maintain a net worth advantage, if not grow on it, if they can keep on invading the Navi Jr. triangle. You can see Navi Jr., though, they are very experienced with this lineup, and we've seen them. They're very patient with it. They're okay with just dodging fights for a long time, but this fight, they won't be able to dodge. Golem's going to be dropped on him, trying to stop, trying to get him away from his Terror Blade. Got the juice. Can he get off a good Sunder? Here he will not. Awaiting Ritz held through the entire time to execute him in the end. They will manage to get a skewer back kill onto the Shadow Demon, but it's something small for Navi Jr., nothing major. They lose their core Terror Blade, and that's going to hurt.
There's no way you're fighting this Undying at this point in the game. Like, just no chance. Wherever Mixa shows up, you're either dodging that fight or just trying to get some little collateral out of it. Which, you get something there, but nothing to write home about. 14-minute rune, it's a haste. Not a bad pickup here for the mag. Maybe you can get another support kill.
And Niku's sitting on the side. I like how he just doesn't really run at the kill. He seems very clearly afraid of maybe some sort of song setup, or maybe they get stuck in a coil or something. They have a kill. He doesn't group up.
Downside is you lost your wisdom shrine to Naga. Like, again, the map control Shat has to work with is huge, and he's putting so much pressure on this bottom half of the map. You're going to miss out on the XP. There's the Ags done for the Venge, though. Pretty nice timing, all things considered. 3-0 start. Yeah, they're going to smoke with it.
Yeah, I mean, are you strong enough to fight? Good. The Ags is a great team fight, but as you said, you can't fight this Undying right now.
Yeah, you'd have to 100-0 him before he pops Crimson, basically, which is quite difficult until you have a couple more mobility items, a bit more burst damage.
And if you're going to fight into this tier 1 area, he also has that ceaseless dirge. He'll just come right back. Yep. So even if you do get that initiation, you probably just have to take the kill and run, just because he might come back for you. Still looking, but no opening to be found. Oh, there it is. Managed to finally get that Blink Avalanche catching Daze. But no team fight, just a little pick off on a support. OG, they can weather that, no problem.
This is nice for Navi Jr. if you can get the tower off this. So it was a tower that was not easy to just run at, and now you're going to get it with this Venge Ags timing and a little pick off. You have some good vision around this mid area as well. OG decided to come in here and easily look for some pickoffs or fights. And again, you're just evening out this game, right? You don't need big gains here if you're Navi Jr. You just need to stabilize and find little trade-offs, because the Naga is going to start to ramp up now, in fact. Shad gets a little freebie here in the jungle.
Very good freebie. Now, speed him along to his Orchid, which is going to be very dangerous. You have these tanky heroes on Navi Jr. Orchid into the eventual Bloodthorn. He's going to go hard first, but eventually you're going to get a Bloodthorn. That really cuts these tanky heroes down to size, and it makes Terrorblade's life a lot harder.
He is going to be a menace around the map. Another attempt on the
missed the skewer this time around. Science had to wait that out a little bit longer, but they still get the kill as long as Niku doesn't get punished here. They actually go for the swap back on a Kadaro. They know the puck is around here, but they want the extra kills, feeling like with the Aghanim Scepter, they're strong enough to do so. And yeah, OG don't really challenge them. So now 2 supports getting picked off. Navi Jr. picking up a bit of steam here.
OG are bleeding around this map, and they're not getting that head-up team fight with the Undying strength right now. Like, Blink Crimson done for Mixa. He's still arguably the strongest hero on the map in a straight-up fight, but you're not finding it. Orchid is done for the Naga. So as you mentioned, Shad is really scary around the map right now. But it does feel like Navi Jr. are getting the better of these little trades, and we saw the damage there. Like, this damage is going to ramp up really fast, and it catches people off guard. So you have to respect it.
We do have a Blink Dagger for the Undying as well, so I would expect OG to start getting a bit more aggressive. When you're this farmed on the Undying, Blink Dagger just feels great. You get on top of some backline hero with Flesh Golem right away, they're screwed. There's nothing they can do about it. Niku almost getting caught by the smoke, will get caught by the smoke, but it's going to be a bit of a stretch here. Diving into the tier 2, the Orchid's going to help do some serious damage, and yeah, they just surround him. Got the juice, does teleport in. He has to deal with the tombstone right now, and the 1-by-1 Navi Jr. is coming in. Got the juice, needs to get off on Sunder before the Wailing Rifting. He does manage to do so, but it doesn't matter. The Undying is just too damn strong for him to handle.
You're not fighting this guy. Like, I don't know what the game plan there is, but half the team said, I have no business being up there. That is just a way too ambitious play. I got the juice. I mean, this Terrorblade is not having any impact. He got really debilitated by this Naga pick. He's struggling to push the map out. He can't take the fights. This is the big concern for Navi Juniors. Can this Terrorblade eventually find impact? Because the rest of your heroes are kind of finding these little openings. You get another pick off on the Shadow Demon. This Venge is having a terrific game. But your carry is feeling real useless right now. Yeah, there's an Aegis for Stormstormer.
I feel like it should just be a clear rule for Navi Jr. You're not fighting into the Undying. And if you choose to fight into the Dying, it has to be a Venge setup for that team fight, right? It has to be one of those swap pickoffs where the enemy team is like, well, now we have to go on this Venge who has an Aghanim Scepter, and so you're playing off of 2 lives. That situation was just awful. Your Tiny's being gone on, and the Terrorblade is the first one there to help him out. Maybe it'd be something different if the Venge was trying to swap him out. And again, then you play to that extra life on the Venge, but it's, ooh, this smoke could be big. They have a smoke on Shad, or a ward on Shad, rather, and the smoke to him. They run into him, hit him with the avalanche, toss back into the magic missile, get the chain stuns. They drop the RP to ensure there's no chance of a Song of Siren here.
That's a huge pickoff as the ward was expiring. Such a clutch ward to set all that up. Man, when you kill Naga Siren in these games, it feels like you won. Like, I only need to do that once or twice more. It's so much relief around the map in terms of the timings. Big pickoff here, slows down that heart timing. That would have made that kill a lot more difficult. And the more of these opportunities you can find that also dodge the Undying right now, the better you're going to feel as well.
Yeah, your lineup is going to scale up, and Undying, he does fall off. That's the biggest problem this core Undying. He is so strong in this window of time, but give it another 20 minutes, and he's going to feel like maybe a slightly strong support rather than a core.
Still got the Tormentor, even with that Naga pickoff. Navi Jr. not opting to stay up here. Maybe feel like they can't contest the Undying anyway, so may as well just farm the map. That'll be the cleanse for the Shadow Demon. Not too bad. They're all going to gate bottom here. Looking at that Terrorblade, he's juicy, but the team is behind him.
Yeah, I mean,
don't have the Naga here.
Yeah, no Naga Siren. He's going to start looping in. Stormer stretching out a little bit. Actually, he doesn't jump to his orb.
He didn't touch
That's not what happened. Okay, he's got the Aegis, sure, but that's still an awful situation. Zayas tried to go in, but immediately got countered. Disruption into Ice Path. No RP going to be used here. Swap back onto Daze. They're going to try and blow him up. They still have the Golem. Chain stunning him up, trying to finish him off. PMA on his first life will take out one of the supports. Meanwhile, Orchid got used, but didn't put any damage. The Tiny chases after, blinks after Daze, tries to hit him with a toss combination. That is not quite enough, but they give it up on the Shadow Demon, but apparently he's just going to TP out. Navi Jr. making sure that they stay playing around each other as much as possible.
Oh, weird fight, man. This Terrorblade was actually doing some work to that Undying because the fight was so split. You didn't get this big Crimson pop on everybody. It's actually able to output some serious damage. It's just an awkward position for OG. Not expecting the whole team to be there. The fight gets super split. Your Shadow Demon ends up in the Lotus Fountain, TPing out, barely survives. Zayat's caught on the Blinken as well with the disruption. Man, awkward fight for both teams, but again, Navi Jr. probably okay with that. Because they don't lose any big cores, can kind of just reset on the map, and there's your BKB for the Tiny. Might get caught here, though. Might have to use it.
Tag with a bit of damage, and immediately RP on 2. They skewer him up to the high ground here and cover him with the avalanche. Now, they don't have enough AoE damage, it seems. They don't have the stuns or anything. Shad is going to be able to pop a song if he wants to, and he does so now. PMA, he's probably going to die on the side here. That's his first life. Now to play for more catch. Do they kill the Venge again? He's going to swap, try and run for it, but it looks like he's going to die a second time. Nobody else dies for it in the situation. But what a shame. A great RP, but no follow-up to it.
Just kind of have to be aware of that situation. Your Terrorblade's not at the fight. The heroes are super split. The position you skewered them to, there's pretty limited follow-up. Great RP, but nothing to really do with it. And an awkward situation again for Navi Jr. as OG start to take a little lead here. Again, their 5-man team fight right now is crazy strong. They also got to keep this evasion in mind for the Naga. Like, there's no evasion pierce right now.
Very big kill.
Oh, that is massive. Just walked into it.
Oh, the skewer just a little bit shy. Zayat doesn't quite have the length, only level 2 skewer to get the job done.
Will be an instant respawn for this Undying.
Sure.
Ceaseless Dirge, but honestly, this is kind of not the death you want to use the Dirge on, right? Like, you prefer to have it for a Roche fight or some kind of push or something. Just randomly dying on the map and you don't get anything. Just puts it on cooldown. It's kind of like a bad Wraith King ult.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This Terrorblade's picking up some steam, getting involved in and a big kill, doing a bit more damage during this meta, and we're not seeing like super deep lane cutting from this Naga yet.
Yes.
Thought we'd see a little bit more of it, but he's not really able to drag heroes back to awkward positions. It's just been really efficient jungle farming. And this has rewarded him with a lot of net worth. A very fast heart timing. He's getting huge. Downside is you're not pulling Navi Jr. around the map as much as you maybe could.
Maybe with the heart, maybe that's when he's going to start employing those tactics. Because you're right, the best Naga Sirens look so obnoxious to play against, where they're like sitting in triangle and they're using their illusions to cut both mid and bottom wave. And
yeah, here he gets it. This is kind of what you're looking for, right? This is going to force some sort of response. So tier 2 dying top, this gives him a bit more freedom. He'll get both those waves for full, and if you can do this again, it's a lot of map control. Navi Jr. at the moment at least aren't responding. It seems like they don't care too much, which is fair. I mean, they can farm super fast. You're going to lose some tower HP, but you have Empower efficiency.
Science, he'll be the one to come back. But the Tiny is still out there, playing off of a very deep ward they have in the bottom part of the map, and keeping pressure on that bottom tier 2.
I also feel like this Tiny Ags is when this lineup kind of comes together.
Yeah.
Because you buff this guy up, he hits so hard, you get this tree volley going in, and this tree volley isn't as strong as it used to be, but man, when you have this much damage amp behind it, you just decimate heroes in the first 3 or 4 hits.
Yeah,
Empowered
that's all
tree
hits are crazy.
So this will be a big timing for Niku. If you can get there, you have BKB to guarantee you get that tree volley off, right? There's no interrupt for it in this game. You just sit in that fight, BKB volley. OG have to take it. There's no choice. Even if you're songing there, you just die during the song if you get initiated on first.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Rotating for this puck, smoked up on Navi Jr. with a few heroes. It looks like they found the initiation on Daze, not Stormstormer, who's going to be able to get a good 2-man coil. His team is rotating in, but they're a little bit slow. Radiance, he gets jumped on by the Undying. The Undying strikes going straight for Got the Juice. He's got him to half HP, but he's got no follow-up behind him. They're busy focusing on Zion's toss back up the puck, right into the arms of the TV, but a song comes in, and that might have just bailed him out. Niku with BKB is the only one who's able to make a move right now, and he's being hunted down by OG. Perfectly played. They isolate the BKB target and bring him down. Now it's up to Got the Juice for all the work, and he's whittling down this Undying. It's taking so long that for the rest of the team, nice Thunder though. He gets it off onto Kadaro. Tried to finish him off. Looks like the reflection might be able to get him. Meanwhile, the Undying does go down. The puck is still low. A swap back onto the real Naga Siren there, but they don't have the juice to really go for it. Got the Juice is running out of his meta. He's probably feeling like it's time to leave. He TP's out, leaving the bench behind, and he does manage to get away, but he lost everybody else in the fight.
Man, he dealt 7,000 damage, and you killed like one hero and almost a Jakiro. That just felt bad, and so much of that was Zayat's getting caught on this bag. He just cannot find impact in these fights versus the Orchid plus the Puck, Silence Coil, Ice Path, Disruption. There's a lot to interrupt this Magnus when he's trying to go in. That spot didn't do him much favor in terms of the positioning. And the fact that OG already had a gem was huge in this fight. You're just able to secure vision. You're able to go in with confidence, and you can just play the backlines of these fights. The Tiny constantly has to look for this puck without wards to kind of see him. You get the toss here, but then there's not enough damage follow-up. He's able to survive and get the song off. So little things make a big difference here. And man, this song did work. Not only are you stalling out the kill on the puck, you just isolate this Tiny and BKB. Kind of the dream. And you just let this Undying reset his cooldowns. It takes so long to chunk through this Undying's HP. Just costs you everything here.
Yeah, I mean, he did almost, what, 8,000 damage, and I feel like 5,000 of it was on the Undying. Another 1,000 on a Jakiro he didn't kill, another 2,000 on a Puck he couldn't quite kill. I mean, those other two were rough, but that Undying was able to soak like none other. Reedy's quick pick off on him. He's got the gem, recovered by his courier. Good use of that one, good micro.
Stormstorm putting a lot of pressure on these supports, even through the glimmers with the Joe in the zone. Will be the Ags up for Niku. This is kind of where this lineup starts to scale a lot better. But you cannot contest this Roshan. OG just outpacing you right now. Butterfly already done on Shad is massive. Like, his evasion is insane when he's around all these illusions. And you have no Pierce right now.
Yeah, it's just that the tree throw is going to be all the more important. Song setup here. We haven't seen this one, but they do have really good heroes for a song setup. A Dying Tombstone, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, no Ice Path, no Jakiro here.
Found the puck.
The puck. Oh, toss up in the air, but no stuns to follow it. And Got the Juice is running low on HP. He needs a Sunder. Might have to use. Oh no, runs into an Ice Path. He needs a Sunder now. Can he get it up? No, denied by the Waning Rip that comes in from the puck. And that means Zayats, who's trying to help him out there. He'll die alongside the Terrorblade, as will the rest of Na'Vi Jr. Ribbies and the Tiny will manage to get out, man. Stormer. Close call, but still managed to stay alive. He had the Aegis anyway, so it was a losing engagement for Na'Vi Jr.
They just cannot focus targets down. There's too much chaos in the fight. This mag is getting caught time and time again. We aren't seeing an RP. There's illusions to deal with. There's Tombstone to deal with. There's disruption illusions. There's Ice Path going through. There's so much chaos.
How many times is he going to get this puck in a combo and it just will not be enough damage? Nice read by Stormer this situation. Jumps out there for the extra kill. So now Na'Vi Jr., when the TD comes back up, they're still going to be lacking a Warlock for this high ground defense. And we've hit the window perfectly, Avery. It's 30 minutes on the dot, and OG have taken over the game.
This is Shad's time to close it out here. Nobody is contesting this Naga. He has way too much evasion right now. Completely outpaced them. You have Aegises on your other heroes to back you up in these high ground pushes. That would otherwise be the difficult part. There's a range barracks. No high ground defense for a Mag Venge Tiny lineup that can put you in the base super deep. You don't even get a single catch with it.
Oh, it's going to be just all... See, there's the Bloodthorn. Big damage upgrade for OG. And then once you start losing some of these tier 3s, you start losing some of these barracks. The Naga Siren split push and the map control you're getting, it just is amplified by the fact that now the creeps are also pushing in these lanes. Na'Vi Jr. backed into a corner. Niku caught out. Already killed. He does have buyback for the high ground defense if required. But it's going to require a good swap, maybe a good skewer to start the fight in the first place, because you still have this puck, 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis, and a shield rune to boot.
This Aegis has felt like an eternity, man. They just cannot wear through the timer, and so much gold rolling in for OG. Octarine on Undying. I mean, this guy has caused Na'Vi Jr. so many problems this game. Not a target they can focus and not a target they can ignore. Not even trying to swap or skewer anybody in here. Just watching their base die to Nagasire. Bad feeling.
Yeah. I mean, I think Got the Juice is making the call that he's too squishy in these fights. He needs a butterfly. They can't fight without the Tiny anyway. They don't want to buy back on him, so they're going to give up the 2 lanes of barracks. We still have that tier 2 bottom, so OG are going to have to kind of reset their map here, go back, and then just push out bottom. And that will give Got the Juice enough time to get this butterfly.
Naga pick has really worked out this game. And we talked about the strengths of it, but it's really looked good. The fact that you can just get so much evasion up so early in the game, like you're at 60-70% effective evasion in the fights with all these illusions around you, wheel skip plus the butterfly. You have all this physical damage on the side of Na'Vi Jr. and you can't hit this guy. You're just stuck here missing on illusions because none of these heroes can get MKB or Bloodthorn up that fast. Like, none of them want to build it that naturally. The Tiny... He needs this Ags Daedalus. The Terrorblade maybe could have gone for it, but he's dying too fast in the fights. Venge is not a natural MKV/Bloodthorn buyer either. You're going to look for it now on PMA, but so much damage has already been done.
Yeah.
This Naga's timing was just crazy good. They're 1 racks away from probably closing this game out on the back of Megas.
It is where this lineup is the most dangerous in some regards from Na'Vi Jr. That high ground defense. We haven't seen one of those swaps or skewers back underneath the tier 3, tier 4s even, but that final push, I'm looking at still have an up 21,000 net worth lead for OG. Being this far up when it comes to lanes means you're not as limited by the timer, right? That 40-minute scary point where Navi Jr.'s lineup really becomes overwhelming.
They might find the Naga.
They got it. Fantastic. An avalanche on 2. An RP locking up both of them. And there goes the tree tosses. They finish them both off.
What a
They do everything they had because they knew they hit the jackpot. They found the enemy carry. They found the Naga Siren. And they are willing to invest everything they had to bring her down.
What an angle on that fight. Not a fight OG expected at all. They're probably looking at what are they going to do in the base defense. Let's hold like a Roche sort of position in that river, and this is not a spot where usually you're going to get smoked on. Man, they just find the exact angle they want and the exact target they want in this Naga Siren. And every time you find him, you instantly blow everything. Like, the only thing that can bail Shad out here is a disruption from the SD, and he's just too far away. Even if you disrupt him here, he probably dies out of it. Like, the damage is insane. Once you can isolate that hero, no illusions around him, you take away a lot of that evasion. Just the dream scenario, honestly.
Yeah.
Big pickup. That buys you a lot more time in this game to try and get your big counter evasion items online or reset the map a little bit. You got a gem back out of that as well, I believe. There's one on the Warlock now, so you're going to get some extra dewarding.
Ags done for the puck. Naga Siren is still the #1 focus, but his damage is beginning to ramp up. He's got the Octarine, Ags, Parasma. Now he can start putting some more into the right-click damage, and
he's a problem. This is where the puck is just too tanky for the Tiny to combo kill, so you need like combo into some of their stun. That's pretty difficult.
now it's going to be still a map fully controlled by OG. Likely going to be able to get the Roshan. Navi Jr. going to have to play for, smoke contest most likely, but that's going to be pretty easily read. If OG play it correctly enough around the map, I feel like Roshan's likely theirs. Aghanim Scepter for Zayats. He's had a hard time getting some skewers back, but maybe that will help with the horn toss.
Yeah, I wonder how good of a horn toss game this is, to be honest.
Yeah.
Feels pretty hard for them to get in there. I feel like BKB might have just been the better choice this game. So you
Agreed.
can guarantee you get spells off against the Orchid and the Puck Silence and all of this. Like, there's nothing that stops BKB on the side of OG, so they're really strong. We saw one just picked up for the Terrorblade. You have BKB in all three cores. Like, this Horn Toss is great when you can use it. I just don't think this is the game where you're going to get that impact. We'll see what he can find with it. That said, the next set of items for Navi Jr. are the real blockbuster ones, because you have all your BKBs, you're going to finish Daedalus on the Tiny. Now you're looking for the Evasion Pierce. You're looking for the Bloodthorn and the MKB on the Terrorblade and the Venge. That will negate a lot of this Naga Siren's impact. Not just illusions around the map, but manning up in the team fight becomes a lot harder. This is a critical juncture for OG. You need to win this next Roshan, and I think you need to try and end the game with that. I don't think you want to go a lot later than this, even with the lead you have. It's not often we see Naga win these ultra late game battles. Like, it's not the carry that just mans up at 60 minutes and takes it to a lot of other heroes the way Dota works right now. So to me, this is their time to close this one out. You have a lead. You're really favored around this Roshan pit with Song, Tombstone, Macro. This is your Aegis to get. You can put it on the Puck, you can put it on the Naga, whatever you feel more comfortable with, and then try and end the game by going bottom for that Megas.
Outworld staff is instant, right?
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Just like just like phase shift, he can dodge in the middle of avalanche, right?
Yes.
I think that's how that works. It may not matter just because it's such a short timer, but I'm just trying to think if it's going to be able to bail him out.
We'll look for it. There's a Scotty done for the Naga. That's... I mean, this is where you're peaking. Like, you have so much HP to work with. Really obnoxious. But there's MKB for the Venge.
Wow.
PMA buys out for it. He's pretty far. They're going to smoke, try and contest this Roche. Really difficult contest. They are all in on this. No buybacks on almost any of these heroes.
Yeah, the Naga Siren Illusions are already scouting out. They probably have a good idea that Na'Vi Jr. is smoked. But do they know where the jump is going to be from? It's coming in from the side. Almost got the Shadow Demon. He managed to outworld Staff and then self-disrupt. And Shad pops the song to bail out his Shadow Demon. They're not going to have the best setup for this. But then Nico goes in. He goes in to grab the Aegis. He managed to get it. He got
what a kick at Chad.
Aegis. And now he managed to throw out a couple of trees. Doesn't do too much damage. But what does it matter if you get the Aegis?
Puck
you lose the
RP.
fight. Nice RP. If they lock down the puck, they've got him. Got the juice. Finish him off. There's no buyback there. Got the juice. Swinging on these illusions. Trying to clear him out. There's a bunch of mess. Disruption goes out. Toss the Undying back into the tomb. That is perfect. But he does take a ton of damage to the Undying. Ultimately dying out in the end. Shad. He clears out at least one through this one, almost dealing with the Venge Illusion there as well, chasing after the TV, and he's got him inside the ensnare. Oh, he popped the Manta a little bit too early, and he doesn't have a Sunder to bail himself out, or he couldn't get a Sunder off on a healthy target. Ends up going down, so yeah, they win the fight, or they win the initial go there for the Roshan and get the Aegis. A sick move, but they lose out on the fight overall.
Nobody checked this Naga Siren in that fight. Ends up just carrying it through in the end. And I honestly felt like that was going better for Na'Vi Jr. Like, you get the puck with the Orchid reveal on the Terrorblade, you're able to bring that hero down. You had to go through Cheese and Ceaseless Dirge on the Undying, and that's a lot. And honestly, Pyrrhic Cloak. Like, Mixa, he killed this Tiny with Pyrrhic Cloak, almost 2,000 damage reflecting back into him. That is what brought Niku down the second time. It was a sick Aegis snatch, but man, that neutral item is just straight nasty sometimes, and it really caught him off guard there.
It's just funny watching somebody just get 100-0 by that fact. PMA swap back on a Shad. The real Naga Siren is right in the mix. They get the horn toss, but not the skewer back. A melee form TV is trying to bring him down. They've got him slowed down underneath the muck. This Warlock is getting a full swing of things. Tombstone in, trying to save him. Shad. He pops the illusion, turns back around. The TV, can he get off the Sunder? He gets it off. It's on the illusion. He barely recovers any HP, but maybe it's going to be enough with this butterfly trying to get away. Bull Shad and got the juice walking away, but it's the Undying who's the bigger menace here. He sticks onto him. Another Sunder going off. That's going to help out. Got the juice. He heals up a decent amount and is trying to finish off this
guy's too
Undying.
big.
But what about the throne, man? This Undying just took on a TV and he wins the fight. He's got goddamn
like 10k
menace.
HP. He's so big. Oh my god. Dude, this Undying absolutely destroyed them that game. First pick Undying. Problem on the lane, problem in the fights, problem around the Roche pit, problem with the Pyrrhic Cloak neutral items with so much HP, and just out man fighting your Terrorblade in the late game. Like, what a beast. What a performance from Mixa. This guy is on a roll right now. And OG, yet to drop a game in this qualifier, man. They are looking good. This was Na'Vi Jr.'s bread and butter. Their strongest strategy, the strategy they've gone back to time again. And honestly, they got outplayed. They got out-strategized here. That 30, 40-minute window where the Naga Siren can absolutely end the game, right as you're trying to get the evasion pierce. You just don't have time to get there, and you get out-executed in these fights. What a performance.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Some crazy back and forth fights. I mean, so many of these fights we're going to see just not able to get off a good Sunder. Part of that, a large part of that is OG just playing to it. A number of times Stormer early on, hit him with the silence at the end to make sure there was no Sunder opportunity. The number of times that they played their distance against the TV, right? There was a couple of Sunders that he got off that were on like already low HP targets, so it didn't really matter.
Not a fun game for Got the Juice. He really got debilitated in this one. Didn't have an easy lane. Couldn't find impact in the mid game. Started to have some impact in these really late game fights with the Orchid pickup shutting down Stormstormer a little bit. But you just can't fight the Naga with this hero. Not head on. The matchup's so miserable. And Shad, he really took it to him. Like, there's just so many illusions in all of these fights, doing so much damage, reducing everybody's armor. Nobody can deal with him. Nobody can clear him out that fast. It just takes too long to kill anybody in this game.
This part was crazy. That neutral item is so busted, man. He kills
really
the Tiny just by existing. That's insane.
I mean, look at how many illusions are just swarming them right here. Like, when the Tiny's gone, you don't have AoE clear. The Terrorblade absolutely does nothing to the Naga in the one-on-one. Yeah, what a pure cloak pickup. What a hero this Undying is sometimes, man. Like, you can really abuse some things with this massive HP pool. The Crimson Guard's one, the pure cloak's another. He's just annoying. This hero is just straight annoying right now. And you got to remember, it was first pick. And I feel like Navi Jr., they just wanted their strat. They kind of ignored the fact that OG were getting some good answers to it and just believed in it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like we have seen time and time again this qualifier that OG are not afraid to pick the conceptual counters to lineups, even if maybe they're getting, you know, quote unquote, a little off meta heroes, right? Even if you end up with a carry Naga that isn't the Ursa Morphling or whatever, this is a great Naga pick. It's really good in the game. It's really good around the map, and it's really good in that Terrorblade matchup. It's cool to see it work out here. Like, I like seeing this kind of idea and this strategy in Dota. I think No-Tail has done it forever, and he's really good at it. And if your team can execute, it gives you such a big advantage in these games.
And execute they did. You said 30 to 40 minutes was the window. 30 minutes, they pretty much took over the game and closed it out by 40. So really well done by OG. A 41-minute victory for them, 29-17. And OG are now just one game away from going to the International. Go to a break and come back with game 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
When you can go into a series and dismantle what the enemy is best at, you have a huge advantage for the rest of the series. And that's exactly what OG has done in back-to-back series, first against 4 Pirates and now against Na'Vi Jr. And they are leading the way in this final series, perhaps in the upper bracket for that slot to TI for Western Europe. Avery, anything that you felt like going back on game 1 that Na'Vi Jr. really messed up that killed their chances to win that game?
I mean, they stuck to their guns. They played their strat. I favor OG's draft, but that's kind of that's life when you're just forcing the strat through, and people are eventually going to figure out some answers to it. I think in terms of execution in that game, I also think they did pretty well in lanes. I think they found some pickoffs. I think they just couldn't find a way to get the Terrorblade involved in a meaningful way. And I think some of that is the pick. Some of it's the position it was put in versus the Naga. Like, someone has to deal with these lanes and kill illusions and stuff. That's just how it goes. I honestly think they got a little outplayed in the fights. Like, they were trying to find these big RP blinks, and Zad's got caught by the Orchids and the Silences a couple times. They tried to contest these Roshans, but those are tough fights in a Naga Song plus Tombstone and Undying, who can just die, come back instantly off the outpost. There's only so many little things you can try and do in that game. So I wouldn't over stress it if I'm Na'Vi Jr. here. I'd say, hey, we played fine. We tried our strat. They made that game really hard. If we go next and we play at that same level with something that's a little more favorable for us, then it should be fine.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. Well, we'll see what adjustments Na'Vi Jr. make in the bans here. Nothing really changing too much. Still sticking with the normal heroes. We're going to see Doom, TA, Bristleback, all the broken cores.
Radiant team ban.
Last time OG was at TI was TI 2022, which was what? It's TI 11, right? The one that Tundra won. And they placed top 8.
Yes.
At that one.
Yeah,
that was with
ATF version.
ATF lineup. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the ATF Sand King, I think is what they went out on, or played in that series. I remember watching that, thinking, this guy plays Sand King? And I guess he doesn't play it. So.
Yeah. And so that was the last time that they are at TI. It's been 3 years since then, and they are 1 game away from being able to make it. And they've got the extra series. Even if they somehow do falter here against Na'Vi Jr., they'll have a second chance in the lower bracket. And that obviously applies to Na'Vi Jr. as well, as this is the upper bracket finals. There are 2 slots for Western Europe to the international. And that's why if you drop down to lower bracket, you still have a shot at things. There are plenty of teams waiting there. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, maybe even scarier, Yellow Submarine, who have been on a tear in the lower bracket. They got dropped down by Na'Vi Jr. and then have 2-0'd their way through the lower bracket, looking like liquid at TI7 out here.
I mean, you don't want to drop down. You just want to win this series. It goes without saying, but you really don't want to drop down to this. And Notail, he's very animated about something here. He's rallying the troops, saying, I have confidence in this pick. It will be the Shadow Demon. Did some work with the stacks last game. Maybe he feels like Na'Vi Jr. are just a slow team, and this SD's always going to give them a strong early game with the stacking. It's going to guarantee their offlaner has a lot of farm. Kind of hard to argue with it. We haven't seen Na'Vi Jr. play super fast in the early game and contest enemy side of the map that often. So you should have some good value here. You did get the Venge ban as well as the Doom ban. So you're taking out big components of that strat if Na'Vi Jr. really wanted to force it again. But they will switch it up. They'll go for the Shaman. A bit more pace, a bit more early team fighting, some objective taking of their own that isn't reliant on the carry who might have that bad carry matchup. And this time they do have last pick. So that's a big difference in this draft as well. Na'Vi Jr. will not get caught in a bad carry versus carry situation if they felt like that was the big issue in that game.
23%? Shadow Shaman's been that bad? That's crazy.
I don't think he's looked that bad. It might be he's just on the bad end of some of these games, you know.
Yeah, he's just
I don't think the heroes look that bad. That said, the heroes also been being first picked a lot. And oftentimes, let's say the hero's a 50-50 hero normally, but you first pick him and enemy teams get to deal with him all the time with a bunch of counters, then it can lower his win rate by default, right?
Yeah.
So that's something to keep in mind. doesn't mean the hero's garbage. It just means people are perhaps overvaluing him a little or not balancing him out and not responding accordingly later in the draft.
Sure.
That's it. I think the SD.
I think the pushes with this Gig Award has actually looked pretty good.
Radiant team.
Yeah, the Gig Awards look good. I think the Hex in some of the fights has looked good. I think maybe his player on the map has been the weak point. He's kind of slow and clunky still. He can make a couple moves, but they aren't necessarily that reliable. And I haven't seen him owning lanes as much as we saw
10 seconds remaining.
he was doing earlier in the previous patch. And so what? So
5 seconds.
maybe OG can take advantage of that, have another strong laning phase here. We'll not have that Undying to go back to, though, so... That said, there is the Timber Saw in the pool, and there is the Void Spirit still in the pool. The two big cores for OG this run so far. Have to be aware of those if you're Navi Junior here, because OG will just jam them. They don't care about anything.
What do you think about OG banning the Venge this time around, even though they beat it?
I think it's fine. Like, don't let them build some draft around it and adjust to your picks and just do something different, right? Like, I think OG just wants to put them in a position where they have to do something different so they can respond with something that's also different. So I don't hate it. I do like stealing this Timber, though. I do not think OG expected this. It's not a hero that Navi Junior have prioritized super highly, and it might have been a hero that OG were expecting to get in this second phase. Instead, it gets taken away. And now, what are your responses to this Timber Saw? You're going to go the Luna route that we've seen some teams go?
I still like the Void Spirit for now, just because you have the swap potential.
The Storm and the Puck are also out of the pool, so if you take the Void Spirit, the mid options become pretty limited. Then you're looking at the Tiny or the Ember again for Navi Junior. And Void Spirit seems to be doing fine in all these matchups anyway. And yeah, they're just going to take it. I think it's mostly a call of, like, you're looking at the bans and you don't want to get caught in this situation where Navi Junior take another mid here and then you have to fourth pick this mid and there's very limited options left. Rather just get your choice here.
Yeah. I also think when you pick the Jakiro, you want the setup stun for it. And the only other option I think is Tiny. I don't know how much I would like Ember here, for example. So I think Tiny would be if you don't want to play Tiny into Timbersaw, then you kind of have to go Void Spirit.
It definitely looks the best in terms of synergy with OG's lineup, which is something they've prioritized pretty heavily here. See if Navi Junior can get some more lockdown for this hero. I feel like they're just going to Tiny again, but I don't really know how good it is. Like, I feel like the hero's been a mixed bag for them. It fits well with the Venge and Power strat, but if you're not going back to that here, I think the Tiny loses some value. I just don't think it's that strong on its own. I would like to see something more out of the box, more creative here if they have it.
Radiant team pick.
That is out of the box, and it's putting other people in the box.
That is true. When he said that's out of the box, I was like, no, it's not. But then I got, you just wanted to make a box pun. I see.
Try and keep up here, Austin. This is a TI qualification, you know.
Well, okay. Well, let's not joke around here because this is a TI qualification. This is a very normal hero for Navi Junior because Zions has been running it quite a lot in this qualifier run, and I think they've won every game with it.
I think this looks like their strongest support, honestly. And they don't prioritize it like it is, but I think in actuality, it's performed really well for them, and it synergizes really nicely with a lot of their picks. And they'll pair it with the Centaur here. And honestly, the Centaur has not looked too bad in a lot of the games. Like, he's looked okay. His scale's been okay. His laning's been okay. He's played from ahead and behind in some of the games we've seen, and he's functioned fine. You need a guy who can go in, be a body, and stun some people. This guy will still do it. And this draft is a lot more well-rounded than that game one. This isn't a draft you can... Okay, we understand the one-dimensionality of it. We're going to get this last pick Naga and you're screwed. This is a draft you kind of just have to play straight up, out-team fight. You might be able to outscale it reliably here, because I don't think the scale is crazy on the side of Navi Junior right now, versus like this Void Spear Shadow Demon. Pretty spooky. Could see OG just powering it up here. I think the Luna is pretty tempting. Like, you have SD Luna, you have Luna versus the Timber and the Centaur, which can be pretty nice matchups. A little extra damage buff for the Void Spirit. I'd be pretty tempted to just take it here.
you not concerned about the damage that the Timbersaw and Centaur bring? I feel like as heroes, they get on top of Luna and put her under threat pretty quickly.
You're an early Manta BKB buyer. Like, I think you have Disruption to bail you out. I think it's fine enough for me. You could also just go like a Morphling route or something. Oh, they'll pick up the Dawn. Okay. So they're going to keep this Void Spear Flex a little open to the last pick, but of course they're going to have to show it anyway. Dawnbreaker. This is a mixed bag for me. Like, we've seen this hero shine. We've also seen it do nothing.
Yeah, this hero, if I remember, this hero was prioritized in some series. Maybe even it wasn't even Western Europe, but it was in like that first pan. Oh, okay. Maybe
yeah,
that
first
was
picked it, and they won that game, but the Dawn had a kind of slow start, I think. That said, the Ags, it seems like this Blade Mail Ags buildup, and it does give you a lot of sustain in the fight, and it can be a really obnoxious combo breaker. That's the one thing I liked about it, that game, is it did a decent amount of combo breaking versus a lineup that had a lot of like big AoE team fight and just bailed out their cores that were getting gone on. So if you look at what Navi Jr. is proposing here, you throw out this wheel, you go in with Centaur Stomp, you throw this Solar Guardian back, it kind of resets a lot of that fight, and then you should be able to take it with the rest of your spells being stronger here.
Yeah. You know what it was? It was. You're right. 4 Pirates picked it up against Avalos. They first picked it, and then they got it later in the draft in game 2. But then before that, it was first ban category for Virtus Pro when they were playing against 4 Pirates. So obviously some bit of inside information there.
See what OG want to go for. I feel like it's still a carry here. I think they're just going to throw this Void Spirit mid. I guess you could get a ranged hero mid if you really wanted to put some lane pressure on Navi Jr. Like, I mean, you could throw the old like Viper type hero out here or something. It's just we got to pick something into this, and we are kind of locked in because we still need a carry. So the lane setup looks pretty reliable if you want to go that Viper cheese route. Otherwise, I think just any sort of fighting carry, and you're pretty happy here because your scale's insane. Like, you have Shadow Demon, Void Spirit, Dawnbreaker. You're already looking pretty good as this game goes later. Even if Navi Jr. have ultra last pick here for a carry, it's going to be hard to find a carry that puts pressure on OG. I mean, the Morphling still comes to mind. There's like the Clinks we've seen a little bit of. Not a lot, though. They are banning mids, so they are kind of afraid of this ranged mid archetype hero with a lot of spell damage.
Yeah, I like the Quap ban especially because I think the Sonic Wave is pretty annoying for Centaur Timbersaw who like to get on top of heroes. Like, not only is Quap super mobile, but then she can also help other heroes disengage from Centaur Timber.
Lifestealer Sven bans. Yeah, that's not the strongest bans, but at the same time, it kind of says that OG probably don't know what Navi Jr. want. Like, what carry can they pick here that's good? You know, if you're banning Lifestealer Sven, the options are going to be pretty limited. And they will get that ranged hero anyway. And this is still a flex, is the scary part. You can put the Lina or the Void Spirit mid and play the other in the safe lane, but you really want this Lina mid, I think, here. And again, the lanes are kind of locked for Navi Jr. Like, you can't pick another mid here unless you're willing to play carry Timbersaw or something really wacky. So this lane's just kind of screwed.
It's been done before. Or you could go really old school, safe lane Centaur like Fear. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to go to TI, not the opposite way around, so we'll be the Morph. I think Morph was the best. I would have banned the Morph over one of the Lifestealer Sven because I think Lifestealer Sven kind of do similar things here, whereas this Morphling is a way scarier late game threat and gives you a lot more like oomph with an Aegis or something like that. Whereas I think that's how you win this game if you're Navi Jr. You get multiple Roshans and you just have this carry that can go in and be a mega threat that isn't that killable from OG. That said, they have Shadow Demon Disruption and some tools to deal with it. Lina is a good matchup against this hero.
I was going to say, if you're No-Tail, you're probably sitting there going, if I'm going to go Lina, aren't I happy if they have Morphling? Also, I think Void Spirit's probably pretty good, right? Fast, near instant silence. on a morph might catch him.
I don't think it's a free morph game by any means. I just think it was probably the best pick they had at that spot. Like,
Sure.
There are not going to be a lot of carries left. You're not going to get something crazy there that people just forgot about. So, you know, if I'm Navi Jr., I'd rather end up with Morphling over Sven in this type of game. But you are correct in that OG probably felt like they have some good answers to it with LSA, Disruption, an Ice Path, or LSA out of that Disruption into Remnant Pull. Same thing with Remnant Pull into those, right? It's very easy to chain the disables here and just put enough damage in this Morphling that maybe he doesn't die right away, but he has to morph up so much he loses his capability to carry the fight. So
Yeah.
I kind of like what OG got again, man. I think the drafting's been on point and scary lineup to go into.
Absolutely. And I was looking at it. I don't really feel like Morphling's morph is going to be that scary either, right? Because turning into the Void Spirit is like okay, but it only really feels good if you have an Aghanim Scepter, and that's just not going to be the case. Turning into Lina, I think, is kind of whatever. Throw out a couple spells, but I don't actually feel like his morph is that strong for this game.
You forgot the best one, Austin.
Yeah, what's that?
The Jakiro, you get the double attack. It's just
Oh,
straight
of course,
nasty.
Of course. Yeah,
No, I'm actually not kidding. I've had people do this to me in pubs, and
Really?
it is surprisingly annoying. Like, legitimately
Okay.
surprisingly annoying. Now,
Well, you said
you
annoying,
also get,
not good. You said annoying.
but it's like I feel like it's a good backup option, right? When you're in these games where there
Okay.
isn't some clear target, you can actually steal this guy. And don't forget, like Stolen Ice Path is always a pretty good spell. So it's like you're like a mini Rubik, and then you just throw out these double hits. It's not bad. It's not bad. You're gonna laugh at it, but it is legitimately not the worst option when it comes down to it.
All right. I believe you. We'll see what Navi Jr. choose to do with this Morphling and where they choose to go with this smoke. Doing a long wrap around here, but they are going to get spotted as soon as this smoke expires because OG left themselves a defensive high ground ward here.
See if they get caught off guard.
Yeah, they're setting up for the because usually there's only one or two people here playing for this ward. They're spotted on the ward. There it is. And Shad, he's not sure if he wants to commit to try and get this. He decides, okay, not the case, but he's still going to be caught. Daggered up, stomped up,
Pretty
shackled,
awkward.
lots of damage. Got him on the blood grenade as well. That's a first blood. And
Why
Zion
did he
will be
go
the
for
one to
that?
claim the kill.
That was so greedy, man. Like you dodged
It
the
was.
gank with the ward, and then you just went back in anyway. You didn't even get it. Rough stuff. First blood to the shaman. We'll see what Zads can do with that. Probably
And
would
it
have
was
rather
still
had
a
it on the
2-2
centaur.
bounty split, so they got the better of OG in entirety.
Okay, so we'll start for them. They're going to need that because these lanes do not look easy. I think the Centaur lane should be the best for them, but this mid looks tough with the melee hero up against the Lina. And the Morphling lane is not free by any means. I can absolutely see Ridis die a couple times down here with a disruption on the side into the hammer.
And we might see that soon. Disrupted pretty far out here. Mixa levels up. Oh, because they got that kill earlier, he had the whoopee cushion, and he gets away from the Starbreaker hits. All right. Well played.
That is a lucky first blood whoopee cushion right there. You're
Yeah.
absolutely dead. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't really play up on the side as much as you would want in this lane normally, because the all-in threat off the disruption with some body blocks is crazy good with this combination. So you kind of just have to play the lane straight up, and that means no solo XP from Morphling, probably limited pull capacity, because every time you try and free up that pull, SD can threaten you on the side, the Dawnbreaker can lean over. This should be a good lane for OG in terms of what Mixa can get off of it.
The lesson for you is never try.
Dawnbreaker's always the scary hero to get that kind of freebie. Shad taking a lot of damage here. PMA tries to finish him off. 5 HP, takes out. And
Heck,
now
oh.
they'll turn on to Kadaro. They've got 5 seconds left for a stomp. Yeah, it looks like he's probably just gonna dead. They could stay on top of him melee range pretty easily. And the stomp may not even... Okay, got juked out in the trees. That was a one-way intersection, and PMA accidentally went the roundabout way.
Well,
Unfortunately.
that should have been a kill. They miss it. But should be able to get the Lotus here, pushing the lane. And of course, you got Shad anyway, so you're happy with that. Really strong lane
Sure.
start here. I'll be Junior. Outside of the mid, of course, but you know, what can you do there? It's a last pick Lina. That's just life sometimes. At least you didn't get Viper.
Timbersaw can probably weather the storm, right?
Yeah, he's doing fine. Zero can always do some stacks too if you're a little behind. Like,
Sure.
it's not the worst case scenario considering what could have happened on that mid cheese pick.
Good to know that No Tail has taught the team how to use those voice lines. Kadaro actually does get the Lotus. The lane did not actually push in at the right time for Navi Jr. secure Lotuses, so OG get double Lotuses on side lanes.
That's pretty big here, especially when you're falling a little behind in the regen trade.
Sneaky move from Nico. Doing a little pull action from the mid lane.
The old Eternal Envy. Nice lane matchup. It'd be a shame if I never saw you again.
Yeah. And the
Oh, we
best part
lost
is
one of the creeps. What?
Oh no.
How did that not get aggro? That was ridiculous, actually.
And where is he going with this aggro?
He's gonna pull to the camp, farm it up.
I guess
bounty
it's just Shad. He's got the dissimulate. He will be able to get it off. He'll survive, but a little bit worse for wear. Being fed some tangos by the Chikiro, but I'm happy with this lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, straight into the water rune. I mean, this is pretty efficient for the Timber overall. The tip comes out as well. Did lose some creeps under the tower, but made up for it with the neutral camp. Getting out of these lanes. In a solid position, I would say.
I think the funniest thing about Timbersaw when he does the pulling on the mid lane, he's not only is he not taking damage from Lina, but he's recovering HP because of his passive with a reactive armor, right? He's just tanking creeps, and then he gets a bunch of armor, and regen will actually go up in HP as a result.
Oh, he's completely even with Stormstorm here, so very good outcome for Niku as he gets out of this lane.
And it seems like the
Yeah,
Morphlings
everybody
doing all
farm.
right against that Dawnbreaker lane, 25-3 compared to 20-4. So, yeah.
I think Morphling always farms, right? Like, who have we seen shut down Morphling in the last 3 or 4 months? Just doesn't seem
that's true.
possible.
A lot of the range offlaners are just not really meta that are better
Yeah, you need-
against the Morphlings. So,
You need like Enigma or something, and no one's playing this except Pari Vision, I guess.
yeah, yeah. Where did that hero go? Why is it always only the tier 1 teams that are willing to play it?
Probably just goes in cycles. It can be a difficult hero to execute now because you need to kind of play fast, take towers, use the drum timing, use an early aura timing. You have to know how to play the lane really well with the 4 as well. It's not super straightforward, even though it can be really strong. I mean, it's not Centaur, you know. I play Centaur, I walk up, I stomp you. Good stuff happens.
No, that's true. Centaur is easy mode offlane for sure.
That's why Suns fan plays it.
Dire are scanning.
That's true. 6-minute power
6.
rune. Riddy set it up for it.
Oh.
And it ends up being top. Zayats will try and hold it for the Timbersaw. And it looks like Stormstormer's not going to go to contest. So that's a good rune for a Timbersaw to make a move on one of these side lanes. I don't know if they're going to try and go for the Lina kill, but they're leaving their off lane high and dry. PMA is left alone for so long here as Zayats continues to try and set up on the Lina.
See if Stormstormer feels this one out. Heroes have been on the map for a long time. Starting to get suspicious.
Yeah, he's just not playing in the lane whatsoever.
Tower is under attack.
Wise move. He would have died 100%, so he will dodge this move out. Still have the haster on the Timber to contest the Wisdom Shrine if you really want to force it behind the tower here.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
They're going to get that
Zayats
up
and
too.
Kadaro are going to go into a little battle here in the jungle, and they're going to pull the Timbersaw over here. So he's making his run. Kadaro is just going to die here.
Someone was going to die to this haste. That felt inevitable. I think you'd rather die with Jakiro than lose your Wisdom Shrine or something. So it's not the worst outcome overall.
For sure.
But it is putting some pressure on this mid lane, forced to lean into the jungle. Pretty nice start for Niku overall. He's very happy on this Timber.
Radiant are scanning.
Any stacks for OG? They had a couple, but not nearly the same as last game, I think, for days. Probably doesn't have the greatest heroes to clear it either compared to the previous game, so probably just not prioritizing as much, which is fair. This Timber can also get in here and steal some stuff.
Navi Jr. also isn't really stacking, so it's fair enough. Days will still have that slight economic advantage because he's stacking more than no times, so.
Gets another power room. Yes, Timber is getting a lot here. Really just abandoned this mid lane.
Too.
And straight into stealing the ancient stack. Oh boy, that is
great.
That is not what Days wanted out of all of this time
Centaur
investment.
again, he's playing this off lane solo, but now he got his level 6, so he's able to stampede away from the threat while his team continues to play around the Timbersaw, and it does pay out. What's the point of doing stacks if you could just take the enemy stacks?
That is always a better option. As Timber he's had himself a really strong early game. I did not expect it to be this good, but some of the wave pulling, got the power runes. They did kind of tri-lane mid effectively. They sent both supports there twice. It's a heavy investment. They really want Nico to pay it back in this game. They want the Timber to be big and bad, taking over the fights, taking over the map. You can get a couple hits in on this tower with the amp damage. That feels pretty damn good. And it is keeping the Lina off the lane.
Too sad about the situation, right? Lina hasn't been ganked and has been able to farm up to that Boots of Travel, so we're just going to pick up more and more farm efficiency. It's going to be hard for the Timbersaw to keep up in that regard. And OG are getting a good amount out of their side lanes.
They're definitely not sad at all. I think Lina would prefer to have gotten a little more out of the lane or been able to go back to it a couple times, but you'd rather not die than be too greedy here. Oh, Days shows and
going for the punish here. Shadow Shaman, there's the tri-lane mid. It continues. It doesn't matter if the Lina's there or not. They'll kill whoever does show up.
Happy to just keep sitting here. The tips keep going through. Nico's like, anybody who shows up here, I'm going to take you down. But it's not as if you are demolishing this early game. Your Centaur had a rough
bring
time.
The Void Spirit to the power runes and will not get the rune, but they will get Zayat.
Ooh, man, the troll did not kill him because he had the little brief invincibility. That's sad.
It was a close call.
Now Stormstormer gets to steal a couple stacks here. Got to keep this Boots of Travel in mind on the Lina. You can join any of these side lane plays against the Centaur or the Morph lane if you get some setup on them.
Yeah.
Shield rune for Niku. Gets the third power rune in this game. He's gotten all three. Can definitely try and use this just to take mid tower. Not the best rune for aggressively rotating. So you're probably not looking at Shad too much up here, who died early but is pretty much free from his top lane after that.
Now they're going to go for the kill on PMA. He's got Stampede, though. If he wants to pop it, with Zayat's actually hitting the Hex onto Lina, that'll stop all the aggression from OG, so didn't even have to use the Stampede. Shad threatening to go back in with the Astral Step. That was a TP was canceled there from Navi Jr., so maybe OG feeling like they can just go for it, but Radius is joining him. It got some setup here. They can hit a good Wheel of Wonder.
Could be nasty.
Especially since they took that mid tower. Like, the mid tower was taken by the Timbersaw. He's freed up. He is coming into this top lane. It's time for OG to retreat.
Do not want to fight into these strongholds early here. Yours are just not as good right now in the true 4-4, 5-on-5. It'll be the wards drop
too, because they got the wards. They'll use that to kill Kadaro here. Being wheeled out by the Dawnbreaker ultimate.
Oh, what a wheel.
Wonder is perfectly placed. The Dawnbreaker comes right into that, and it got the Shadow Demon as well. So they'll pick up 3 off a beautiful wheel from Riddies. He played it patient, and he found his opening.
Absolutely destroyed them. That Solar Guardian can maybe turn some of these overextensions, but not going into wards, into wheel, into stomp. I am surprised OG decided to take that. Like, into all these ults this early, your Macro Pyre Purge are not matching wheel wards right now. It's just not even close. You get massively punished there. As Niku continues to just pull waves, farm up. This Timbersaw is... It's got 500 GPM already. We're 12 minutes in. This is a massive net worth swing in this game. If he finds a couple more kills or a couple more team fights that go his way, he has a decent chance to just take this game.
Oh, Shad. He almost got caught before that dissimulate by a hex there. Nico cleared out all the trees, and it gave Shadow Shaman an opportunity. I think he was just a little too far away to hit the hex, but close call. Nico is only just going to ramp up the aggression because he kind of owns this lane, so expect that safe lane to be starting to fall, but he's also going to get blink daggers soon. So even more. As PMA covers the mid tower, Stormstormer is just trying to play away from the Timbersaw as much as possible and put pressure on whatever lane that is. So the Timbersaw is not mid. He's going to hit that mid tower, try and take it out.
This is a lot of towers down for OG early compared to what they got last game, and not getting anything in return here. All 3 tier 1s still up for Na'Vi Jr. You got to expect this Morph lane to hold this bottom lane for a while, too. He's just been sitting down here with Vlad's. Impenetrable force, unless you somehow stun him from a tree line or bring a lot of heroes to just overwhelm him. You did finish Vessel on Shad, but the problem is he has no charges. So he needs something to happen right now to activate this item. And instead, it's Na'Vi Jr. making the play. Straight into the Ancients again. They're looking for anybody.
14-minute Wisdom Rune is coming up as well if they're fast enough on the Timbersaw, but nah. I was going to say, maybe Timber Chains and he can get there in time, but they do not barrel down. Instead, they just drop the wards, kill the offlane tower, and that'll be all the tier 1s gone by 14 minutes. How fast was OG in game 1 on all the tier 1s?
I think they were a little faster.
Yeah, it was like 12 minutes or
12 or something, yeah. I think the Naga, because the Naga was contesting those Wisdom Shrines at 14 plus pretty early.
Yeah.
Very similar, though. Very similar looking game. And now Na'Vi Jr. just going to try and hold more of the map right now. Park the Morphling on enemy Ancients. Continue to farm their own with the Timber. Very efficient right now if OG cannot find an opening. And you still need the Vessel charges for Shad here. This is a lot of missing net worth from your safe lane carry. It's just not doing anything right now. It's not helping you farm. You need to go look for kills. You need to smoke and find something right now. Instead, you're the one getting found.
Yeah, Na'Vi Jr. finding all the pickoffs here as they catch Storm in the top lane. Niku takes his time with that kill.
Regen Rune's going to push him right back up here. Having himself a game. I mean, that is for sure. This he's a beast right now. Vessel is also something that could help shut him down. It's a good Vessel game, but the problem is it feels like you can't kill anybody without the Vessel, and therefore you can't get the Vessel charges to kill somebody.
What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is that the kind of situation we're in here?
I mean, I think it's time to just like go suicide somewhere to get the first charge.
yeah, that's what it's required. Well, they might just be suiciding. You might be suiciding into the Timbersaw. It's a 3-man smoke up to the Timber, and he's not going to be an easy target to bring down. The Dawnbreaker, it's a 4th hero, and he got away with the Timber Chain. No. A vast overcommitment from OG, or maybe the right kind of commitment to take on a Timbersaw, but they don't get the initial catch required.
That Remnant, I don't know how that Remnant didn't hit, to be honest. Looked like he was in it, but Timber Chain is a hell of a spell. I mean, this thing's always been busted.
And look at them. Now they're desperate for that kill. Now they're looking at PMA. Another Remnant missed it. He doesn't have Stampede. He would have been caught if that Remnant landed. But now the turnaround Science is here. He's catching Kadaro. PMA walks back into him. Elfin trying to get that kill on Jakiro. Looks like Day's going to be caught by Niku, so both supports cornered and killed. Now OG are really feeling it. I mean, you made the massive smoke move. You whiff on that one. You run all your heroes back to the other side of the map, and not only do you not get the kill, you fail the initiation, but you give up kills in the process.
These cores are just so tanky so early in this game. They don't have enough damage to bring anybody down and get the ball rolling. This build up for the Void Spirits backfired. The Lina still trying to just progress his scaling itemization here, but has fallen a little bit behind. And this support duo has found nothing for OG in this game. Like, you have macro plus a level 4 disseminate. That's the majority of your damage right now. But your initiation is causing you issues. If you can't land this Remnant, how do you start on anybody in this game? A lot of pressure on Shad right now. to try and bring this game back. Or I guess you can just keep ratting with the Storm Alina. Rely on him to carry. He is doing fine in terms of the levels. Little behind the Timber, but not by much. Could go down again, though.
They got a scan, but the Stormstormer doesn't respect it. He had his team coming in. He thought they would get there before Na'Vi Jr. does, but instead he dies 100-0. And now this move that came out, the Jakiro and Shad, the Void Spirit, they were showing up to the fight. Oh, what a snap! He got him perfectly right. The Astral stepped in. The Dawnbreaker ultimate is going to bail them out, though. It's a reset here on the side of OG. But PMA, he's coming in. He doesn't have Stampede. He doesn't have Blink Dagger, so he can't really stop OG from retreating here.
I think Na'Vi Jr. take that fight if they have mana on Miku. That's the biggest thing holding them back. He's killed so many people. He just doesn't have the resources to keep killing them. He's got to go to base, refill. He is going to have an entire BKB soon here, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, that is ridiculous. This Timber's about to have BKB after Blink Kaya before Shad gets a single vessel charge. Like,
and PMA has pipe, so you're looking at pretty unkillable heroes at this point. You pull him into the oh, that would I thought that Remnant, if it wasn't for the batch, I think he pulls him into the Serpent Ward AoE.
That would have been nice.
But Na'Vi Jr., I mean, maybe it doesn't matter. They're continuing
to
he play. He did, but there's
dead.
an opening now. Yeah.
BKB done for the Timbers. They're ready to take this fight. Yeah, they're just going to smoke it up. Like, no reason to let OG go into you. We're just going to jump your ass and
I don't
see
even
what they can
think
find.
They're a lineup that wants to do Roshan, per se. I think this Roshan is just a way to facilitate that they get a team fight out of it. And they found exactly that with the smoke up. They catch OG lurking on the side near the pit. And they'll bring down 2 rather quickly.
That is too easy, man. This game is way too easy for Na'Vi Jr. right now. They're just running at whoever they want. Jumps from the Shaman. No turnaround potential. This has to be one of the sadder Spirit Vessel games I've ever seen. Like,
yes.
Are we ever going to get a charge?
Oh my god.
This is just completely backfired in terms of the game plan here. And as Na'Vi Jr. played this early game way too damn well. They did the old tri-lane mid, man. It's a Western European classic. Caught OG off guard. They did not respond accordingly, and this Timber got out of control. Now look at him.
This Timber is picking heroes off one after the other around the map. Really stuffs the TP away, so Niku can claim yet another kill. Still stuck on 2 kills. Last one they got was the Shadow Shaman at 10 minutes. It's been 10 minutes since they found something, and it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. Shad has his TP canceled. Now his team is not really in a position, Na'Vi Jr. that is, to punish him, so it will still be able to walk away, but still feels pretty bad on the map. He's just walking across the map, not really doing anything. Days, I mean, everywhere they're getting picked apart. It's every lane there is a threat.
Nowhere safe on this map anymore. No one can hold their own. That's the problem. The Lina can get some of the lanes out, but nobody else really wants to show right now. There's a free shard for the Ringmaster, and this will pick up as well. Blink for the Centaur. Everything's coming online here. I'll tell you one thing. If this goes to game 3, which it looks like it will right now, the priority on this Timber Saw is going to go up. Because know OG likes it. And now Niku has just destroyed this game. He basically didn't even lane burst the Lina, right? He just kind of neutralized it. That's pretty scary. And his hero might just get first pick, their first ban.
For those of you guys who haven't watched some of the OG games previously, they really like the Void Spirit and the Timber Saw. They drafted a lot in their games, and this Na'Vi Jr., they stole away the Timber Saw in the draft here for game 2, which is a bold play when you're already down a game, but it has worked out beautifully for them.
I mean, it is a Niku signature.
1-4 of them.
So they are very confident with the hero. I think it's just a pick that OG did not expect.
Yeah.
And they're feeling the pain right now.
And look at the pressure, man. Got the juice. Is going to hit high ground. He still has 3 minutes left on it. Oh, jump in. They got the Jakiro. He tries to just clear out the creep wave, but instead he gets picked off alongside Daze. Now both supports are dead, and the tower at half HP with Serpent Ward still up. And I don't think there's any reason to back up. None of the OG cores have shown themselves. Well, I guess, never mind. Mixa already cut the wave, so I'll have to just hit mid tower instead.
I mean, that's a Rax if you don't get that wave cut. A heads up play cutting it there. But it feels like you're just stemming the bleeding very briefly here. As there's still 2 minutes on this Aegis for the Morphling. They're just going to go back top, get the wave in mid. Head straight back for this top barracks. Why not? No glyph. This is a dead Rax if you don't take the fight.
Where's the morph into the Jakiro? Let me see it.
He doesn't want it.
And they're just gonna kill the Jakiro. Got the juice. He'll tank up a Laguna Blade. No problem. Dawnbreaker drops the ultimate. Navi Jr. just casually walk out of the AoE. No problem.
Well, you got everybody back here. You got a tier 3. You can chill. You can heal. You're gaining a massive net worth lead off this period. No reason to overforce the hand and give Shad the Spirit Vessel charge.
True.
Still doesn't have.
Still a worthless item. It just.
Oh my god.
He would have been better to just rush Aghanim Scepter, seemingly.
It would have been better with Midas or anything at this point.
True. Rough times.
I'm telling you, he should have just died. He should have just died somewhere, and at least then he would have had it to try and make a play.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen a play yet where I was like, oh, the Spirit Vessel would have made the difference there, you know?
That is also probably true.
And the scary part is Navi Jr., they're going to get stronger. They've got big items coming up, right? Because the Timbersaw, he opted for this early BKB, which means he still doesn't have his Aghanim Scepter, which is another source of tankability, but also damage for this hero. And PMA, he almost has his Shivas. He's working toward it pretty quickly. And obviously the Morphling is just going to scale up and up and up. He's trying to get a Scani next item, so. But it's just the other cores are still going to reach higher peaks on their heroes.
They're taking 2 lanes at once right here. This is...
Yeah.
You have an amp damage on the Void Spirit. You got to do something here. If you are OG, and the Ags will be done for Shad. This is kind of it. This is your last chance to try and hold this game with this item timing. You have BKBs on the other cores. And just like that, they're gone.
Aegis. I think you got to smoke out soon. They buy one on Kadaro.
Sure.
You got to make a play soon before these next round of items come in.
Got to go now. You got to place some wards out on the map. Look for anything. Try and just find a core target that you can chain stun and bring down with the burst damage. Not easy into Stampede, but your options are very limited, and Ags on the Timber makes them even more limited here.
Radiant are scanning.
You also always have that escape act to throw in, so honestly, if Navi Jr. information, it's hard to see a way they lose the fight right now.
Timbersaw jumps in. Oh no, Shad jumped in after him, but he was too quick with it. Blinks out of there, and OG still have yet to deal with this Morphling. Manta's off the first silence here from Shad. Melee barracks. It's falling pretty quick.
Give him the old aggressive chain. That's the real BM on this hero.
He's giving him the pudge chain. He's hooking him out of the base. And there goes that high ground ward that OG was trying to play around. Both high ground wards they are trying to play around, so now they're blind on the map.
From bad to worse in this game, man. Nothing has gone. 2 kills, man. That's ridiculous. They've gotten nothing. We got a Shaman once and a Centaur once at the 5-minute mark. Sad times in this game, too, for OG. Nice response from Navi Jr., though. Showed up here, not going down easy. And this could be the first loss for OG. Gotta remember, they haven't lost yet.
That's true, and you said you would much rather, as a player in a team, take that loss on your way through the bracket, not experience that loss for the first time on the most important game.
100%. I'd rather be weathered than untested, as one might put it. Scotty Dunn forgot the juice. It's a game ender right here if you get a team fight out of it. OG just refusing to leave the base, but clock is ticking.
So the Aghanim Scepter is done for the Timber Saw. PMA just needs another 900 gold, and he will have that Shiva's. And the Scotty is done for Got the Juice. So they kind of have everything. Zayat's with an Ether Lens on top of his 4-stat Blink Dagger. Boy, he's farmed. And Riddy's is even more farmed than him. Oop, not the best Blink, but he still managed to turn around and get the hacks. Now they're going to chain him up here. The Dawnbreaker Ultimate and the save from the Disruption. Might just bail out Shad. Needs to get out of the Serpent Warrens with the Dissimulate. Goats after the Shadow Shaman. Meanwhile, Stormstormer took a hefty amount of damage.
Kill anything.
He's being stampeded upon. And the BKB is going to wear thin. He's going to get Chakram down. Brought low by the Centaur. And Niku just, he works him, man. GG is called. And it's damn near closest you can get to a shutout. 21-2.
Oh yeah, that is a brutal beatdown and a half, and so much of it is behind that Niku Timber. He just worked him out of that mid lane, ran the whole map. This OG lineup, he never got a vessel charge in this game. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Like, especially when it's the safe laner buying it, right? This was not a slow earned vessel. This was pretty fast game. He never found a single charge. No kill happened after that shaman at the 10 minutes. Brutal stuff here for OG. Could not find anything in this game. And this is the Ringmaster that we've said has looked really good for Navi Jr. too. Like, I'm surprised they don't pick this hero earlier more often, because the way they play around it, the way Ridis plays in particular, it's just so damn good. They combo it really well with all these AoE stun heroes that they always, feels like they always have at least one of those, right? Like some Centaur, Tiny, whatever. And it just looks so good in the fight. Even these last fights, like, you have to go into so many saves. You have to chase this shaman down through 4-stat, through Stampede, through the Ringmaster save. It's so tough. Then he always has a little foul play to fall back on. It's way too hard to kill anything in this game. The draft looked fine for OG. It just, the laning phase was not good enough, and then the supports couldn't get anything done, and I think they didn't respond well to the mid pressure. They didn't find kills on the side lanes, and they didn't try lane mid back and just play around the Lina, which is, I think, something that could have happened. But instead, you gave all 3 of the first power runes to the Timber, and that's way too good, right? He got haste, amp damage, and shield rune, I believe. And all of those eventually culminated in him just taking that mid tower and Stormstorm being too afraid to go back there. To me, that's not good enough from what this pick was designed to do. And I think that's where this game just kind of fell apart.
Zayat did an excellent job as a Shadow Shaman. This hero may not have a good win rate for the TI qualifiers, but it still looks like a pretty decent hero. And in Zayat's hands in this game, certainly did a lot of work, set up a lot of kills. Helps that you can play around a Timber Saw, right? Because it feels like the enemy team can't fight back into the Timber Saw. So it just means anytime you get that opening for a Hex or a Shackles, the Timber Saw swoops in and the enemy team just has to run away. And as a result, all they did was retreat. OG walk away with only 2 kills, 1 on Zayat and 1 on the PMA Centaur. And that was only because of the laning phase off of that 1v2. So it was a rough game 2 for OG. We'll see how well they can bounce back. This is their first loss in the Western European qualifier for the International, and they're going into a very important game 3. We'll give them a break. We'll give ourselves a break and come back with that final game of the series.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
One final game separates one of these teams from claiming the first slot for a Western European team at the International. Now, there are 2 spots, and whoever does fail here will have a second chance in the lower bracket. But obviously, nobody wants to have to take that second chance. Everybody would much rather secure it here and now. And going into this game 3, it's going to be a hard task, I think, Avery, for OG specifically. They may have won that game 1, and they did so very thoroughly, but not as thoroughly as Navi Jr. did in game 2.
No, they got beat down, and that's also the first game they've lost as qualifier. So they will get tested here in a different way than they've been tested so far, and hopefully your team responds well, because if you don't, you're going to be in a very uncomfortable situation, and both these teams would really like to claim this slot. That said, having no tail there probably helps your team morale, your confidence, being able to reset. He's going to say the right things. He's been in this situation 100 times before. That said, Navi Jr., all the last 3 series they played in have all gone to the 3rd game. These guys are no strangers to going the distance in these series and pulling out the dub when they need it most in that game 3. So this will be the 3rd game 3 in a row they're tested. So far, the track record's pretty good.
Indeed. And thinking about draft. So obviously there were some adjustments to be made off of that game 1, right? Navi Jr., they played their strategy with the Mag Venge and high base damage heroes, and it didn't work out. But they also gave OG a lot of what OG wanted to rock. And one of the biggest things they like to rock is 1, the Void Spirit, 2, the Timber Saw. Navi Jr. opted to take the Timber Saw away from OG and into the very capable hands of Niku. And Lit Shad have the Void Spirit, and it proved to be a great decision. So what adjustments do OG make now?
Well, their first pick. So it's theoretically in their control. Like if they want to first pick the Timber, they can do that. If they want to first pick Void Spirit, they can technically do that, though I think that's less likely. If they feel like the Shaman caused issues, they can ban that out and just re-go Shadow Demon here. I think they would have taken a 9 if it had gotten left, so I think Navi Jr. Wise move to ban that hero. It causes them way too many issues in that game 1. Too many to address here. Just remove it from the pool. And it'll be a lot of core bans here, so a lot of the supports are going to get left. So you can trade out some of these random heroes, but the Ringmaster is the one that comes to mind. I think that hero is just really good in Navi Jr.'s hands, and we haven't seen OG play it, so you could ban it here, you could take it away, I could see like a Ring or Shaman ban into Timber pick, something like this. And that is what we'll see. I think this is the natural response here. Like if you're Navi Jr., you kind of have to expect this, so hopefully you have a good answer. No Ursa in the pool, kind of sucks, but you could get some other counters that output the magical burst or some control against this hero. You can also just take the Ringmaster here.
5 seconds remaining.
Navi Jr., lots of options. They surely had a plan to deal with the Timber Saw, and they'll take a really good answer to it. Now, I don't know if you saw, I believe this happened in the Southeast Asian qualifier, mid Bat Rider. Are you a believer in that, or do you feel like this is just going to be in Zayat's hands?
I believe in the mid bat. I think the mid bat is absolutely can take games over if it has the right matchup and it has some good heroes it can run at. You just need to see more. Like I don't think you first pick this bat and just lock him in there. You have to see how the draft progresses and what kind of opportunities open up for the mid bat to snowball off of a good lane matchup. And then that hero's really scary. If you pair some good supports with him, he can play really fast, and he can honestly scale pretty well. So I do absolutely, I think definitely on the table, Junior. They also last pick in again. So that's another nice card to play. Like this longer, maybe the last pick develops and really see what you want. I think the most likely is just a support here, because I think that's the roles they prefer to play it on. So if I'm OG, I'm assuming that's where it's going to go in all likelihood. But even in that support role, it can do some work versus the Timber with the Flame Break plus the Lasso, just bumping him where you need him to be and finishing him off with some extra magical burst. I like the pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Heroes that combo with the Timber Saw. Since you gave that hero, you let OG have it. You opted not to ban it away. They get an answer with the Bat Rider. It's a pretty decent one, but you also want to make sure this Timber Saw isn't too enabled. We saw that the Shadow Shaman worked out really well for Navi Jr. in game 2, but that's already been banned away. Anything else?
Honestly, the hero that comes to mind for Navi Jr., at least in this Timber, would be that Leshrac. It got banned in the game 2. No Tail banned it
Remaining.
no, who did he ban it? It got banned in game 2. I don't remember.
Yeah,
exactly
there was
where.
the Leshrac Quap bans, but
Right.
that was Navi Jr. banning it, right?
Yes. So they were banning that to protect the Timber, and I think that Lesh is something that can be quite scary for this Timber to play into, particularly if the Lesh gets buffed up. Like IO Lesh, I'm sure is viable. Oracle Lesh, these kind of things. You make that hero into a beast, you can just take the damage to the Timber, and it's a tough matchup. You're gonna do well in the lane. You can contest the runes. That's one of the heroes that comes to mind. Obviously, you can also just play stuff like Storm Spirit into him, and get some more stuns to combo with the pull. I think Storm Bat would be pretty scary for this Timber to play into. Puck could do similar things, though the damage is a little lower. I would want like a higher damage support. I also wouldn't mind Navi Jr. just taking the Ringmaster here and then keeping all those options open. And then you have AoE to combo with this Bat pull in. I feel like that's always super good.
If you want damage, more damage, why not Jakiro? Because you have Bat Rider Jakiro. That's a classic combo anyway.
That's also fine. I mean, if you want to take a generic damage dealing 5, they're all going to be fine here. I mean, Grimstroke is like the ultimate FU to Timber, but
10
we have not seen a lot of that. Though Grimstroke Bat is, is a little combo. It's not too bad.
Combo. It's a combo.
I'll tell you, this Grim hero is not as bad as people think. Like, he just really isn't. He isn't that crazy Grim we've seen in past patches, but some of these drafts, man, people are just like begging to get Grimstroke. That will happen eventually, but they will settle for the Ringmaster. I think this is the correct decision. It's the hero that's worked the best for them. It's still very good against the Timber. It's a lot of magic damage, and the idea of lassoing people into Wheel of Wonder is pretty annoying team fight to deal with. So
10
Navi Jr., they got some good supports in the opener here, and OG have some work to do to make sure they can enter these team fights well.
You can see Stormer in the back having a conversation with No Tail about their next pickups. Does seem like, from what I've been watching, it seems like most of the draft is a conversation between No Tail and Stormer. Usually you have kind of like the coach drafter and the player drafter, and usually the conversation will go between them and then pass over to some of the other players, like based off of their hero and what their preference is between a handful of picks or something.
Always most natural to have this 2-man team going at it. I will say, I always feel like Stormer looks dissatisfied. Like, I doubt he is. I'm just his like natural.
For such a happy guy,
reaction.
It's true. Yeah,
Yeah, he always looks upset or just like concerned or something. Well, what's going on in the draft? I find it funny, but nonetheless, they'll go back to the classics here, man. What's worked in the qualifier so far? The Void Spirit Timber. They played this Disruptor too. They ran that game over. So this is a very aggressive trio right off the bat. You have to be ready to get run at here if you are Navi Jr. And this is why I would aim towards cores with some early fighting power. So getting run over is less likely.
And that's where I'm not convinced by this Disruptor pickup, because Navi Jr. haven't shown that they're going to be slow. Maybe you could take that gamble in game 2, but they ran you over, beat the hell out of you. And now going into this game 3, but like maybe Bat Rider's a little bit of a slower hero, but Ringmaster certainly isn't, and they haven't shown any of their cores, and they could just ramp up the team fighting and the early skirmish power, and they do that. Pango, Gyrocopter, those are fighting cores.
I think this is conceptually the right idea. Like, you're not getting run over with these cores. Maybe you lose this game, but it's not going to be because you pick heroes that were too slow. These are some fast fighters, a lot of early spell power, a lot of damage to output into this Timber Saw, both magical and physical with this Pango now. Not an easy lineup to itemize against. And it will be the Stormer, Puck. They're going to show all 3 cores. I feel like this Puck was coming. I feel like that's what the discussion was about. And it is pretty good here. It's an annoying hero for the bat to try and find. There's no instant disable in this lineup. You can dodge out a lot of these stuns, like soft stuns, whip, homing missile, phase shifts. Pretty annoying for Navi Jr. to deal with. But now you have this Void Spirit, Puck, Timber, and this does feel a little like they overlap to me. You know, I'm sure your scale is fine with this Void Spirit in the late game, but it's in terms of that early and the mid game, it's kind of just 3 spellcasters. And generally, there's usually something you can exploit about that. You can get early BKBs, you can build a pipe, you can pick like a hero that just does Roshan super fast, so the second that OG take a fight, if it doesn't go that well, or they have to reset resources, something like Ursa just goes in the pit, kills Roche, and then OG never have that Roche kill option because the scaling damage doesn't come online till later. So I feel like this is a little overlappy for my taste, but it is OG's wheelhouse, and it is something that's worked for them really well so far. I would just be worried about BKB timings here. Like, if you get a BKB on this gyro and then you have Rolling Thunder going through, it's already 2 heroes that, what are you doing to them in that time as OG? Like, you don't do anything. Disruptor's useless. Puck's pretty useless. Timber's not doing a lot. Void Spirit, he's doing the most, but he ranks pretty low in that department compared to most carries. So that's the big concern here if you're OG. Maybe there's a pick that can help rectify that with some BKB Pierce here. Like, and just help reset the fight. Like, honestly, anything that stops Rolling Thunder. We saw them do the Bane, but the Bane got banned. The other one that comes to mind is Treant, but we have not seen any Treant, and it's pretty miserable against Gyro Bat.
5 seconds remaining.
The Grimstroke is still there. Just say.
Okay.
As I suggest this here over the 80th time. Like I said, though, No Tail's the one guy who would pick that hero. I'm telling you, he would.
It's beginning to border on an obsession, Avery.
No Tail's the guy who would pick it because he probably hasn't played Dota in like 3 years. So he thinks it's still really good. It's
Okay,
like, you know, it's Grim, guys. I won TI with it. Like, it's still good. I can also see Phoenix kind of working here. It's a nice combination with the Puck Void, and then it's not a BKB piercing hero, but you throw this egg out in the fight, and it's gonna force some attention, or maybe help you reset it. But it is not that like direct BKB pierce.
I just don't. If you don't have any BKB Pierce, I don't like the Phoenix because Gyro is going to get a BKB at some point. He's just going to BKB, run, flat cannon, hit the egg, and yeah, you're kind of toasted.
Radiant team pick.
Tusk.
Oh, that is some. I mean, that is technically a BKB slowdown here, right? Like, you can shards people off, snowball, dodge some spells, punch somebody in the air. Gives you some more physical damage. I do like the idea of the pick here. But the downside is you have nothing for the Rolling Thunder. Like, this hero does not stop that Rolling Thunder, so
you got shards. Shards can sometimes be good against it.
It's a little something.
Yeah.
It balances out the lineup at least a little. So, I don't mind it here. What do Navi Jr. want now?
I mean, mid matchup against the Puck.
Could just be the Tiny again.
Yeah.
Tried and true. Honestly, not a bad Ember game. My concern with the Ember would be you have enough damage to kind of put into chains and stuff like that. But if you look at these OG heroes, like the Tusk Disruptor, pretty bad against Ember. This Puck matchup is still not amazing for him. It's kind of whatever. Like, Chains does some work here, and there's no control for this Ember with the support duo, really. That's why I'm kind of eyeing it.
Nice call.
There it
nice
is.
Call.
I think that is the best pick there. It's really spooky for OG, especially when you look at the early armor. Like, this Orb of Corrosion Ember going into their lineup early, super hard to deal with. These heroes just get chunked. Like, you're going to get Sleight of Fisted, your armor reduced. You might get hit by flak hits. You might get hit by a swashbuckle. There's going to be some Ringmaster Dagger hitting you, some Flame Break Napalm. There's so much long-range poke in this lineup that as OG, you have to pick your fights very carefully so you don't get caught getting chipped down and enter the fight half HP.
I just noticed Storm. Is he wearing gunners? Puts the gunners on for the match for game 3, and a very, very important game 3 for OG. As you said, this was their first loss. This last game too. This was their first loss going through the Western European qualifier. how can they bounce back from that mid-series? And if they can't bounce back from that, it feels even less likely you're going to be able to bounce back from it after a series loss, right? Because then you have to play tomorrow in the losers bracket, and you're beginning to think, oh God, we just came so close to making it to TI. What if we mess up? What if we don't make it? And this is a relatively young squad. It's why the leadership of No Tail is probably so important to this squad. Add on to the fact that I feel like he's been doing some pretty good job when it comes to the draft. Did they win this draft, Avery, though?
I don't think they clear out won this one. This has not been as one-sided as some of the previous drafts we've seen from them. They got their comfort picks. They have a lineup that functions really well together and a lineup that can absolutely snowball this game. But I don't think it's a clear draft one. I think Navi Jr. have a lot of tools to fight back. They have a lot of early skirmish power, and this last pick, Ember, could be absolutely nasty. It is another level 30 hero for Nico. He is super qualified on it, plays well with the team on this hero, combines well with the supports here. Again, like, you just look at the little combinations. You get Slight changed into Dagger, Whip, Napalm, Flame Break. That's enough to annoy anybody in this game. So I have some faith this Ember, especially with Mage Slayer. Like, we didn't talk about that, but Mage Slayer in this game is incredibly good against OG.
Oh, yeah.
That is a very tough item to deal with. And this is where I go back to the 3 cores overlapping, right? They're all spellcasters. Yeah, Timber does pure damage, but they're all spell damage based, which means this Mage Slayer for Ember is going to be amazing in this game. Like, you get the Mage Slayer hit on anybody in this lineup, you're feeling good. So I like this Ember pick for that reason too. He was one of the last heroes in that draft that could have built this item and used it reliably, and it's going to be amazing here.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I didn't think about that, because when I was thinking about the Void Spirit Timbersaw cores that they really like, I was like, it's pretty interesting because you have a broad range of damage, right? Void Spirit does physical damage and magic damage, and then you've got this Timbersaw doing a bunch of pure damage. So you kind of have all 3 elements, but it is ultimately all spell damage, meaning Mage Slayer. There aren't many items in the game that are help you out against this, but Mage Slayer will be extra effective because you draft that to a duo, and if you opt for a safe lane Void Spirit, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be heavily reliant on magic damage, because what mids are not magic damage, you know?
Exactly. This is the one downside of this draft for OG, and this Ember pick is going to try and exploit it in a very smart way. So if Niku has a big game again, I think Navi Jr. are going to pull this out. But of course, everything's on the line. The pressure is as high as it gets. We'll see if OG can bounce back with their signature lineup so far in this qualifiers.
Stormer manages to sneak that one away from Niku. So that's going to be 3 bounty rune. Good start for Stormer. That'll be a faster bundle for him in this matchup, where he's going to get slided quite a lot, and it's not super fun for the puck in that regard.
All eyes on mid here. I think Stormer doesn't have to win this lane, but he cannot let Niku destroy it. Like, you just have to keep this Ember in check, and honestly, you're going to be happy.
Can we also expect mass support rotations into mid lane to enable these mid laners on both sides, perhaps?
It is sometimes difficult to rotate into the puck because it seems daunting to pressure him, but if I'm Navi Jr., I absolutely think about it if the Ember gets the puck low, which is not difficult to do. Or just stealing a water rune away, something like this. I would prioritize helping mid over winning the side lanes a little more if I'm Navi Jr., and as OG, you kind of have to understand that and respond accordingly if they decide to pull that tri-lane mid out again.
Especially for that Navi Jr. safe lane, right? Because it's, gyro lanes are super good at just flat canning pushing in the lane, and that can free up the support. As it bounces off the tower, the support can go ahead and roam.
Absolutely, especially if you have that camp open up. Could happen down the road. Do you have to worry about Timbersaw, like, just killing your carry a little bit? But outside of that, you're mostly chilling down here.
I think the Navi Jr. off lane is the one that I have most questions about. The Bat Rider Pango against a Void Spirit and a Disruptor. So OG, I mean, no slouches in the laning phase for these 2 heroes.
Let's just hope he doesn't go Vessel again, because that did not work out.
Wow.
Looks like
did not get there in time to block the easy camp.
Could be a Mage Slayer for this Void Spirit too, which is not a bad Mage Slayer game for them as well. I
Yeah,
think
that's true.
Slight plus Flak Cannon play well around it, but those Slight plus Flak are not heavy physical burst spells. They're just kind of physical damage over time and spread around the team. So
Yeah.
I don't think OG care as much about that. Mage Slayer seems like a solid option here. What is happening here, man? This is
Radiant's middle tower
pull of the century.
It's a mess, all right. I'm not sure.
This cannot be good for Stormstormer in the end, like, because he's the one who got forced off the lane. So maybe it will work out, and Niku lets him back. Yeah, he has a double wave on him. Pretty awkward.
And Niku also missed, I think a range creep ended up going
Yeah, he
into the
did.
tower, so he missed out on that.
But there's no bottle charges left for Stormstormer. He kind of got out regened here. He's doing fine though. Sure, I'm sure he'll figure it out. You know?
As he has almost every single game that OG has played in this qualifier. I mean, Shadow just in the first place for getting to this spot. I was not convinced that this OG roster was ever going to be able to come together in time, but it seems like they managed to figure things out just at the right time.
Yeah, they were almost in that dangerous range of becoming a meme, you know. But this roster has looked quite good.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the player synergy's been really high. The drafts have been on point. They play with some confidence.
Where
So
Navi
solid.
Junior, I feel like it's almost the opposite, where it's been they've consistently gotten better and better throughout the year. If you look through their Liquipedia, it's pretty much just like top sixes to maybe some top fours at a lot of online tournaments and qualifiers, and then the last little sprint. Stormstormer gonna die here. Okay, they just
Yeah, he's
take
a
the water
dangerous
rune away from
territory.
him.
I would agree. I think Navi Junior have definitely ramped up. I think they've become a lot more respected. I think at the start, people were like, yeah, this team, they have some promising players, but I'm not scared of the roster. Now you kind of have to be scared of this roster.
Yeah.
And they're showing why. One game away.
Yeah, the only real concern you would have for Navi Junior is that they didn't really show up at Dream League the way that I think some people thought. I thought that they were a team that would probably get into the second phase, the second group stage, right?
That's fair. Still a young team, I guess, in some regards. And, of course, doing well in these qualifiers is very different than playing against the best teams in the world.
For sure.
It's a very different task. This game, very even across the board. The one hero suffering is kind of Meeksa on this Timbersaw. He's having a tough time staying in the lane against the Gyro Ringmaster damage. That's a lot of early spell damage to contest with. And yeah, we are seeing some stacks come out. As the first rotation in the mid will be the Tusk. Trying to maybe get some cheeky kill on this Ember before he's 6. And he is out of bottle charges, so if you want to find the opening, it's there right now.
middle tower is under
But Nico knows, man.
This could be a make or break situation, right? Like you try too hard for this kill, you give the Ember Spirit a kill under tower, he gets 6, maybe you lose both heroes. And they do not find that opening, nor do they force it. Niku just naturally gets his level 6 and gives the tip over to Daze. He knew exactly what was coming his way. And
Yeah, this
Daze
guy's on
is so
point right now.
convinced that there was a ward on him, but no, I think it was just a good call from the safe lane.
That's a value tip. It made him second guess everything right there.
That's right. Kadaro, he's going to be caught as he has stacked up the sticky napalm charges.
First blood.
And will they get the power rune? It is going to be bottom here. Maybe Riddies can get a deny. Oh, he got it barely.
wow.
But it looks like he's going to give up the kill for it as he's going to be blocked in by the shards, no problem. Phase shift to dodge the whip. Still
Get
though, Stormstormer a little bit low. He's got coil, he's got orb. He'll jaunt to it and teleport out.
That's like almost worth it. You got coil out of him and you got the shield rune deny. You also got the D ward on mid. It's like that's a close to okay trade, but first blood going to Nico is huge here.
Yep, and another tip to Daze.
Yeah, he's putting in the mental damage right now. So a small setback for OG on mid as the Ember and the Gyro pull ahead a little bit here. Looking for Wisdom Shrines, just gonna get split here, no contest really.
Navi Jr. slight lead off this laning phase. Wisdom Shrine's going to be traded out, but there is a bit more stacking on the side of Navi Jr. I think there was only one stack that was done by OG, while we see this double triangle getting stacked up 3 different times by Zayats.
2 for the
I got a
Tusk on that
second
big
one.
camp. That's about it. But yeah, this Bat Rider's about to get some juicy farm injection right here.
Yeah.
You think it's going to go to the gyro? No. I'm the real gyro.
I think that is more than fair. Later stacks can go to the gyro, but Bat Rider needs to actually have a game. This is a little bit of a greedier support. You always hate to see a Bat Rider who gets shut down and just can't ever get to his Blink Dagger. That feels really bad.
As Niku comes in and steals all of his big creeps on 0 HP.
All right, well, Niku's griefing.
That was
What can you say?
that was just rude, man. That was
Got the juice. Here comes that dive. You knew this was coming eventually. Got the juice. Isn't quite dead yet. A shield crash comes through. Sends the Pango back. A good snowball dodge on the shield crash. He didn't really get anything out of that one. Oh, what? How did that timber chain not hit the tree? That was crazy. He quelling bladed one of them, but there was a full forest that Mixa was heading at. But I guess it just fell a little shy of the other trees as a result. At least the support gets out. But the gyrocopter does get run down. I mean, you called it. If you start focusing too much on mid, the Timbersaw is going to punish the gyro.
tough hero to punish when he has call down barrage, but no call down goes off. You're able to soak up some of that barrage damage.
Here. Navi Jr. setting up for him. That's not going to land on the whip, and he's running out of mana here as well. Now 21 magic wand charges, so he definitely has enough to heal up and do one more step. Goes for the TP out. The stun, the Rolling Thunder is there just in time, and now Niku shows up for the last hit.
Meanwhile, this Gyro just solo killed Tusk 1v3.
Oh no.
OG feeling the pain of trying to fight this hero with the call down still up. Didn't use it on that earlier fight. Gets to put it to use now. That's a massive find. Because now you're not killing this Gyro and you're not hitting his tower. You just lost your support while your carry dies. Let's see this timber chain. No, he just missed it.
Oh, he just missed it. It wasn't even a calling blade play.
No, he had tangos, but sometimes you just miss, you know?
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us. Mid tower did go down during a lot of that sequence, by the way. So that is important to note, as Puck will have some more space to operate with.
Yeah, usually it's the other way around, right? Usually Ember Spirit takes Puck's tower because he's a bit better at pushing in the lane, and then he just chips away at the tower with the orb.
That's why it's peculiar here. But it's a product of Niku fighting elsewhere. Like, he made the top play. He's made a couple plays off of that mid lane. Just hasn't been a priority for them this game. That said, he is the highest net worth out of the lane phase, and that is exactly what Navi Jr. want. They want this Mage Slayer online as fast as possible. They want max Slight Chains up as fast as possible, and then just
got the juice in some trouble.
fight with it.
Meeks, can he do enough damage? He does. He took a lot there. As the call down comes through, glimpse back onto Riddies, and full retreat from the other two. They TP out. Ooh, and Niku gets there just half a second too late to collect one of the kills. Chains. And now Day sees his opportunity to get some little mental revenge on Niku.
They're really taking it to this gyrocopter. I feel like Navi
Niku
Jr.
is pissed about it. He
Oh,
said,
yeah, he wants
you
him
don't
now.
tip me, I tip you. Still gonna catch him on the remnant. Nice snowball dodge back. I mean, Day's he broke his ankles there.
He waited.
He's still gonna die, but it was a nice
God.
little play.
It's so BM, dude, just waiting. Well, you shouldn't have tipped him, I guess. That's the lesson
do
there.
you think that Niku makes as aggressive move on Tusk if he didn't get tipped there?
Probably not.
Probably not, man. Like maybe he
he's-
still goes for him. He still gets the kill, but he so aggressively was like, I'm gonna triple remnant your ass, you know?
He got him. He got him in the end, so the regen rune makes it kind of a free move. And these kills add up. Like, this is not the guy you want to be giving free solo kills to.
No.
Radiant are scanning.
Finally got the juice. He will give up that bottom lane. He will go into the stacks. Try and clear through some of this. This is not the easiest clear.
Reedies could use the experience. I'm surprised he's not soaking here, and he's not level 6 yet. Oh, no, he just got 6. Never mind.
Yeah, he's doing well. Just not that much damage on this gyro. Like, you're flacking for 90 damage here.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't
Pretty
called
slow.
down.
This is the kind of game where you actually want the call down off cooldown. Right? That's maybe the one consideration, because you're just getting run at so much. I actually think this is the correct play, but it's just slow. Slow, man.
I know you're not a carry player, but where do you lie on the Aghanims first versus Chrysalis first on Gyrocopter?
I think the Chrysalis first is good when you have a very good lane and you're far ahead. I think if you're not ahead and you're recovering in the jungle, then you should rush the Aghs. That's how I feel.
Okay. Fair enough. Smoke on 3 from Na'Vi Jr. They push in the bottom wave and go through the gate. They're going after Shad. Not an easy kill. Last time they were able to kind of poke at him, get him to use one of those astral steps early. Plan to set this up. It's a little hard to see is if he spots the Bat Rider, it should just be able to disengage. And sure enough, that's what happens.
That's an ambitious kill attempt. Very unlikely you get the Void Spirit this early in the game. I guess you do threaten him, you kick him out of a little bit of an area. But you did just get the Mage Slayer on the Ember, so Niku's super strong right now. Strongest hero on the map. If you can just play through him and find a couple picks with the chains, or take some fights where OG get baited into fighting this Ember, it's gonna be good times for Na'Vi Jr.
Shad will be evening things out in that regard, though. As he'll have his Mage Slayer coming in very soon.
His is not as effective here, though. Is worth mentioning. Like it's good, but it's not as quick and as easy to use as this Embers is.
Yeah, it's both more effective against OG and it's easier to use on Slight. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Also, I think the support combinations with the Ember going in are stronger than with the Void Spirit going in.
Yeah, fair. I mean, add on top of that, Void Spirit's just less likely to be in these fights as he's also your carry. He also needs to make sure he's still scaling up in the game. Can't be playing for team fights the entire way.
Does a OG want to make a move right now? They have Arcane Rune Puck. They have ults on the supports. They're going to smoke and try and find a big core kill if they can get it with this coil into Static Storm.
I'm surprised they didn't go triangle just because you know there's stacking going on there and maybe you find the Gyrocopter. But instead they opted to go to the lane to try and find the Pangolier. Bad timing on that one though. The Pango backed up for the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine at 15 minutes.
Do get a good ward out here.
They are going to catch Giants doing these stacks. Now the kill by itself,
they're going to
whatever.
chase.
Oh, the Ember's going to chase after him. Got a chains only on to Daze here. Still looking for that Tusk kill. He's going to be controlled up a little bit. Good whip comes in. Oh, right into the wheel too. Perfect timing there from Riddies. And with the Ember Spirit, they might just be able to chase him down. It's a missile, it's a Rolling Thunder, it's an Ember Spirit. There's so much going after Shad. They haven't gotten him just yet. A swashbuckle to finish him off. PMA, he's in pretty deep, but OG are full retreating out here. The Gyrocopter still chasing after Daze, who was the initial target of Ember Spirit's ire. Very good shards. Science, he'll try and catch up to him. Flame break, TP out. He's successful on that. There's no stuns and not enough damage.
Nice escape. That's a dangerous move for OG. We saw how fast Na'Vi Jr. can respond. Diffusal, Pango, Mage Slayer, Ember. That is not a fight you want to take when you don't start it on the core with those big ults. And Niku just can't get a rune this game, man. Like, this is...
Yeah, seriously.
Some brutal luck for him. He's going to miss out again. I don't think he's gotten a single one.
He's losing the runes to not even mid laners, you know? The Timberzaw's hanging around. He's picking it up. It's not even like it's going to Stormstormer every single time. Speaking of him, he is setting up the bottom lane. If they don't find a kill, they'll take the tower.
Very even game so far. Maybe some slight edge going Na'Vi Jr.'s way with a little extra gold on Zayats from the stacking and everything, but it's negligible.
Yeah, it is. Do you favor Na'Vi Jr. on scale? I think I do.
That's a tough... I think short term, yes. Very long term, no. I think
Right. Okay. Yeah.
ultra late, like Void Spirit Puck is going to outscale you.
Right. And you get like Aghanim's Disruptor and such, but
Yeah.
there's
it's-
like that 35 to like 50-minute window where I think Gyro Ember is pretty
Yeah, he's
strong.
doing
And the team
fine.
fight initiation is easy for Navi Jr., right? Like they always have the Bat Rider initiation, which makes team fights just a lot easier to play.
It's Batrider versus no real save in a sense. So you have a glimpse, but not always reliable. Snowball save maybe,
Yeah, maybe.
but then you're going into a lot of AoE. So yeah, I think Navi Jr. are going to be fine with their scale here, as long as this Gyro and Ember are strong, and this Puck and Void Spirit don't get out of control. But if we are talking like true 5-6 slots, I think Puck kind of carries this game along with the Void Spirit universal hero scale. Can't forget about intrinsic edge. It's so powerful. It's the Batrider blink reveal.
They would
Love to
love
find
to
this
catch the
puck.
puck. They have a ward on the puck, but they go after Daze. Doesn't initially work. He gets a snowball, but he's probably still going to be caught.
Trying to
As
save
they
the
do
lasso
have a bit of infinite chase. Coil turnaround. Now he's wishing he
Okay.
just used the lasso. Ooh, Stormer burned out of his mana there. Oh, that was a dangerous position. Fortunately, he got the orb out before the burn. Back to mid lane. Glimpse out on the Ember Spirit. He tried to dodge it with the illusion rune. Did not work.
Pretty annoying glimpse, actually. Very low on remnants. Have to walk back across the map as Shad gets to push mid in at least a little bit against these illusions.
At least the illusions can keep the creep wave alive for you.
Yeah, it's dragging it back to himself. That was actually heads up play.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, not the first blink Batrider gank they were hoping for.
No.
It's a very awkward find for them, and that'll be the Ags for the Timber and blink closing in for the Puck. So the kind of aggressive early items for OG are coming online. They can start to make plays a lot more reliably, and there's instant smoke. Try and utilize this Puck blink to set stuff up with the coil and then just drop everything.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, popped it and out.
Dire are scanning.
OG are not gonna find anything on this one.
Nah, it feels bad.
I found a ward. Something. Surprised his mid tower is still up.
Dire's
Navi Jr.
middle
just
tower
not
is
gotten
under
damage on it.
Given how close the Ember Spirit is to BKB, I mean, at least they clear out the area and they'll be able to get Tormentor. That'll feel good. Especially if, well, it goes to Kadaro.
middle tower has fallen.
Not as good.
No. An Arcane Rune. Niku, it's free. Nobody
It's your
else can
time.
get it.
Finally. He's so powerful, he
Immediately
instantly
smoke up with
smokes. It's like, guys, I got a power rune. I can play the game. Let's do
I'm
something.
surprised they don't wait for him to get BKB. They got BKB Gyro, and he'll soon have BKB, but they're rushing down to this bottom corner of the map. And Stormer, you know he's there, but he's already TP'd out. Orb TP away, nice and quick. Look at this play from the Disruptor, though. He's trying to steal the third Wisdom Shrine of the game.
It's very sneaky if it
Jarkopter is
works.
going to come back, and it's not yours anymore, I don't think, my friend. Okay,
get
never
it,
mind.
though.
He glimpsed him,
Never- okay.
but Zayats is here in time to contest it, and now he's also going to give up the kill.
Sad times for Kadaro. He went for the big play, doesn't work out. That's how it goes sometimes. This should be BKB's done for the big heroes on the side of Navi Jr. That is Niku's 200 gold away. So you'll have BKB Gyro, BKB Ember. Very strong versus OG's lineup. Very hard to put damage into them at this point in the game.
Quick kill on Iridius. It'll make the BKBs, it'll make them pretty untouchable, but also make the Mage Slayer less effective, right? Oh, straight into the pit. OG are going to do Roshan without a hero that clearly does Roshan, right? They have like tag team, and that's kind of like the best they have. That's pretty interesting.
This is not the fastest Roche.
No.
And absolutely one Navi Jr. can stop.
Well, there goes that.
Dire's
we'll re-smoke here. This could be huge if you can bring down one of these cores, then you can just do the Roche because it's already half.
Yeah, but who do you go on and how do you go on them? With the BKBs, got the juices clearly. He's sitting in the river back and forth through this Roshan area. Here's daring OG to go on him. Rolling Thunder trying to start things off. This is very aggressive from PMA. He is way ahead of the rest of his team. He does manage to get a double bump there onto the puck. So Stormer is already low. Phase shift, blink away. Nope, doesn't actually blink away. He's going to be caught in the chains. He's dead. Got the juice. Now fighting against this Timbersaw. Timbersaw with his Aghanim Scepter. It's going to wear out soon. They buy back onto the Stormer. They really want to take this fight. It's Na'Vi Jr. who need to try and disengage now. With the wheel covering their tracks, they might just be able to get back through this staircase safely. Stormer's buyback, at least initially, does not pay out.
Still have the Gyro BKB. Held that the entire time. And you still have Blink Lasso here. Expensive buyback from Stormer. Yields nothing. Power of the BKB was really showcased there on the Ember. Like, you can just chase this puck down and you know at some point you can pop the BKB and just be invincible and man up through the Static Storm. There's not a lot to protect him. Just gives Niku so much confidence in that fight. OG left scrambling to try and find something here. Going back in the pit round 2. This is still not really a play.
Yeah, this is beginning to feel desperate.
But this Gyro is still super strong. Yeah, it's glimpsed again. That's annoying, but again, it's just annoying. It's not yielding you anything here. And Rolling Thunder is back up. You did not get anything during these cooldowns.
Chad jumping out, trying to catch something.
Look
here.
at the Gyro's angle, though.
That's a Rolling Thunder death zone. You do not want to be on that staircase. Lasso.
What have you done, OG?
But they blow up the Bat Rider. Still, though, got the juices, fighting it out. Shad had to make his actual steps away. It will barely escape for now, but Team PMA dices up some of the back lines. While the roll-in, nice save there from Reeves. We got him inside the box, and the Timbersaw can't do the damage. They try and finish him off. The puck is off the minute. They do manage to get him. Niku falls. Obviously not a great exchange for OG, losing 3, but at least they got that Ember Spirit.
I thought that was going to be way worse for them, to be honest. The way they charge in there, got the juices behind them. The Pango rolls through almost everybody. The fact they get the Ember out of that is a blessing, because that fight could have gone a lot worse. Void Spirit's very low. The puck is very low. Could have been a dieback for him. Broach done, forgot the juice.
Should actually do this or not. They still have the BKB on the gyro.
BKB. As long as you pick the ages up, it's fine.
Can he pick it up though? It might just get stolen away.
He gets
got the juice. He gets the grab on it. Stormer couldn't make the steal this time around, and instead they'll get heavily punished. Nice snowball pickup on the puck. He needed the extra help so he could blink away, but it'll leave Daze out and killed. They lose their carry. They lose another support in their contest over the Roshan pit. If they could have grabbed the Aegis, maybe it would have been worth it. But as it is, Na'Vi Jr. now with a commanding 7,000 net worth lead.
That's such a hard Aegis to grab, though, when you can throw Wheel of Wonder on top of it. Because then you have to look into the wheel to try and get this thing.
Ah, right.
And it just ends up catching all the cores. Of course, you still the Gyro BKB. The Broach arrived right as got the juices, finishing that Roche off. Gives him such an insane damage boost. Really nice timings hit by this Gyro. And yeah, you just drop wheel, you BKB here. I mean, I don't think Shad ever had a chance of picking this up.
Yeah, now that you point out the wheel problem, that I think that was a fundamental problem with making that play.
I feel like that entire sequence was off. I'm not 100% sure why OG felt like they needed to force the Roche at that point in the game.
Trying to go over the gyrocopter while his BKB is on cooldown here. Box buys him a little bit of time, but that just opens up Reeves potentially to get the kill onto him. Now, the Aghanim Scepter is protecting the Timbersaw, trying to cover it with the Static Storm, but they still lose their support. The Cut the Juice only finally dies. Shad, he ends up going down there towards the end of it, and Mixa no longer having his Aghanim Scepter. It's just Na'Vi Jr. running the house, running the full swing of things as they will get the triple kill on Niku.
Stormer's not even at that. I mean, this is just way over ambitious. They are feeling the pressure, and it feels like they're desperate at this point. Just going for a desperation play on this Gyro who has Aegis anyway. And my god, I don't think I've seen a neutral item enchantment do so much work relative to the neutral item. The Vampiric on that Mana Trout for the Gyro was so good there. He's just lifestealing for so long. You get the spell lifesteal as well on all the barrages and everything. That's a value neutral item.
And the bad part is OG, they're a little behind. And then they try and make this awkward Roshan play, trying to force Navi Jr. into some sort of engagement, and that goes bad. And then they try and force it again, and that goes bad. And then they just keep on forcing things because they're behind. They feel like they need to make a move, and it just gets worse and worse. Now they're 12,000 in the bucket here. That is, I mean, this is one of those leads that this early on to the game where Navi Jr., you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to go high ground at some point.
Long way to that next Roshan as the Aegis gets taken down pretty early here. But your gyro's so big now. Feels like you can still just play really aggressive around the map. Especially if he finishes Satanic, which, by the way, it is finished.
Yep.
What
He
a
got it so
massive
fast.
item. Dude,
Like,
he's
he
so
got that
far
Revenant's
ahead.
brooch, won a team fight, then won another team fight, now has a Satanic.
He's untouchable. I don't know how OG deal with this guy right now if he's in the middle of the fight. And again, you can't really take heroes down because of the BKB on the Ember and the roll-up / Rolling Thunder on the Pango. This Static Storm just feels useless. This is the problem with Disruptor. You fall behind, you play into BKBs, this hero does nothing for you. He's just complete dead weight. Need Ags, I guess. That's your only fallback option right now.
Yeah.
Dire's
What, Ags on the puck, you mean?
attack.
Ags on Disruptor, that's what I'm thinking about. Like,
Oh,
you gotta...
okay, yeah. I was about to
I
say,
mean,
I was
Ags
like, but
puck
that
too.
doesn't. I mean, I was gonna say Ags puck, but then the gyrocopter just sits there with his butterfly and Satanic and just says, "What up?"
Radiant
You gotta start ratting this game out and play for some later timings. I don't think you're winning the fights right now. This
It's
is
gonna be
the
hard to
Timber.
rat against Reedy's, who has a Yule Scepter, so he could set himself up, tame the beast into the wheel, and then
OG
Spear
are
comes
here.
in with all the damage. I mean, are they willing to take it into this corner, though, against this gyrocopter with his BKB and Satanic? Timbersaw finally gonna die here. Daze dies on the way to trying to get to Mixu, and it's another situation where they're scrambling
man.
to try and get into a position to take the fight, and they just get walloped.
Orchid done on Miku, completely shutting down Shad there. This game's getting out of control. The responses have been scattered, to say the least, for OG, and I mean, you can see it on Navi Jr. They're feeling like they're about to win this game. They're about to go to TI. OG are just crumbling right now.
I mean, this
And
goes
there's-
back to what you set the stage with, like, what happens if OG loses a game in this series? Are they going to be able
Yep.
to handle that mental pressure? And I think it's fair to say that we're seeing some cracks here.
We're seeing them falter a little bit. Stormstormer just lost his courier as well that had full Octarine on it. So that's going to set the puck back. That Timber died as he finished BKB, but it was not flying out to him. If you have that, you can just BKB TP out. It's like all these little things are just not lining up for OG right now. They need to stabilize. They need to reset this game, reset the mentality, and just get a solid team fight where they're all together and you can lead with the puck. You can still win these fights if you kite out BKBs. Like, that's your one concern, but at this point, you have given so much gold to Navi Jr. that might just be too much to ask for. Like, these supports are rich. They have Glimmer, Yule's, Force Staff, a lot of utility to get through. You still don't have strong BKB Pierce to deal with the Ember Gyro. And now there's a Basher on this Pango. Even more control. They're just going to go high ground. Shield and Ember leading the charge. They're not going to wait for the next Roshan spawn. They say it's too far away. We want our invite now.
I'm in agreement with that. You have this massive window where you have Satanic. You don't quite have the butterfly yet, but I'm not sure if it matters too much. You're mostly trying to deal with the magic damage of OG right now. And if OG could stall this game, they do have a later window, but right now it seems near impossible to take the team fight, and that's why they're opting out. They do not take the team fight for bottom. Are they going to take it for mid? Because got the juices and slowing down.
Tips are coming out. Raxes are falling. OG, what are you gonna do here? You gotta make some magic happen.
trying to put something together. Quick initiation onto the gyrocopter. Shad, he goes to the back line, but he got Orchid in. Orchid it up, Static Storm to try and protect him though, but it's not good enough. They still have the damage. Nico pops his own BKB, and he just lays into him. So does Got the Juice. It's just the physical damage by itself is a threat to OG. Buybacks are used, but they don't have one on Shad. Radius does get cut down by Mixa. Meanwhile, Stormstormer gets a beautiful coil onto 2. He can't commit to it though, and the Ember Spirit's going to chase after him. Meanwhile, Mixa picks up by the snowball. Can he get away though? Missile on him. A Timber Chain. Silence up for a little bit longer. Burst it down. Stormstormer still trying to struggle in the backline. He kills some supports. Daze is going to get run down by the Bat Rider. Collects that kill. Stormstormer is now looking to cut waves as the enemy team has just destroyed his team, and they're inside of his base. They're going to take the mid lane of barracks. They're going for the full kit and caboodle. They're going to go for megas, and there's not much Stormer can do about it.
You can cut some waves, you can take a rune, but the fight is over. This game might be over. Expensive buybacks committed. More items rolling in for Navi Jr. Ags for the Ember. Butterfly done for the Gyro. Just got completely out of control this game, and there's another Orchid Chains.
This Orchid is just ruining Shad's life right now. Got the juice.
Just can't touch this guy.
Butterfly Satanic. He activates the Satanic early just to once make sure he's topped off for the upcoming team fight. No chance of getting bursted down. They found their jump. They found the lasso on a Stormstormer. He's got a buyback. Meanwhile, PMA, he catches the Disruptor, takes him out of the fight. Nuku's able to join him with the Remnants to get a backline kill and a clean retreat. Now they're going to jump on Mixa with the wheel, though he's not looking at it just yet, but he can't get away either. He's stuck in it. Got the Juice, still at half HP. Only so much Stormstormer can do. Damage department locked up in the chains. Orchid up. 1 second. He has to blink away into the fountain. Daze. He does manage to get the kill on Zion, but he gives up the godlike spree, and it's over. Navi Jr. are going to the International.
Oh, what a result for this team. I mean, we could feel it building all year. They have been working, they have been improving, they have been coming together as a team as they come together here on the cameras. And man, to get that result that you have dreamed of all year, it feels so damn good. Like, there is no better feeling. And they deserve it. They were impressive in this qualifier all the way. They went to game 3 in 3 of these series and managed to win all of those game 3s. This team just powers up as the pressure gets put on them. And we saw OG, they faltered, right? They have not lost yet in this qualifier. They lost in that game 2. They got beat down. They go in this game 3. They pick an aggressive draft with this Disruptor that needs to find some snowball action. And they just get run over again. I think this Ember pick was way too good. It presents a hero on the map you just can't really interact with. The puck doesn't have enough damage to bring down. We saw how much the Mage Slayer and the BKBs did in these fights. The fact that Got the Juice could hold his BKB on Gyro this entire exchange that we're seeing on screen is just ridiculous, right? Because he always has this ace up his sleeve. You just can't kill him. There's another instance. He just runs in. He doesn't have to use it here. There's no pressure on him. And they're just battling through this Timber Axe. I feel like it's rare I see that Timber Axe not get dispelled, and yet they just kill him after the entire duration's gone. It's like, okay, we don't care. We're just going to survive. Man, the overlapping spellcaster Tricor for OG, it really got abused here from the itemization on Navi Jr. And some nice aggressive picks. They matched the tempo. They played the Roshan fights well. This team does a lot of small stuff really nicely, and the player synergy is really good. They understand what the roles are in the fights. A well-deserved TI invite here. And be exciting to see what they can do on the big stage, because I think they have earned their spot. It's now just a question of what you can do once you get there.
Yeah, and I think the coolest thing for them is going to be the fact that they also qualified for EWC. So they've been grinding out online tournaments, they've been grinding out qualifiers, really have not been able to play on too many lands, right? They got to experience Dream League, but that didn't go the best. They didn't get into that second group stage, so it was a limited amount of experience they got out of that. And but now they're qualified for EWC and they're qualified for TI. They're going to get to go to EWC and play at that LAN, and that will set them up, hopefully, for a strong TI performance.
I think they're going to do well. Like, I think they're going to be a threat at these big tournaments. And you know what? Even if they falter a little bit, you're going to get a lot of experience. You're going to learn what went wrong. You're going to be able to set yourself up for the other one, like you talked about. They've got a good roadmap ahead of them, and this has been a cool squad to watch over this year, or even like last year and a half. I mean, they have some fun players. Like, this is a fun team. I enjoy watching them play. They play fast. They play aggressive. They take the fight to you. Sometimes you get stuck in like these kind of AFK farming games, but it's kind of by design, right? It's like a Magnus lineup where they're okay farming. It's not them just AFKing because they don't know what to do. So
Yeah.
I feel like if you're not watching this team, you're missing out on some good Dota, and it's cool to see it come together when it matters most.
Yeah, I think the best showing of the aggression that you're talking about is the fact that in this such a high pressure match, right? They have the advantage. They could have waited around for Roshan, right? They reasonably could have just been like, okay, let's just control the map, wait for Roshan. It's going to be a while, but we can get that Roshan guaranteed, and then we're just going to be able to use that Aegis to go high ground. But no, they said we have the opportunity, perhaps the biggest advantage right here, right now. Let's go for it. And they went for the high ground push, and it was an excellent call.
I think it's a really good sign for a young team. That's like why young players are really nice, because they don't have fear sometimes. Like there's two categories: the guys who are afraid because they lack the experience, and the other category is the guys who just don't care because they think they're better than everybody and they have massive ego. And I feel like this team just plays with confidence. They just think they're better. We saw it with the tipping, right? And like the aggressive, just kill the tusk, send a message. We're not going to wait for Roche. We're going to end the game. These things are very decisive, and decisive decisions win you Dota games. Like they win you more games than they lose you. You got to play to win, not to lose. And it's a good sign to see in a young team like this. And for OG, they're going to have to refine that tomorrow. Like they're not out of it yet. They're still a very strong team in this qualifier. Might end up going against, Enigma Galaxy, some of their old friends, and that could be some
let's
kind
see
of
who
grudge
they're
match.
going to be matching up against, right? We could go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see Navi Junior's run through the upper bracket as they got multiple 2-1s. They started off with a 2-0 against Yellow Submarine, who is still in this tournament, by the way, who are still making 2-0s in the lower bracket. So they are clearly a tough opponent, and Navi Junior 2-0'd them, and then 2-1s all the way to a qualification to the international. What a great way to be able to do it. While OG, they're going to drop down now, and waiting in that lower bracket, Enigma Galaxy and Yellow Submarine. They're going to be playing against each other. The winner will have the opportunity to play OG for that second slot of Western Europe to the international.
Stressful spot to be in if you're OG now, because you had your shot and you missed it. So now you're starting to doubt, like, are we not going to be able to clinch it up the second time? That's not a fun position. And they're going to go up against a team with a lot of momentum, because no matter who you play, that's going to be 3 or 4 series deep for them. They're going to be figuring stuff out. They're going to have their drafts unlocked. They're going to have more games played probably than you at that point, and we'll have probably lost more games as well. So like, they've lost a series as well. They're going to have a lot more to learn from. That's a tough spot. It really is. And I think we all agree, like a lot of the teams in this qualifier are very close in terms of performance and skill. Nothing's free. It's not as if you're going against some garbage lower bracket team. Those are good teams down there. So their road ahead of them is quite difficult now. And there's going to be a lot on the line in that last match.
I mean, the stories are crazy here. I mean, Yellow Submarine, if they manage to make it through, first of all, they're an open qualifier team. They made it through the second open qualifier. And then they started off in that extra upper bracket round. So they will have had to play pretty much the maximum number of series you can to be able to qualify for a TI, going through double qualifiers and then going through the lower bracket from the very start. I mean, that's fantastic.
Road.
Indeed, the hardest road. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they're making their run through the lower bracket right now. And the Yellow Submarine, they dipped down a round earlier than Enigma Galaxy, but Enigma Galaxy also got bounced by Navi Junior in their first round of the event, and they've just gone 2-0s as well. So we've got 2-0 monsters matched up against each other in the first match of tomorrow. And one of them, let's say one of them 2-0s, who knows who, right? Then you're looking at a beast of a team. And OG is going to be quaking in their boots, man. I mean, you're gonna need some veteran leadership from No Tail to get these boys in the right headspace.
I think it's also tough when you go into a series like this. Like I've been in this exact position, and you kind of gear up for this series, and you put a lot of your emotional and mental energy in this series, because in your head, if we win, we go to TI, right? And then all of a sudden you lose, and you have to play on another day. And you weren't really thinking about this, because as a competitor, you're just, I'm going to win. We're the better team. We're confident. But now you have to reset, and you don't get that release of, we're done. I can relax. I can chill. Now you have to play tomorrow. And now you have to do another night of prep. You have to do another morning of like a preparatory scrim or some pubs or whatever. And you have to re-put yourself in that mindset. And that's the difficult part. Whereas, like you said, these other teams, they just keep playing. They don't have that mentality that they have to then switch over from we're going to win to okay, what are we doing now? They're just cruising. And so yeah, I actually think I think OG is in the toughest position. That's a consequence of losing a series, but they were up against some tough competition, and you got to be able to walk it off and make it when it matters. So that will be an exciting match. I look forward to it. I think there are a lot of Enigma Galaxy fans that hope it's Enigma Galaxy, and there's probably some decent Yellow Submarine fans at this point that have grown to love them over the course of this qualifier. So a lot of big fan bases that one of those big fan bases will be disappointed tomorrow. There is no way around.
Yeah. Possibly both. We'll see. The as far as the attention on Navi Jr., you've been in many of a qualifier for TI. You've been in that situation that's very similar to Navi Jr., where you've been grinding out qualifiers, you've been grinding out online events, but you haven't been to Atlanta in a while. What does it mean for them to be able to qualify for the two biggest tournaments at the end of the season, basically?
I mean, it's huge. Of course, they do have Zayas on that roster, who is, he's a second place TI player. Let's not forget that. So they have some experience on that roster. But it's like everything for the year. And I believe we have an interview, so hopefully we can hear from them how much it means to them.
Yeah, Zayas, congratulations. I mean, big win for you guys. How are you guys feeling right now? What was the celebration like?
Yeah, I mean, it's big wins for us, for our team. Like for whole team it's like first TI in their career, so it's big win for them. And also for me, because last time I was in 2022, so yeah, I also come back in tier 1 tournaments, so yeah, we're very happy. So
well, you started the conversation perfectly. I wanted to talk to you about what it was like going from grand finals of TI, and then you had this slump for the last 2 years. You ended up on Navi Junior, and you guys have been grinding this whole time. What does it mean for you to go back to TI?
Yeah, for me it's because I got like 1 year around of 1 year break, and it's very hard to come back after that. And in last year we also was kind of close to qualifier to Riyadh or something like this in Navi. I mean, 1 year ago, and after that lose, I also felt it was very very sadly for me to being like top 2 TI, getting one break off, and after not even qualifier to TI and Riyadh. And after I start thinking, and also when I was comebacking in Dota, I already thought about to join some junior teams, because a lot of tier 1 teams already like stuck, and they had like they're not making a lot of changes, and that's why I was thinking about to join some to play with new players, more younger, like like our guys. So in that year, I made decision and asked Navi management to move me to Navi Junior, and I'm very happy and very appreciated for them. So they trust me, and we got it.
You did. Is it because you wanted that leadership role? You wanted to be able to mold younger players to your ideas?
Yeah, of course. Even in last Navi roster, some more experienced guys, more older guys, it's harder to discuss, some strategies. They already had like their own opinion, and it's kind of hard to, it's like your ego fighting with him ego, and you starting like too many, energy losing for some useless discussion. Yeah, but in this team, of course, our guys like listening to me, to my ideas, to coach ideas, and we discussing a lot. And also they love Dota. The young people. When I joined this team, I start saying like a lot. Stop like watching TikTok, stop watching like shorts, and let's talk about Dota. Let's talk about crazy like ideas, what we can do, like Grim Meat, Bounty Hunter 4, like Venge Magnus. Maybe some things you can, if you work in this way, you can find some imba strategies, right? And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your team is very young. 2 19-year-olds, a 16-year-old, and a 20-year-old. An extremely young squad. We don't know much about them because we haven't seen them when it comes to these LAN events. As you said, it's their first TI. So what is the rest of your team like? Can you give us some insights into personality of your team?
I'm just not sure.
It's okay.
It's too hard, too hard now to explain.
It's okay. We'll get a chance at LAN. We'll get a chance to experience them. What about the games? You guys went 2-1 in all of your series. Were you guys ever scared? Were you guys ever afraid after that first game loss?
Of course, first game was very hard for us. I guess OG was very ready for our like Magnus Venge strategies. They got Naga, and in that situation, we could play. But anyway, they had like some lead from after drafts, and we just start saying like what we need to change in our draft, which bans especially we need to change. And after that, we start saying like stop thinking about their draft and let's create our best strategies. They give us a Shadow Shaman. I mean, we got like, I don't know how much. We won every game with Shadow Shaman, and and you see like second game was super easy for us because we got every play, and in third game we already understood what they gonna pick. We knew they gonna steal Timber, and we already know that how drafts will go, and we just set up good heroes like Gyrocopter versus Timber, and that's why the second and third game was kind of easy for us.
Right. Avery, you have any questions?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, in terms of you coming in like the veteran on this squad with a bunch of young guys, do you guys as a team prefer to scrim a lot versus just playing pubs? And how much of that is factored into you developing strategies like we saw this Magnus Venge that you guys went back to time and time again? Do you prefer to develop stuff like that, come in a series, put it against your opponents, or do you just come in more loose and we're willing to adapt, we're willing to pick, our level 30 heroes that we just know we're beasts on? What kind of side of that coin are you guys on?
I mean, we started when I joined the team, that like each core has like some signature heroes like Timber, like Pac, and we start creating strategies from that positioning. So like every core has like few signature heroes, and after I felt we already start moving forward and start joining some new strategies, some new heroes, and for now, we like ready to play for more heroes, and what kind of question was?
All right, I was just gonna ask you if you guys scrim more or pub more, or like you prefer one.
We're playing a lot of scrims. I like scrims more because in publics, you can like train your micro, but you cannot train at first some crazy stuff. And at second, anyway, as team, we need to, we need to grow up in our communication, in our like smoke movements and other stuff. So I prefer more scrims.
And one last question here before we let you go. We talked about it's been a couple of years since you've been back at TI. This time around, what's going to be different, or what have you changed going into this TI that you're going to try and do differently with this young team versus Secret in the past?
I mean, for me, especially, I'm captain, so it's a big change for me. More like responsibility. I'm drafting, and I like that. And also, I had like, I believe in our team. So even after like these tournaments, we will grow up in next year, and we have like big potential, and I like it because in secret I didn't know like what kind of team we will be after TI or after Riyadh, you know. I didn't know, but in this team I believe, and we can grow up in this year, in even in next year. So yeah, it's big changes for me.
All right.
That's
Sounds like
awesome.
you have the bigger picture in mind. Zayat, it has been too long since we've seen you at a LAN event. I'm looking forward to seeing your smiling face on the camera again. Just last shout outs, anything you want to say to any of your friends, family, any of the supporters?
Yeah, at first I want to say Alhamdulillah, thanks God for that opportunity to be like in top teams. So thank you for everyone who was cheering for us. So yeah, we will be in TI and at Riyadh. So cheer for us. We will try to show our best. We will train a lot, and yeah, love you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Zayat. Congratulations. All right. Well, we are going to say goodbye to Zayat, and we will say hello to him at EWC and at, more importantly, the International. He's going to be there in Hamburg, Germany, and he will be the first representative for the Western European qualifier. But there is still another team that is going to be making it through. There is one more slot coming in from Western Europe, and we have another slot for Southeast Asia. That's right. We had we ended the qualifiers on the two regions that have two slots. So Team Nemesis already got the upset over Talon. Big upset there. And Talon is now in the same position as OG, waiting in the lower bracket and waiting for their opponent for one more chance to see if they can make it to TI. Obviously, not making it to TI is pretty much for most teams, you would consider it a disappointment, right? It's a bad year if you don't make it to TI, right?
That's how it always feels, regardless of whether it's true. I do like how Zayat's talked about his approach with this team. Like, he wanted to play on the junior squad, right? He wanted a team that he could build and grow with and look at the larger horizon than just a one-year thing. And I think that's a really good approach to have. I think more teams would benefit from that idea. And I think it's true. Like, sometimes you've been playing this game for so many years, when you don't reach TI for the fourth or fifth time, or even the first after being there for a lot of years, it hits that much harder, and it's even worse. So you really want to avoid that disappointment if you can, and there's still a lot on the line for these few teams left.
Yeah, and I think it is really cool that Zayat also took that break, and he talked about how hard it is to be able to come back into Pro Dota, particularly in this era of Dota where rosters are more stable than they've been in a while, right? A lot of the Western European teams are not making any changes, so there isn't those openings. So he had to, in a way, start from scratch, and that's a story that I think everybody can kind of resonate with, as we've had that same inspiring story from No One and his revival very late into his career on Parivision and being able to get back to Tier 1. And Zayat, by being able to qualify for Tier 1, is in that conversation, and we'll see what he can do against the international teams. But that closes out today. Reminder again, we will be back tomorrow. There is another qualifier slot, so there's going to be matches tonight for Southeast Asia to determine who's going to be the second slot from that region. And then tomorrow we will have the matches for the Western European region. That will close out our final teams for the international. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you for sticking with us. And we will see you again tomorrow for the final day of the Western European qualifier for the international.